Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is to be the one to hold the dawn in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 16, A Layer of Snow Covering the Monastery. 20th of the Great Tree Moon, 1 moment later. As soon as Edelgard heard Byleth's response, her heart skipped a beat. It is unbecoming to farce about such topics. Edelgard's endeavors to conceal her flushed face were futile. Despite having a stern expression, she wasn't threatening Byleth. So he replied by shaking his head while holding eye contact. I wasn't joking. Edelgard drew nearer, unsure of the conversation's direction. She extended her hand to him in order to redirect their discussion. I want to thank you for caring for Bernadetta and me. Byleth affirmed with a nod, taking care of you is my new priority. His tone was soft and soothing. Yet all Edelgard offered him was a feeble smile. Rhea and the Church of Ceros are the ones who hired you. The tone in her voice betrayed her disappointment. You and your father could have been great assets to the Empire, and I regret not recruiting you. Byleth's silence was his response. Edelgard turned away, unable to look at him. There was a long pause between the two. Minutes later, Byleth finally spoke up to break the tension. I couldn't abandon my father. Edelgard leaned closer to Byleth and spoke to him in a low voice. Her eyes were moist with sympathy. I would have done the same. Rhea wouldn't have let you go, and I know the feeling of wanting to protect your loved ones. Byleth nodded as his gaze was fixed on the room he was in. This classroom, he mumbled, his eyes wandering around the room. Edelgard stood next to him. I don't have many fond memories of our classroom. In the first week, I received numerous death threats. Byleth resumed eye contact with her. His expression silently posed the question, what will happen to Akiran? He will be placed on trial. His fate is in the Archbishop's hands. As she finished speaking, Edelgard's thoughts began to wander to Rhea. I heard you and Lysithea talk about him. Byleth quipped. Edelgard raised a slight eyebrow. So you overheard us? Not intentionally, Byleth answered. Edelgard looked at Byleth with tense eyes, but he proved able to withstand her gaze. Despite her best attempts, his irises betrayed no emotion. They did not exhibit any signs of passion, hatred, or animosity. Somehow akin to the burning flames, they gave Edelgard comfort. Eventually, she broke eye contact for a short period to look at Bernadetta, who was brimming with happiness as she sat by the fire in a cozy chair and successfully fixed another uniform. Bernadetta seemed completely at ease. You say 3 hours have passed. Edelgard changed the subject as she turned to face Byleth again. Yes, Byleth reassured her. Edelgard dipped her head slightly in respect. You were right to bring me here. Despite this, I must ask that you refrain from telling Hubert about your escapade. Her tone was calm and collected as she spoke. My escapade. Byleth appeared to have some level of confusion about her choice of words. Edelgard's face was beginning to flush again as she demanded, don't tell him that you carried me. Byleth nodded his head in agreement. As a result, Edelgard let out a heavy sigh. Professor, you must increase your knowledge of all etiquette, or you will be an ineffective instructor. Hence my proposition, do you mind visiting the library with me? There are some excellent books that I'd like to recommend to you. Byleth's eyes sparkled. This is an excellent proposal, he complimented her. I've already started reading this. They went over to his desk, and Edelgard saw an Adrestian history book she was familiar with. So this has caught your eye. Edelgard gave him a slight smile. Byleth stated as if this was the most common occurrence in the world, everything I have read in my life, Gerald has also read. He gently touched the book and opened it. His hand went over the many pages he managed to read while she slept. But for Edelgard, it cut deep. Her eyes and voice both twitched slightly. Doubtless, he did so to hide the church's existence from you. Doubtless, he did. Byleth agreed with her. I am surprised that you are not angry with him. Knowing or not knowing of the church never endangered my life. Byleth returned his attention to the book and motioned for Edelgard to do the same. Edelgard went along with him. He was on page 100, and the author wrote about the Battle of the Tailtean Plains. Thus he had already read the chapters where characters like Wilhelm and Ceros were introduced. His eyes were fixated on passages that described the battle. Byleth's hands lingered on words such as Nemesis, Sword of the Creator, Crests, and 10 Elites. Edelgard stifled the urge to lean in and give him a reassuring whisper. There was a gradual decrease in light as the sun faded. The room was now so dark that only Bernadetta's position in front of the fireplace provided any discernible illumination. While Byleth's keen eyes seemed as though they could read in the dark with no problem, Edelgard preferred to have the lights on for such a task. There were multiple candles and torches inside the classroom. Byleth snapped his fingers, and as he did so while facing a torch and performing this action, the flames on the torches began to light up. He repeated this multiple times until the entire room was bright. Then he turned his attention back to the book. From the way he moved, Edelgard could see that he was desperate for answers and that he had so many questions. She placed her hands against her chest and moved closer to Byleth. "I offer you some answers to your questions, Professor," Edelgard whispered into his ears. She had mixed feelings about addressing him as Professor. One part of her, however, enjoyed it. Byleth had earned himself the position, and frankly, his sole rival for the position had been Emil. In her thoughts, she went through the countless ways in which she could pronounce the word Professor. Byleth caught her daydreaming as he asked, "What was Fodlan like before Nemesis? Are there more books regarding the topic?" As the conversation shifted, Edelgard was surprised. "Why does this interest you? You spoke with Claude about this while we rode to the monastery." "So Claude instead of Yellow Cape?" Byleth ignored her teasing. "Can you please answer my question?" His attention was fixed as his hands went through the first 100 pages. Edelgard leaned in and showed him some crucial passages. "As you can see, Fodlan before Nemesis was a tribal culture persistent of humans that lived without the goddess's guidance. However, there existed ruins that predated everything." "Precisely." Byleth receives a pleased grin from Edelgard. "In addition to the distinctive structures in the Red Canyon, Fodlan is littered with ancient ruins. There are numerous theories as to the origins of the ruins, but even in Nemesis times, many people believed them to be the work of someone else." "Do you believe in the goddess?" Byleth inquired in a straightforward manner. Edelgard displayed no interest whatsoever in answering his query. In response, she chastised him. "The question you should be asking is who built them." The more she leaned in toward him, the more stern her tone and demeanor became. For a tiny moment, Byleth flinched. He did not press the matter any further and instead asked her question. "Who built them?" Edelgard took a step back and smiled at him. "Nobody knows for certain, but it is possible that their creators weren't even humans." She wrapped up with a wink. The exact manner of wink she had seen Dorothea and Hilda perform on numerous occasions. In response, Byleth went through the book and showed her another passage he found interesting. In the absence of divine illumination, the people of Fodlan lived simpler lives. The vast majority of them were farmers, and it was only by receiving the goddess's wisdom that the people managed to craft wonders. After giving Edelgard a second to read the passage, Byleth stated, "When I was in Faerghus we encountered far fewer ruins." "Interesting. I only visited Faerghus once, but on my travels, we haven't encountered anything," Edelgard revealed while placing her hands on her chin. "As you may know, Faerghus was the first nation to exit. The prehistoric nation of Faerghus is different from the one Lug founded. In contrast to the Bladdid bloodline that has ruled the nation, its spiritual predecessor was ruled by Nemesis, and under him served 10 elite knights and their families. According to the church's doctrine, Nemesis was a great king who became corrupted and evil. The once kind king became a tyrant. As a result, the goddess intervened and dispatched the 4 saints, led by Ceros, to stop him and all those who followed his villainy." Byleth's tone was icy and monotonous as he skipped a few pages ahead and read another passage precisely as it was written. After 100 years of warfare, Nemesis was defeated in the Battle of the Tailtean Plains. He had no descendants, and his bloodline died with him. His 2 greatest weapons, the Crest of Flames and the Sword of the Creator, were devoured by the sands of time. Edelgard did the same thing Byleth was doing, only with a slight difference. She recited the text and then showed his passage. It was past the point where Byleth had read. Edelgard made a long pause before approaching him. She had a slight smirk on her face. I have read the book more than a couple of times. Byleth's brow furrowed slightly. I see. You are interested in this because of your vision? Edelgard inquired. Byleth nodded. She released a sigh. You should take Professor Hanneman up on his offer and visit his office one of these days. I have seen your crest in action, and I know nothing about it. I am certain that it is unique, and if someone can give you concrete answers about your power or a hint at your mother's heritage, it's him. While Edelgard spoke, she broke eye contact. But Byleth held it and gently whispered. Are you going to come with me? After hearing the question, Edelgard's heart rate increased ever so slightly. No, she quipped flatly, refusing to elaborate. Her words were delivered in a stern manner. Is his office that bad? For a moment, Byleth's eyes reminded Edelgard of Petra. He had the eyes of a puppy or kitten. No, it's not. Edelgard refuted. I simply don't like it. There was a very slight movement in Byleth's eyebrows. This doesn't sound like a solid reason to avoid a place. You can check it out and see for yourself. Edelgard protested. Byleth gave a slight shake of the head before shifting the conversation to a different subject. Next Monday will be our first lecture. A faint smile adorned Edelgard's lips as she took a deep breath. So it will. I have high hopes for you, Professor. Just because you can plummet lower than Akiran doesn't mean I think you are not capable of more. The success of the Black Eagles depends on you, and I know you can do it. Her demeanor was authoritative, but her voice was calming and comforting to listen to. Byleth nodded. Are there any subjects you want to go through? This is a list of seminars and potential topics from which to choose. He reached his hands inside his coat and pulled out a scroll of parchment, which he displayed for all to see. Let us take a look together. Edelgard inched closer. The list in question was well remembered by her. It covered every subject and topic that might be important for the upcoming exams. The list went into greater detail about how the monastery functions. Basically, everything was served by a ranking system. This included equipment, armor, the knowledge, and materials for certain spells, and everything else. The class with the best students would receive higher funding from the church, which would mean better equipment and higher chances of winning prestige and fame. Edelgard did not care about the latter, but she was confident that better equipment would be helpful on the monthly assignments Lady Rhea would send them. You choose a good partner to discuss this topic with. In all honesty, I believe it would be optimal to begin with seminars on tactics and then put our skills to the test on the training grounds. The mock battle will be crucial. If we came in last, it would reflect poorly on us, and we need enough money to finish all of our missions. You should go to bed, Byleth advised as he moved his hand to her shoulder. When Edelgard peeled into his eyes and saw his expression, she could tell that he was really concerned. You need much more sleep than 3 hours. Byleth continued. Edelgard turned around briefly to catch a glimpse of herself in one of the glass surfaces. Dark rings could be seen under both her and Byleth's eyes in the reflections of the nearby windows. We remained awake for a considerable amount of time. The most recent time you opened your eyes, you woke up and were the one who came to our rescue. Edelgard went closer to Byleth. There was a warm sensation the closer she got to him. As I remarked before, I'm glad to have met you and thrilled that you chose the Black Eagles. Following a brief pause, Byleth took a step backward. I am excited to work for you, my new employer. His face formed a grimace that faintly resembled a smile, or was it one? Edelgard was unsure whether or not Byleth used sarcasm because she never caught him in the act. Typical of him, his voice was refreshingly forthright, but given what they already talked about, he should know better. As much as Edelgard desired it, she wasn't his employer. In any event, she broke off the eye contact as she turned to face the exit. Rhea is your employer. Edelgard clarified with a raspy voice. But from now on, I am your grateful student. I will never forget the kindness you have shown me. Then she bowed and left. On her way out, she could feel Byleth's eyes on her. Usually, when someone watches her, she feels uneasy, but not right now. Her emotions were able to persuade her rational self that Byleth had no ill will toward her. Unlike Dimitri, Claude, Lord Arundel, Rhea, and even herself, he had no desires other than protecting his loved ones. Even though he was thought to be the Ashen Demon, his motivations were the best of what humanity should strive for. After she almost left, she heard a faint sleep well escape Byleth's lips. "She is quite the character," Suthies smirked. She was floating where Edelgard used to stand just a moment ago. Byleth ignored her as his attention was drawn to the parchment in front of him. "You have no idea how to teach a class of children," Suthies stated flatly. Byleth gave a tiny nod. "Well, if you need my help, you can count on me," Suthies teased him. Byleth gestured for her to take a look. Suthies did so, but after a few seconds, she yawned at him. "These topics are all so boring," she objected, and the way in which she did so was very reminiscent of the manner in which a child would object. The corner of Byleth's mouth twitched slightly in response to Suthies's behavior. Suthies was about to go on another rant about how unacceptable it was for Byleth to see another child, but she stopped herself at the last second. "As the white-haired one recommended, you should start with the tactics seminar. Then you should follow it up by going to the training grounds and testing your class skills firsthand." "You agree with her?" Byleth seemed a little bit surprised. "It is a sound plan." Suthies crossed her arms while she leaned back. Following this, she sighed out loud. "Other than fighting and basic strategy, you are good at nothing, aren't you?" There was a considerable amount of time that passed during which Byleth gave off the impression of being quite downcast. He broke the silence by admitting, "I cannot teach them Crestology or the history of Fodlan because my father withheld these pieces of information from me. In my opinion, all you need to do is some homework." Unlike before, Suthies actively supported Byleth. "You can do it, or rather you must. I prefer having a roof over my head." Byleth turned his attention back to his parchment until he heard a shriek coming from the fireplace. It belonged to Bernadetta. "Arg, someone help me. So dark outside. Must get back to my room." She was unable to complete her sentences, and her speech was choppy as a result of her anxiety. The nighttime landscape outside of the window clearly frightened her. Byleth inched slowly closer to her. "Are you all right, Bernadetta?" He tried his hardest to speak softly so as not to scare her more. Bernadetta seemed happy that she wasn't alone. "Can you please help me get back to my room?" "Of course." Byleth gently reached for her hand, and Bernadetta allowed him to take it. She flinched a tiny bit when he took her hand, but by now, she had gotten used to his presence. "Say, do you ever feel like the world is about to collapse in on you?" This question was posed by Bernadetta with a note of melancholy in her voice. Byleth was unsure of how to respond and turned to Suthies. "Nod, you fool!" she reprimanded him. And so Byleth nodded. "My father and I constantly feel that way," Bernadetta admitted. "We are not good with other people." "Are you really going to be our professor?" Byleth nodded again. "That's good. Akiran was horrible." "So I heard. At one point, he began to insult us by calling us horrible names and instructed his men to draw their swords against us. I thought we were done for." Bernadetta wrapped her arms around herself in a defensive gesture. "But Lady Edelgard, Petra, and Dorothea were so fearless. In my darkest hour, they were there for poor little old Bernie." Byleth's hand briefly clenched into a fist. Suthies murmured in his ear, "Their previous teacher was a monster," as she looked at him intently. "You must be a better person than him." Byleth indicated his agreement with a nod. Shortly after, he gathered his belongings off the table and turned off all the lights except for a single torch before opening the door. When they were getting ready to leave, Bernadetta was right there beside him. As they stood at the exit, a wind gust came their way. During the midst of the storm, it began to rain heavily. In spite of Byleth's initial assumption that it was raining, the storm that was occurring was actually a snowstorm. In response, Byleth quickly shielded Bernadetta, but in doing so, the torch was flushed out. "I believe we are there." Byleth could make out the sound of two separate sets of footsteps approaching from the shadows. He was able to identify the voice. It belonged to a student. "Thank you, Lysithea, for accompanying me again." Edelgard and Lysithea were getting closer. In the palm of their hands was a glowing magical symbol, which Byleth recognized as a crest. While Byleth now knew Edelgard's crest as the Sero's crest, the crest that Lysithea materialized was one that he had seen among the 10 elites in the book that he read with Edelgard, but to which elite the crest belonged, Byleth could not tell. The glow that came from the crest illuminated the darkness and was unhindered by the snowstorm. On the other hand, the two girls carried an umbrella. That's the great tree moon for you. The weather during this month is infamous for changing on the fly. Lysithea scolded Edelgard. Inbar is usually quite sunny. There was some embarrassment on Edelgard's part as she attempted to defend herself. Lysithea let out an annoyed sigh. So you leave your new professor alone with a claustrophobic classmate, and he has no clue where to go. I am so grateful to have you with me. Edelgard attempted to change the topic. Professor, you are still there. Byleth saw Edelgard stand before him. She quickly used her umbrella to shield him from the snow. Should we head back or stay in your classroom? Lysithea inquired. They were hit by a tremendous snowfall. Byleth hastily motioned for them to come inside the room. A black cat scurried from under Edelgard's legs and into the spacious classroom. Following one another in rapid succession, Edelgard and the others dashed inside. Behind him, Byleth shut the door. Seconds later, it felt like a solid block of ice had formed around the door handle. Great, now I can't get back into my room. Lysithea complained as she illuminated the room with her crest. For some reason, Byleth couldn't get his eyes off Edelgard and Lysithea as they held their crests in front of him. Occasionally, he had seen some nobles use them to oppress their people, but Byleth never paid them any attention. Now they fascinated not only him but Suthies as well. She was levitating next to Byleth in similar awe. They were both rendered speechless. Professor, could you please turn on the lights again? Edelgard placed her umbrella to the side and then turned to face him again. After thinking for a moment, Byleth went back to the torches and used his magic to light them on fire. When the fire was reignited, the room temperature rose rapidly. With a wave of his hands, Byleth motioned for the young students to take their seats near the fire. They followed him without question. So now what? Lysithea was the first to speak. Now we wait until the weather improves, and we can return to our rooms, Edelgard replied. I had so many books yet to read, and now I am stuck helping you again. At Lysithea's remark, Edelgard's face distorted with sadness. Byleth went through his possessions and pulled out the book that he and Edelgard had previously read together. He continued at the Battle of the Tailtean Plains, where he had left off. This motion drew Lysithea's attention. The History of Fodlan. Lysithea leaned in to get a better look at the book and to find out which page Byleth was currently on. Are you rereading material for your next lecture? Her voice betrayed a little bit of excitement. However, Byleth did not reply to her inquiry about the matter. Byleth was raised without knowing anything about the Church of Syros. Edelgard now also leaned against his shoulder as she, too, peered at where he was stuck. Lysithea's mouth hung wide open. But then she burst out laughing. I never heard you tell a joke before, but this one is quite well done. Lady Rhea would never hire someone who knows nothing about the church as the next professor. I talked with her regarding this. She assured me that it was fine and that I don't need to believe in the goddess. Byleth's face was stern as he recalled the extensive conversation he had had with Rhea. It's true. 3 house leaders and the archbishop all gave their stamp of approval to him, making him the only professor ever to achieve this honor in recent memory. First and foremost, it shouldn't matter whether or not someone believes in the goddess, what should matter is Byleth's talent. Lysithea was still stunned. Do you know what crests are? She asked, her neutral tone turning hostile. You appeared pretty stunned to me. Did you really know nothing of the Church of Syros? Byleth nodded. According to this book and from what I picked up, the church believes them to be blessings from the goddess that she gifts to her most devout followers. However, many nobles bear none. The archbishop says that not every noble is loved by the goddess and that everyone has the potential to manifest one. As far as I am concerned, crests are a curse on society. Lysithea rolled her eyes at Byleth's words. They are burdens, not blessings. Edelgard was unusually quiet throughout this whole ordeal. The way she gazed at Byleth made him sure that she was examining him. To a certain extent, he relished that quality of hers. He liked to work with sharp-minded individuals, the less he had to explain, the better. When he gave it some thought, he realized that they were pretty quick to pick up on each other's mannerisms, and for some reason, Edelgard was not afraid of him like so many other people were. Claude and Dimitri saw the demon in him and were hesitant to ask him to be the next professor. Edelgard, on the other hand, either didn't see the power's appeal or was too crazy to want it. After some time, Byleth, after receiving a slap from Suthies that did not do anything, inquired, "Why do you hate them? Church teaching calls them miracles." There was complete silence from Lysithea. Her hands were going through her silver hair as a form of release for her pent-up annoyance. Edelgard finally intervened. Because crests are so prestigious, those who bear them are usually given prominent roles in society. Even though his uncle Rufus is the current regent of the kingdom, he did not inherit the throne because he was born without the family crest. My own father was one of only a handful of children, and the majority of his siblings all perished during the Dada/Brigid War, but what made him emperor was his crest. Edelgard broke eye contact for a moment. She couldn't keep her gaze from falling to the floor. While my father and Dimitri's father did their best, they did not earn their positions. In turn, most of my uncles were desperate to prove themselves and died in battle. As usual, Byleth said nothing. Both he and Suthies were processing the new information while Suthies was floating around Edelgard. "Interesting," she remarked. "That's what I figured, but it's still ironic to see people so captivated by a birthmark. What are crests, exactly?" Byleth posted his question in a straightforward manner. "You tell me." Edelgard reversed the question. But upon seeing a hint of frustration in the form of a slight frown on Byleth's face, she answered. "They are birthmarks that allow you to call upon its power. The power of a crest allows you to use the full might of a hero's relic. Such as the Sword of the Creator." Byleth finished for her. "Not only that, but according to crest researchers, crest bearers are superior to normal humans, although their effects can differ slightly. I, for one, am quite physically frail but capable of deploying more magic than my non-crest contemporaries." Lysithea rejoined the conversation. "Meanwhile, my strength is beyond that of a normal human. You might have seen this in our battle with Costus. Do you remember how I broke my axe or the impact of our attacks? Crest can enhance our strikes, boost our agility and reflexes, and increase our wisdom. They offer a host of advantages, yet victory isn't solely determined by them. Without Geralt and your aid, we would have met a gruesome end at the hands of those bandits." Without noticing it, Edelgard had moved a tiny inch closer to Byleth. Their bodies were now touching each other in close proximity. Byleth felt an unfamiliar warmth as their skin collided. Following this, a bristle of snow entered through the massive iron door that sealed the classroom, and from outside, they heard the hollowing of the wind. Consequently, the flames on a few of the torches dimmed. The temperature in the room began to drop, and Lysithea and Bernadetta took Edelgard's action as a signal that they should get closer to each other while they were standing around the campfire. By working together, they managed to keep each other warm, and Byleth used his magic to keep the flames going. In the same way he had shown her, Edelgard rubbed her chest. She instructed the girls to perform the same motion with the same care she did. "Follow my example. It will make you feel warm." In the meantime, Byleth took off his cape and wrapped them in it to protect themselves from the elements. Lysithea breathed a sigh of relief almost immediately after he did that. "That's kind of you, thanks." A very slight movement could be seen on Byleth's lips. Edelgard's heart rate increased subtly as a result of this insignificant motion. "Keep this up, and you are going to be an excellent professor." After that, neither of them said a word, which resulted in a prolonged period of silence. They all turned their attention to the flames, and as they did, the heat from the fire caused their muscles to relax. As a form of response, Byleth was the first person to take a seat on the expansive red carpet. To his surprise, the carpet was surprisingly soft. "Professor." Before Edelgard laid herself down on the carpet, she addressed her teacher and reprimanded him for his behavior. But her imposing demeanor faded, and she and Byleth came to view the carpet with the same sentiment. It was almost as comforting as a bed. Lysithea and Bernadetta followed suit and sat down. "This is truly comfortable. I wonder if my classroom has the same comfortable carpet." Lysithea cracked a delighted smile. I wonder if I will ever be able to sew such a carpet. I'd love to. If this is your wish, then I am certain one day you will. Edelgard reached out and lightly stroked her hand. You can achieve anything. You really think so? Bernadetta gazed up at Edelgard with sparkling eyes. You have endless potential. When Byleth chimed in instead of Edelgard, everyone around him listened with widened eyes. No such thing as an impossible feat exists in my book. This caused Edelgard and Lysithea to giggle, while Bernadetta seemed confused at Byleth's response. What happened to the realist? Edelgard teased him. Is it not realistic to see someone's potential? Byleth returned her question. Edelgard's lips curled in amusement as she saw her own strategy used against her. Fair point. It had only been a day, and yet as Byleth sat there by the fire, he felt a strange feeling. A sensation in his chest. With a single bump, clarity in the world abruptly vanished. After another bump, Byleth felt his body smash to the ground. Professor! Edelgard held him in her arms. In a close call, his body almost landed on top of her. She went to check on him to see if he still had a heartbeat. There was nothing. Her eyes were filled with shock. The one who had saved her was no longer alive. Was this something that my uncle did? Why did he enjoy seeing me suffer so much? Edelgard, he probably just. Lysithea's hand was guided by Edelgard, and she heard it too. Byleth's heart was no longer beating. Both Edelgard and Lysithea felt sick to their stomachs. The Church of Ceros had just lost one of its teachers, but neither of them had a clue as to how Byleth died. What's wrong? You two don't look happy. Bernadetta, who had seen everything, went to see how Byleth was doing after the incident. She placed 2 thumbs against his neck. He seems fine, she concluded. Lysithea and Edelgard followed her example. They were in complete disbelief as Byleth was not making any sounds. His body was still warm, but without a heartbeat, they were sure he was dead. Lysithea made the motions Bernadetta performed. I have a pulse, Edelgard. She was so thrilled that she almost jumped for joy. Edelgard, deep in thought as she cradled his body, quickly followed their example. She desperately wanted to believe them. The very idea of her new friend being killed through vile sorcery made her sick to her stomach. As she placed her thumbs against his neck, she heard it. He had a pulse. Her only utterance was a single word, how? As she fumbled for words, she questioned, how can someone be alive without a pulse? I don't know either. Don't tell me that he's one of the living dead that's returned to torment us, will you? Lysithea prepared a dark spell to end Byleth once and for all. Edelgard quickly grabbed her hand and restrained her hand. Stop it. I assure you, he is no undead. You should refrain from reading too many fables. Edelgard sounded angry. The last comment ticked Lysithea off. She was aiming her spell directly at Byleth and almost let go of it. The magic contained within the materialized purple rune was about to be unleashed on him. All of a sudden, Lysithea stopped when a black cat hovered above Byleth. The cat had followed them into the classroom, and she was now apparently shielding him with her body. She had a rigid appearance, with her tail either held out in a straight as she hissed at Lysithea and snored at Byleth and Edelgard. With her piercing lilac eyes, she tore Lysithea's will to fight to shreds. Wait, Adrestia. Edelgard released Lysithea's hand and quickly patted her companion. You look well, she commented. Meow. The cat strolled atop Byleth's body as she proudly meowed. You know this cat? Bernadetta asked. She looked excited. Can I? With a motion of her hand, she requested to take Adrestia into her arms. Sure, just be careful. In the meantime, Edelgard had Byleth rest his head in her lap. Bernadetta took the cat into her arms. She used extreme caution, and it paid off. The black cat happily snored in Bernadetta's arms, but when Lysithea tried to pat her, she hissed. Pfft. It seems she is still angry. Lysithea's head hung low, and her voice was remorseful. Without any tact whatsoever, Edelgard interjected. That's what you get for wanting to kill my professor. Edelgard scowled and shook her head in defiance. And what if he was an undead ghost sent to haunt us? Now Lysithea is also violently shaking her head in disagreement. A tense stare-down ensued between the two parties. However, after a brief moment, they began to loosen up. Everyone has things they are afraid of. Edelgard spoke softly. Does this include you as well? You always put on a tough face. Lysithea gave Edelgard a weak smile. This includes me as well, Edelgard admitted. A second pause occurred. While this was going on, Bernadetta stared with wide eyes at Edelgard and Lysithea while she patted Adrestia. She seemed curious as to what would happen next. While they were silent, the snowstorm outside continued to rumble. The sound of the snowstorm mixed gently with the comforting fire. The young girls, despite everything that had happened to them, were finally able to find a sense of peace. To Lysithea and Edelgard's surprise, Bernadetta was the first to speak. I am afraid of talking to strangers. It's difficult to let strangers in after what happened to us. Edelgard looked at Lysithea's face, then at Bernadetta's. Both women had their hands on their chests as if to conceal or protect their hearts. There were no further words required to convey what they were feeling. They all experienced their fair share of tragedy, which shaped them into the broken messes they are today. No matter how hard they tried to hide their problems, they always persisted. The passage of time, however, cannot be stopped, and there is no alternative to moving forward. One moment of silence followed the next. Until Lysithea spoke. She looked out the window and exclaimed, "The snow is really pretty," noticing how breathtaking the falling snowflakes were. She seemed to be deep in thought when, as if by accident, she said one of the things she was thinking out loud. "Ah, forget what I said," she protested. "There is no need. The snow is indeed beautiful." Edelgard greeted her with a friendly smile while Byleth continued to doze off in her lap. "You looked really cute when he carried you," Bernadetta commented. Her comment made Edelgard's face flush with crimson. "He carried you?" Lysithea was stunned. "It was nothing," Edelgard protested. "Do not forget he carried you, as well." "He did." It sounded like Lysithea was caught off guard. "Has no one told you?" Edelgard was taken aback. "I remember the attack on our lives, but I assumed you carried me." Her cheeks had begun to flush slightly as well. "Why haven't you?" she retaliated. Edelgard paused for a moment to think. She remembered that Byleth had simply taken her in his arms, and that was it. "He had already taken care of you. Let's agree to abandon the subject." Lysithea's face started to return to usual color. "Yes, let's." Edelgard could feel the burn in her cheeks subside. "Oh, I wish we had some cakes." They heard a rumble in Bernadetta's stomach. Edelgard appreciated the diversion Bernadetta offered. "Take this," Lysithea handed her a giant chocolate cookie. "Thanks, you are the best." Bernadetta hastily ate it while Lysithea averted her eyes. She was unable to endure the sight of her prized possession being devoured by someone else. Edelgard could tell that the crunching sound Bernadetta produced while eating was pure torture for the little dear. "This cookie is so good. I wish we had an entire bowl full of them, like the time we paused in the garden. Strolling around the monastery with our new professor has been so much fun. My favorite part was when I got a bunch of cookies." Bernadetta was shining with excitement. "He made cookies for you." Edelgard couldn't help but sigh in disappointment that she had missed out on this. "Did he make them for you, or did he share them with you?" Lysithea moved a little closer to Bernadetta and was now questioning her to find out crucial information. Bernadetta shook her head. "No, it was another student who offered them, and our professor played chess with him." Edelgard's body started to shake to its core once she figured out that the student in question could be no other than Claude, the embodiment of distrust. "He did what?" "Edelgard." It took Lysithea a moment to put the pieces together, but once she did, she left a large O. Redness spread across Edelgard's face. During his chess match with Claude, she had sat in his lap, just as Byleth was doing now. The issue was not that Byleth had accepted Claude's offer, but rather that Claude had observed her at her most vulnerable. Edelgard felt betrayed by Byleth. Though she reasoned that Byleth had been looking out for her and keeping her safe, the idea of her enemy witnessing her at her most vulnerable set off a whirlwind of emotions. There was friction between her positive feelings for Byleth and her rage, anger, and disappointment. With an insecure voice, Edelgard inquired. "Where else have you two been?" "We ate cookies in the garden, then went into the classroom, then to the training grounds, and finally back to the classroom. Those were the last 3 hours." Bernadetta was still devouring the cookie. Hence her expression remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil Edelgard experienced. "And did you meet someone on the way?" Edelgard did her best not to let out the fury in her voice, but the slight frown on her face had already appeared. "We met a boy in the classroom. Byleth fought some scary blonde guy at the training grounds, and Lady Rhea showed up when we returned to the classroom. She talked with Byleth about something, but I couldn't hear what." Bernadetta recalled. "Lady Rhea was here in the classroom." Edelgard had her hands placed on her chin. "And I was with you the whole time." Bernadetta nodded. "And the blonde man in the training grounds was likely Dimitri. The only question that remains is what Rhea and Byleth were talking about." However, Edelgard did know the answer to this puzzle. When she gazed at Byleth, her feelings of disappointment vanished. Rather, she was concerned that he was suddenly exposed to a world of treachery. Despite his status as the Ashen Demon, he was not immune to the stench of betrayal, and Edelgard had been the victim of numerous major betrayals in her life. She leaned closer to him, aware that she was concealing her true motives from everyone present. The only thing she wished for was for them to stick by her side when the time came. "Lady Edelgard, I haven't asked, but what do you think about our new professor?" Bernadetta pondered this question, but after eating the cookie, she found that her self-confidence had drastically decreased. Her words had been nothing more than a hushed whisper that was an attempt to break the awkward silence. "He will be an excellent professor." Without even realizing it, she was smiling. "From now you can count on it that we will never have to suffer to that extent again." Lysithea chimed in and stated, "Acheron must have been an exceptionally dreadful teacher. And here I thought the way he governed his territory couldn't be topped." "He was, but now he will fade into the pages of history," Edelgard proudly declared. "We will find a way to make him useful once he's been exiled from the academy." Bernadetta was also carrying a slight smile on her face. "That's great. Edelgard, have you considered getting revenge on those who have wronged you like Acheron? Vengeance cannot undo what has occurred, but if Acheron can be used as a pawn to ensure that people like him never gain power again, then I'd rather do that." Lysithea smiled at Edelgard. "It's good to see that we are on the same page." Then she turned to Byleth. "Why do you and everyone I met thus far hold him in such high regard? It's absurd. When we entered your tent earlier, he was too slow to help," she quipped in anger. Edelgard understood her frustration. "He saved you and our lives countless times. Do you remember the person you had mistaken for a ghost while we were battling the Acheron and minions?" Lysithea seemed confused. "I thought I saw something unnatural. That was all." She made the universal sign of disapproval by crossing her arms. "That was him. Throughout the fighting, he lent us a hand numerous times. I can lead the Black Eagles, but I am not all-powerful. Someone with his strength might be the key to fulfill your dreams." Lysithea finished for her. Then she dismissively shook her head. "I have given up on dreams a long time ago. There are things I must do and don't need help with them." Lysithea's words cut Edelgard deeply. She wanted nothing more but to drop the act and reveal everything she knew. How she knew of what these people did to her, of how she understood what it's like to lose your family slowly right before your eyes. But the image of the man who hunted her every nightmare kept her from doing so. The only word that managed to leave Edelgard's mouth was Lysithea. Bum. 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 A loud metallic tapping sound echoed through the room from the door. Someone covered in an oversized frozen coat opened the heavy door. The temperature fell as he did this, and massive amounts of snow began to fall inside the classroom. "Arg, ghost!" Lysithea was screaming, and Bernadetta followed suit. "I am not ready to die." But Edelgard only shook her head. She had recognized the figure by the way he moved. And given how bad the snow had been, it was only a person dedicated enough to run through a snowstorm to check on her. "Die, ghost!" Lysithea, in her panic, fired a spell. Edelgard attempted to get up and stop her, but she was not fast enough. However, Lysithea's spell was blocked by a spell Hubert sent in her direction to counter its power. "If you were trying to kill me, be more aggressive in your attack. Hubert scolded her in his usual cold tone. Once he spotted Edelgard, his demeanor started to improve until he saw Byleth resting in her lap. He let out a grunt as he closed the iron door. Then he turned his full attention to Edelgard. "Why did you leave again without saying a word?" His animosity could be felt by everyone present. Bernadetta had run into one of the corners and attempted to hide. Hubert. Although Edelgard was well aware of his response and emotions, she occasionally found his behavior to be repugnant. He was pierced by her lilac eyes, but he remained steadfast. "As your retainer, it is my duty to eliminate potential threats, and this individual, who you seem to place such a high value on, happens to be on the verge of transitioning into one of them." His tone conveyed simmering resentment. "Byleth is going to be our next professor, and whether you like it or not, he has my approval for now." Lysithea followed their tense conversation with wide eyes. Edelgard could see that she seemed happy that there was someone else who also disapproved of Byleth. Lysithea was also surprised to hear Hubert argue with her in such a hostile tone. "You are not a ghost. That's good. Would you please sit down with us and calm down?" Lysithea sighed in frustration. "We have no other choice but to wait out the storm, and I'd rather you not bother me during it." Lysithea noticed that Edelgard was giving her a faint smirk. It was very subtle. Yet doubtless, Hubert caught her gesture. He turned away from Edelgard and started to dig around in his pockets. He then handed out candies to everyone who was there and apologized. "Here. I'll take those, thanks." Lysithea grabbed the candy Hubert provided for her. Once Hubert moved closer to the fireplace, Edelgard moved slightly away. She was still giving him the cold shoulder, and Hubert continued to do the same to her. "He's probably considering poisoning him or myself. I need to talk him out of it. But right now, I don't want to." Somehow when she talked to him, she felt like she was suffocating. Hubert was a living reminder of her ambitions. She could never turn away from her dreams, but whenever she was with someone else, she felt free. Or to the extent that someone like her could achieve such freedom. There was a long silence only interrupted by the sounds of Bernadetta shivering in one of the cold corners of the room. She failed to muster the courage to sit on the same fire Hubert was sitting at. "Lysithea, would you kindly?" With a motion of her hand, Edelgard requested for her to get Bernadetta. Hubert, however, had already risen to his feet and was slowly walking over to her. Edelgard quickly rushed to intercept him, but not before she carefully placed Byleth's head at the red cape she had quickly removed from her uniform to create a makeshift pillow for him. "Halt, Hubert. Bernadetta is. Get away from me. Please don't kill me." The moment Hubert touched Bernadetta's shoulders, she froze. Even with her speed, Edelgard was unable to prevent the disaster that was the lifeless Bernadetta. Her eyes were open, but she looked like a powerful curse had been activated. The way that she fixed her gaze upon Hubert made it abundantly clear to everyone that, in her final moments, she had perceived him to be the Grim Reaper. Edelgard was about to slap her retainer for his insubordination, but she stopped herself from doing so. At first, Hubert's eyes shot wide in surprise. "How did you manage to faint while standing up?" "Hubert." Edelgard hissed at him. "I wasn't requesting for you to get her." Although he did not speak in response, Edelgard understood what he was trying to convey. "I wanted to help." Edelgard sighed as she took Bernadetta and carried her to the fireplace. Hubert offered to lend a hand, but Edelgard pushed his hand away. What followed was that Edelgard took Bernadetta and Byleth into her lap as she sat down on the warm, fuzzy carpet. Her eyes avoided contact with Hubert, but whenever they met his gaze, she saw regret. She was grateful for this sign of his humanity. When she looked outside the window, she saw darkness and snow. "We will stay here for a while. It appears we have no other option, Lady Edelgard." Hubert was shivering, and his entire face was red due to the cold temperatures he had endured outside. "Hubert, you didn't rush outside the moment you realized I wasn't in my quarters. I had hoped you would be mature enough to stay in your quarters after you blew me off like that when last we met." His head hung low in disappointment. "I forgot to return Bernadetta to her room, and I haven't shown our new professor the way to the dorms yet. I had to return. No one could have seen the sudden snowstorm coming. You have spent most of your life in Inver, Your Highness, but your journey to the kingdom should have filled you in regards to how sudden weather can shift. Quite a few battles were lost due to the general's failure to account for this. Hubert scolded her, but his voice had softened a little. For Edelgard, this softness meant that he wasn't blaming her, but regardless, he was angry that after they briefly met, she did not stay in her room and instead went on her way without notifying him about it. Next time, I will notify you. Is that fine with you? Hubert nodded. Claude doesn't have anyone like Hubert to do his bidding, Lysithea interjected. Then she gave a tiny smirk. I must say having a personal servant and bodyguard is quite handy, Edelgard. I would almost be envious of you. Lysithea, Edelgard gave the young deer a conflicted expression. She was unable to determine whether or not this was a joke or to be taken seriously. Thus, she exhibited her usual stern demeanor. This is not a laughing matter. I am serious about this. Lysithea retorted. That's good to know. What followed was a long silence. With Hubert, there neither Lysithea nor Edelgard wished to start a new conversation. Eventually, Hubert posed the question. Would you now tell me what you have been up to? 4 hours don't go by that quickly. Edelgard toyed with the idea of telling him the whole truth because she was confident that she could always trust him. On the other hand, she was unwilling to sit through another one of his lectures, and she was aware that he would not stop pressuring her until she finally broke down and told him the truth. An enormous sigh escaped her lips. Fine, I am sure you will also find this interesting, Lysithea. After Ria's speech, I showed him the entrance hall. There, we washed in the water, and following this event for which we are likely to receive a lecture from Seath, we made our way to the dining hall, where we met Bernadetta. Edelgard's eyes focused on her lifeless, empty body for a while before they turned to Byleth. While the two of them were seated next to one another on her lap, she gently stroked Bernadetta's head with her hands. Cleaning your hands with the holy water is forbidden by the church costumes. As your retainer, I do have to advise you not to aimlessly antagonize our hosts. Even though he couldn't help but scold her for breaking a pointless custom of the Church of Ceros, Hubert enjoyed the fact that she had done so. Hold on. Lysithea was in shock. This was holy water? I believed it to be drinking water. She spat into the room and stretched out her tongue. Edelgard and Hubert looked at her as if their younger sibling had done something very childish, and Lysithea caught wind of that. Don't give me that look. I am not a child. We know, Lysithea. A child wouldn't be here. Your behavior has been. Edelgard placed her hands before Hubert's mouth. Your behavior has been understandable. Thank you, Hubert. The failure is clearly on the monastery staff, they should have put out a notice. They have. Edelgard giggled. However, it is easy to miss. You must read one of their many house rule parchments. I read most of them. I don't have time to read stuff I won't need, besides, the vast majority of it isn't even remotely relevant to our coursework. Lysithea reacted by rolling her eyes while simultaneously crossing her arms. Hubert stared at her in bewilderment, but Edelgard had grown accustomed to her antics by that point. Anyway, Byleth and Bernadetta cooked something amazing, and we ate together. I spoke with Byleth, and time passed. Both Lysithea raised their eyebrows at Edelgard's attempt not to reveal anything else. Fine, together the three of us went to inspect our classroom. After that, I convinced Byleth to join the Black Eagles, and he chose our house. Subsequently, we discussed the topics for the following lectures. She removed her attention from them in order to concentrate on Byleth. After everything that had happened, he was still asleep. Her mind still couldn't believe he was alive without a heartbeat. A tiny droplet of sweat had fallen from her forehead as she hoped Hubert and Lysithea would leave her alone to dwell on her many questions. You have spent quite a considerable amount of time together. Lady Edelgard, now that he is our professor. I'd like to be privy to your meetings. As his student, it is my right. Hubert addressed her in a very meticulous way. Edelgard knew that he had seen through her charade. In spite of her refusal to reveal everything, he was confident that he would eventually learn the whole truth. Hubert would use his ways to unlock all the pieces of information. He was exceptionally skilled at this. In the meantime, Lysithea was surprised as to why Edelgard did not include many significant events that transpired while she had been asleep. She was about to open her mouth, but Edelgard gave her a pleading look. She did not want Hubert to find out that her most dangerous adversaries in the future had witnessed her at her most vulnerable state. They saw me while I was sleeping. Let's all try to gain some sleep, Edelgard suggested. Yes, let's. Lysithea took one of the pillows from the seats and rested her head on it while her body faced the warm orange light that came from the fireplace. Hubert went over to Bernadetta, and offered the mantle he had used to get through the snowstorm. Here, it will keep you warm. Lysithea appeared to be contemplating what to do. Why are you offering this to me? Because it's cold, and I am used to the cold. Hubert answered bluntly. Edelgard's lips curled into a teasing grin as she realized that Lysithea would not have accepted the coat if Hubert had insulted or dismissed her in any way. Nice to see you two get along. Lysithea and Hubert ignored her comment and moved on. However, Hubert soon turned his attention to her. Lady Edelgard. In his hand, he had 3 pillows. And with his hand gesture, he was making it clear that he wanted her to lay Byleth and Bernadetta on of these. Edelgard scanned the room for more pillows, but she couldn't find any. Hubert, are you sure you don't want one? When Edelgard offered him hers, he shook his head. I can sleep without one. What's more important is that you carry yourself with proper conduct. Permitting our teacher to sleep on your lap will only encourage unwarranted and harmful rumors, which our class does not need. His tone was commanding, and his voice exuded authority. For a fraction of a second, Edelgard felt reminded of one of her older siblings. She lowered Bernadetta and Byleth's tired heads onto the soft pillows and let out a deep sigh. Hubert, no one present in this room wants such rumors. Even as she assured Lysithea of her trust, she was assessing whether or not that trust was warranted. However, Lysithea's facial expression demonstrated that she deserved to have it. What happened here stays between us. She was both resolute and annoyed as she turned her attention away from the flames and to them for a tiny moment. Hubert was carrying a tiny grin. HMPF, it appears that their heiresses to House Ordelia and Hresvelg get along quite well. Without saying anything more, he turned to face the door. Allow me to keep watch while you sleep. Edelgard nodded. She placed herself between Bernadetta and Byleth. At first, she watched the fireplace. Its flames calmed her mind. Mixed with the sound of the raging snowstorm, she felt her heart rate gradually relax. However, after a while, she tilted her head towards Lysithea until she shifted her entire body towards Byleth. They were half a meter apart, but it was close enough that she could see him in the eyes. She had known him for just a day, and in a fraction of a time, she had grown to like him. She just hoped he would not betray her trust and turn on her. She wished to believe in him, but she also knew that Hubert was right. She needed precautions in case Byleth would be indoctrinated by the church and turned against her. But right now, all I see is a naive young boy. It feels strange to say this about someone called the Ashen Demon, but he is no demon on the inside. Or is this another one of their tricks? I can't rule out the possibility that there is more to Byleth, but for once in my life, I do not hope so. Edelgard was drowsy despite having slept for 3 hours. Her eyes drifted back and forth between Byleth and Hubert. They made her feel safe, and she loved that. Under the snowstorm, the sounds inside the classroom began to echo gently in her ears. And eventually, to the soothing rhythm of the various soft tones, she fell asleep. Are you all right? A voice that sounded familiar caught her attention. It was a lifetime ago when she last heard that voice. A large man with raven hair and blue eyes approached her, kneeled down, and gently stroked her chin. You shouldn't run off like that. Edelgard looked around to see that she stood at the entrance of the Imperial Palace. The person before her was her oldest brother. Tears started to flow from her eyes. Tristan. She jumped into her older brother's arms. The stern expression her brother carried vanished. Are you all right, Elle? You've only snuck off for a few hours. You can tell me if anything bad happens to you. Although Edelgard was aware that this was all a dream, she was still overjoyed to have even a brief reunion with her brother. Everything felt strange in this dream. She felt younger, but more importantly, she felt in control of her dream, something she had never experienced before. Most of the time, her dreams took her back to her childhood self, and they usually ended in nightmares. Here she was her true adult self, and she could interact with her sibling as she saw fit. Edelgard had an overwhelming number of things she wanted to share with him. Because her dream was so lifelike, she couldn't help but wonder if maybe she'd wake up and find that she'd been whisked away to the past, where she could change the course of her terrible future. I am just overjoyed to see you again. She did not stop to suppress her many tears. Her brother addressed her, planting a soft kiss on the top of her head. Show me who bullied you. I will have a word with them. The actions that she was taking left her brother in a state of utter bewilderment. I had wanderlust and a proclivity to get into mischief as a child. In a way, I haven't changed, except that back then, I had an entire family to protect me. Edelgard slowly washed her tears away. You don't need to worry, I just got scared of something, and I feel better now. Edelgard lied. Her brother reluctantly dropped the topic for now as his eyes scanned their surroundings. The drawgate made of wrought iron could still be seen standing in the same place it had been before. It had been completely blocked off in order to prevent children with Elle's inquisitive nature from exiting the palace. At any rate, her older brother took her into his arms. We have an appointment. He made a long pause and continued to carry her. Dinner is ready, and you remember what kind of day it is. Edelgard, however, had yet to learn what day it was. She made a wild guess. Someone's birthday. Poor Eric. How can he go on living when his older sister forgets his birthday? Tristan's mimic had formed into a devilish smile, but after seeing the impact it left on Elle, he dropped the facade. I was just joking. He opened her clothes slightly and placed a kiss on her chest. Instead of seeing the ugliest scars, she felt the gentle touch of her brother's lips. All of her scars had disappeared. And she giggled at her brother's gesture. You can stop now. Her giggling turned into a bright smile. Is that you, Elle? She heard a familiar female voice. An older woman who had stunning braids in her hair approached. The majority of her hair hung low on her left side. Are we ready for dinner? We are, Tristan answered. For some reason, she had trouble recalling her sister's name. Edelgard placed her hand against her head in pain. Her two siblings doted on her with affectionate kisses. As the pain subsided, she realized she still couldn't recall her sister's name. She gave her brother a pleading look. I am all right. My head just started hurting. Edelgard made an effort to put their minds at ease. As your oldest siblings, it's our duty to protect you. They were both overjoyed to be able to see her better. You seem to grow a little wiser, her sister remarked. How so? When Edelgard heard that, she was taken aback. It's just a hunch. Her sister giggled. Enough, Anna, we are nearly there. Elle's escapades around the palace are best left unmentioned at the dinner table, right? Tristan searched for the approval of both his sisters, and he found it. Anna, Elle yelled out her sister's name with the same glee and enthusiasm as if she had just found a hidden treasure. What is it, Elle? Anna stroked her chin. It's nothing. In her embarrassment, Edelgard turned her face away. She felt so warm around her chest. Her chest was pounding from the excitement, but Tristan managed to make her feel completely at ease despite the situation. She had failed to remember her brother's formidable physical prowess. He carried her up the seemingly endless stairs that led to the enormous dining hall with complete ease. When he was alive, he was the rightful heir to the throne. His strength did not come from a crest, instead, it was the result of countless hours of training that he put himself through. There you are. A deep, powerful voice greeted them. It would seem you are the first to arrive. Father. Tears stormed out of Edelgard's eyes as she heard how powerful it sounded before the tragedy. She greeted him, Father, as tears trickled silently down her cheeks. Her father dropped everything he was doing and rushed to her. Elle. He gently turned to her and whispered. What happened? He turned to her siblings for answers. But they were also clueless. She has been a bit more, Tristan was interrupted by Edelgard. It's nothing. I am just so excited and happy. After staring at her for what seemed like an eternity, her dad finally gave in and kissed her. Your loved ones are there for you no matter what life throws at you. Edelgard nodded. I know. Uttering these words, Edelgard felt a dagger being plunged deep into her heart. All she wanted to do was enjoy the moment, as she knew when she inevitably returned to the present, nothing would be the same. Suddenly, she remembered a conversation she had with her father. Father, I remember now what you told me about time. I always love to hear your answer, El. Tristan gently dropped Edelgard to her feet, and her father kneeled down to look her directly in the eyes. You were trying to tell me that time is a gift and that I shouldn't try to make it advance faster. Her dad leaned in for a hug and kiss. You have grown quite wise. I wish for all of you to find your own happiness. You will always be RL, even if your last name changes. Father. Both Edelgard and Anna raised their voices in opposition. Their hands were curled into small fists. Since he is the oldest, I decreed that Tristan would inherit the throne, and I have no doubt that he will make an excellent emperor. But even more important is that you will help him while he carries the weight of the Adrestian Empire. But unlike him, you are free to love whomever you desire. Their father spoke in a soft voice. I don't intend to pass away anytime soon, so there is no need to worry about that, and I'd love to see all of your weddings. Our family is filled with skilled dancers. He gave a wink, and now, when Edelgard pondered it, the wink he performed reminded her of Dorothea. Anna and Tristan smiled. Yes, but Eric is still no dancer. Tristan stated. Perhaps you don't mind showing him the ropes. Anna turned to Edelgard. She paused as she remembered how she tried to teach her brother in the past. She failed to turn him into a good dancer before her uncle took her to the kingdom and the rest. Her family turned to her. I was just lost in thought. She nodded and then with great determination she spoke. I will make a great dancer out of Eric. That's what we want to hear, little sis. Tristan was putting the finishing touches on the elaborate dance floor, while Anna began purring in the soap at each of their plates. They should be here soon and the soap is very hot. She argued. While this was going on, her father turned to Edelgard. So how was your day? Edelgard struggled to recall her day. Father, she reached out her hands and touched him. Everything seemed so real, from the gentle touch of his skin to the muscles in his body to the sound of his voice to the appearance of both him and the room. Everything was exactly as she remembered it. Nonetheless, Edelgard was skeptical. Was it all a dream? Was this the past? Her father and siblings were right in front of her eyes, but she was afraid it was all an illusion and a trick. She closed her eyes and tried to wake up, but nothing happened. Eventually she turned to her father. Do you remember when my uncle took me outside on a trip? There was a sudden expression of clarity on her dad's face. So the boar who attacked has been on your mind? Child, I already scolded Vokhard for this. He embraced her. Oh my poor El, your uncle shouldn't have lost sight of you. No, I ran off because I was bored. Edelgard defended him. I was immature. So he remembers. Edelgard contemplated another test, but she dropped the prospect when she heard a ring at the door. Are we here on time? They heard another feminine voice. Quiet, Aurora. A young man spoke. Please, come in. When Ionius heard the sound of his children, he broke into a wide grin. Ah, Aurora. You spoiled the surprise. A younger voice spoke. Ionius made a beeline for the entrance, where he was met by a swarm of children eager to give him a hug. Edelgard saw her other siblings make a hasty entrance. Edelgard's memory was failing her again, and this time, she couldn't remember the names of many of her siblings and her head hurt because of it. The suffering was beyond anything that could be measured. She smashed to the ground in pain. Her siblings screamed as they rushed to her. Edelgard's eyes lost sight of what was happening. 21th of the Great Tree Moon. Finally, you are awake. Byleth was able to identify the voice as belonging to Suthis. What was happening? Byleth inquired as he looked around and noticed that the fire was nearly extinguished. You feel asleep? Suthis answered. I was worried about you. Suthis kicked him, but due to her being a ghost, nothing happened. So you are finally awake, Professor. Byleth heard a cold and menacing voice from behind. Hubert. What happened to Byleth's eyes had adjusted to the darkness and he saw Edelgard. The students are safe, no thanks to your efforts. Hubert spoke in an icy manner. Byleth turned around to face Hubert. You can count yourself lucky that Her Highness values you this greatly. I look forward to working with you. Byleth extended his hand to Hubert. But Hubert pushed it away. Don't betray her trust. This is my first warning, so make sure it's your last. Then he turned his attention to Edelgard. Her Highness and her companions are asleep, so please keep your volume to a reasonable amount so as not to disturb them. He made a pause. Since we are going to cooperate for the coming year, you are going to start by telling where you and your Highness have been, and please don't leave anything out. Byleth desired to disregard him. Can we not talk about this later? Do you have a better suggestion as to how to pass the time? Hubert's tone implied a subtle threat. Byleth rose slowly and crept over to the history book on his desk, which he and Edelgard were reading together. Hubert did the same, but his steps were slightly heavier than his. It would seem you might be useful. Byleth was awarded a minor compliment. I still can't believe that the church hired someone like you as a professor. His voice was cold as he saw Byleth with the history book. House Vestra is privy to quite a few useful pieces of key information. Should you continue to prove your usefulness, I will share some of them with you. Byleth still ignored him as he turned to the page where he had last. Know your place. Hubert prepared a dark spell at Byleth. You should do something. Byleth was the target of an assault by Suthies as she punched her frustration out on him, but due to her state, she simply faded through him each time. Edelgard fell asleep after we shared a meal. Byleth answered truthfully. That is what you wanted to know. Byleth placed the book on the table and turned his full attention to Hubert. She neglected to sleep and helped me on guard duty yesterday. Likewise, she refused to sleep out of fear of the possibility that someone would try to rescue Akiran. I see. Hubert's dark miasma dissipated, and he took a seat next to Byleth. Byleth had chosen the Black Eagles for many reasons, but what he told Edelgard was the primary one. She is relentless. Byleth spoke from the bottom of his heart. That she is. Her Highness has great ambitions, and as her retainer, it is my duty to protect her from the countless threats that await us on our path. Don't become one of those threats. I must admit that, as of now, you have done a good job at defending her. Hubert seemed genuinely grateful as he bowed his head slightly. Then the tone of his voice shifted. Is this some kind of trick on your part? Byleth gave him a look of confusion. When Edelgard assumes the throne, she will doubtless turn to those she trusts the most. I can make you an attractive offer. He stretched his hand out. But Byleth looked at him with even more confusion as he refused to take his hand. Hubert placed his hands on his chin and gave Byleth an evaluating look. This was followed by a small nod. You pass this round, Professor. Byleth ignored him as he turned his attention back to the book. According to Her Highness, you spent a considerable amount of time discussing the upcoming lectures. Byleth nodded. Care to share? Hubert stretched his arm out in a cooperative gesture. What do you wish to know? Byleth gave Hubert half of his attention. Do you have a plan regarding the coming mock battle? The other houses are indeed skilled. Failure would reflect badly on you, but most of all, it would slander Lady Edelgard's reputation at home. Among the nobles, there are many poisonous rats that will take any opportunity to enrich themselves on the failures of their monarch. After learning how serious the matter was, Byleth put down the book. Wait here. Byleth walked over to the bookshelf, and when he came back he was carrying a map of the monastery. I assume this is where the mock battle is held. Byleth used his index finger to point to a large area of land outside of Garreg Mach. It seems you are not useless, Professor. Hubert gave him a slight nod. Yes, this is where the mock battle is held. The house leaders can choose their starting positions. From his pocket, Hubert placed 3 different colored stones on the map. The black stone represents us. The green and white stones symbolize the deer and lions respectively. Byleth nodded. Claude will choose the forest. Byleth and Hubert spoke with a single voice. Hubert made a slight nod of approval. It seems we reached the same assessment of Claude, Professor. That's good. Byleth ignored his compliment and moved on. Dimitri will have two options. One option, Hubert corrected him. One option. Byleth agreed as his hand showed a spot with a large fortified ruin. This makes for an ideal battlefield. He despises treachery and will choose even ground, and the ruin gives him something to fall back on. Hubert clapped his hands softly. I am surprised that you managed to read them so quickly. One day of fighting side by side and you already have a good read on them. One day of also fighting against them. Byleth added. Hubert's expression of minor admiration faded. What? After Edelgard and I had finished our meal, I engaged in combat with them. Byleth was forthright in his response. Hubert's hand clenched in anger. You also revealed vital information about you in the process. I doubt that Dimitri can learn much from a single session, but Claude, then he turned to Edelgard. May I request to know what you did with Her Highness while you were off to these sparring sessions? I carried her and made sure she could rest well. Byleth received a slap from Hubert. I couldn't leave her in the dining hall. Byleth commented on the situation as he took another blow to the stomach. Her Highness is not some village maiden you can carry around as you see fit. What's worse is that you thought it wise to seek out her rivals and present her to them in her compromised state. It was either that or leave her vulnerable to the knights. I couldn't do either, and I did not seek out Claude or Dimitri. They approached us. Byleth's eyes followed Hubert's, and the mutual hatred in their expressions seemed to encompass the entire universe. Ugh! They heard someone in pain. Arg, no, leave me alone. Edelgard begged for someone to leave her alone. Byleth and Hubert quickly rushed to her side. Lady Edelgard. Hubert was about to shake her awake, but Byleth stopped him. He turned to Suthies. Is there something we can do? Why are you asking me that? Suthies materialized before the sleeping Edelgard. Byleth gave her a tiny whisper. You were at the center of my dreams. Of your dreams? She exclaimed. Hers are obviously different. Suthies turned to Edelgard. There might be something I could try. She leaned closer and kissed Edelgard on the forehead. After a few seconds, Edelgard was no longer in pain. Suthies had a surprised reaction on her face. I doubt I was responsible for this. She has impeccable timing for comedy. Prior to that, Hubert had fought to regain control of her by getting his hands on her, but Byleth had stopped him. She needs to wake up. Hubert was about to use force to take Byleth away when, all of a sudden, Edelgard stopped crying out in pain and her face went back to normal. With Byleth's permission, Hubert hurried in to see how she was doing. This is highly unusual. Her Highness seems to be fine. With astonishment on his face, he looked at Byleth. He had the expression of someone who was torn between thanking him or killing him. What ensued was a large silence. Byleth was surprised that everyone was still asleep. The three women, Lysithea, Bernadetta, and Edelgard, must have worked themselves to exhaustion. Together with Hubert, they decided to watch over them. Do you ever sleep, Hubert? After you and Lady Edelgard visited me in the infirmary, I got some sleep. Why? At first, Byleth avoided responding to his inquiry. Hubert made his stance abundantly clear. His expression had, I don't trust you, written all over it. This caused Byleth to respond. You are my student now and I need everyone to be at their best. Hubert responded with a chuckle. Trying to act like a teacher are we? Incapable of stifling his mirth, he drew nearer and spoke in a hushed tone. Let me make this clear, Juritsa would have been a far better professor than you. Whenever you do something foolish, remember that a replacement for you is right around the corner. He really hates you, Suthies commented. It's all right. Byleth ignored her. I can work with people like him. Can you? Suthies retorted with genuine concern in her voice. Because to me seems like the type who will not hesitate to deploy all manner of wickedness to end you. I survived the worst. Byleth tried to sound confident, but the honest truth was that he had never faced an opponent that hid in the shadows. Usually he did that to surprise his foes and use their hubris against them. Do not let foolishness overcome you. Suthies whispered to him. I will try. And with that, Byleth focused his attention back to the table. Hubert guarded Edelgard and the others for a few minutes before he joined Byleth. In the meantime, Byleth went through all the possible scenarios for how the coming battle could go. His only problem was his own students. He had seen them fight once, and from what he observed many of them would only make good sacrificial lambs. It doesn't matter whether or not we lose students. Hubert had figured out Byleth's problem. As long as you and Edelgard don't get defeated, we are still in the fight. Byleth turned to Hubert. Following this, he vehemently shook his head. This doesn't seem right. These are the rules. Hubert shook his shoulders. In a real battle, losing our commanders would mean defeat. For Lady Edelgard's ambitions, everyone is disposable. Does this include you? Byleth turned the sharp question toward him. With unwavering confidence, Hubert spoke, "It does." He then returned his finger to the map. Let's turn our attention to the task in front of us. I hope your mind has come up with something we can use. Byleth showed him what he had thought of. You plan on forcing Claude out of his hiding spot in the woods. Byleth nodded. We set fire to it. A skilled enough archer can hit trees with a fire arrow from afar, and then Claude won't retaliate, and we can. We can intercept him while he tries to run away. Hubert touched his chin. There is only one problem. He looked at the sleeping Bernadetta. She is our best archer, and the torture little Miss Varley was exposed to has turned her into a dysfunctional member of society and even worse of a warrior. Then I will make a warrior out of her. Hubert laughed in his face. I know from Geralt that you never used to lead a group. Let alone a company. You've only trained yourself based on what my sources have told me. He has a point. Suthies took Hubert's side. You are taking his side? Byleth felt a little betrayed by his companion. I saw some of your memories. You never used to teach anyone from your father's company. I taught the children in Remire how to fight. Now I feel safer already. Suthies spoke her mind with a hint of sarcasm. Byleth darted briefly at the floor before he returned the eye contact. We have 2 weeks to teach Bernadetta to consistently shoot far enough. Hubert nodded. There's also Petra. The only Black Eagle that surpasses her is Lady Edelgard. Given her extraordinary skills as a huntress, we can expect she will be able to shoot farther than Claude. Byleth almost agreed with that. I believe that Claude would see this coming. Hubert waited to hear Byleth's reasoning. In chess, he targets the tower. Only a handful of people would have comprehended what Byleth attempted to convey. Hubert was one of them. Hence, he responded with a nod. I see, Professor. I assume you took Claude up on his offer. Did you win against him? I won. Byleth quickly told him the entire game from his memory. Hubert listened in astonishment. You got Claude to make multiple mistakes. He clapped with his hands. He hasn't played anyone who values every piece equally and uses them all yet, so this is all new to him. Claude is used to playing against rich nobles that wouldn't sacrifice their higher pieces. Hubert agreed with him. However, there is no guarantee Claude won't employ a new strategy. You showed him the error of his ways, an error Lady Edelgard and I meticulously avoided showing him so that he was unprepared. I count that Claude will use how I played and try to counter it, and we are going to counter his counter. Hubert wore a malicious grin. It's good to see that our new professor is not a total degenerate. He pinched his ears forward, waiting to hear Byleth's plan to counter his own play style. Byleth knew that Hubert already had thought of a few possible counters and that Claude also had a few in mind, but Byleth was certain he could nail down the counter to a single one. Claude will play like this. He will establish a strong position in the front. Byleth pointed right next to their start, and he will use the lions to strike at us first, then unofficially combine with them. His forces will push us against the lions. It will be 2 against 1, only because he used a loophole to do so. It does seem like him, using the lions as meat shields. Byleth's sentiments were shared by Hubert. From all the possible counters, playing as ruthlessly as you have demonstrated to him sounds exactly like something he would do. And this is where we counter. Byleth pointed at the nearby forest. We are going inside it and let the lions and deer fight there while we disappear and head straight for Claude and Professor Manuela. The counter in 5 turns. An ecstatic grin spreads across Hubert's face. We will teach him a lesson to never stand against the Empire. Following Claude's defeat, We are going to eliminate the last lions. We have to overpower them, but as an entire class, I hope we are up to the task. If we are not, then this only proves your inability to lead us. Do not forget Professor Juritsa has the approval of multiple imperial houses. He will replace you should you cross certain lines. Byleth shook his head. I don't plan to lose. Hubert exclaimed at Byleth a final time before he let out a yawn. Good. He turned to sit once more at the fireplace. From now on, we will wait. Tomorrow there are no lectures even under normal circumstances. He pointed at the snow outside. So I will rest once Lady Edelgard wakes from her slumber. Crack. Someone was striking at the door. The door handle is frozen, Rhea. Step aside, Seath. As soon as they heard Rhea take a step forward, the iron door handle began to almost completely melt. After that, she opened the door as if it were nothing. A massive amount of snow flooded the room, but Rhea alongside her advisor Seath simply marched inside. Greetings. Seath examined Byleth and gave him a disapproving frown. But as soon as he saw the sleeping girls, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. Thank the goddess for their safety. Hubert approached and interrupted Byleth's retort. Professor Eisner saw the snowstorm and made the prudent decision to take them here for shelter. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Lady Edelgard and Miss Ordelia were coming to the professor's aid, as he wasn't yet familiar with the location of Miss Varley's room. I see. Seath still looked at Byleth with wariness, while Rhea seemed happy. A caring professor, the Black Eagles are finally in good hands. She beamed an unshakable grin, absolutely certain in her conviction that the choice she had made was the best possible one. Seath and I already tasked the monks and knights with cleaning up the snow. In a few hours, they will be done. Until then, would you like something to eat? From her garments, she took a bag of sweets and handed them to Byleth. From what I heard, these are very popular with young students. Her eyes drifted to Lysithea and then back to Byleth. Byleth offered Hubert some, but he refused. No thanks. They could hear the birds singing from a distance, and the room gradually became illuminated by the dawn's first rays of light. We won't disturb you any further. This storm created a mess that we have to take care of. Please let Miss Hresvelg know that I am excited to see her in my office for some tea. I will let Her Highness know. Once they were gone, Hubert shut the door behind them with considerable force. Fortunately, Byleth managed to soften the impact at the last second by using his entire weight to catch the door in time. Then he carefully closed it. Apologies, Professor. Is this his first apology? Suthies wondered. Byleth ignored her as he took a sweet from the bag and ate it. The taste was nothing special, but it would do. As he glimpsed outside, he saw a massive group of students trying to shovel snow. The man in question was blonde and appeared extremely happy with tasks. With him were Casper and Dimitri. They fought against the snow. While Byleth could see a gray-haired student and an orange-haired one trying to build something. Some sort of structure. He had seen such a sculpture back in Remire when he stayed there for a long winter. Well done, Annie. Now we only need a nose. Byleth heard the gray-haired girl speaking. Our snowman looks great, I couldn't have done it without you, merci. Punishing the snow is excellent training. Byleth recognized Casper's voice. In contrast, Hubert was on high alert. Must he scream this loud? Professor, can I borrow your coat? There is a bothersome nuisance I must get rid of. Byleth shook his head as he went to the window and spoke. Some students are asleep, Casper. Oh, it's you. Casper sounded excited. You are our new professor, right? I will show you what I can do. Here come dash. Raphael and Dimitri intervened and pressed their hands against his mouth. Dimitri giggled. You should listen to your professor, Casper. After they were certain Casper understood, they released his throat. But the damage was already done. Arg. They heard Bernadetta let out a small scream. Hubert and Byleth saw how she scanned the room for potential threats, and well, Hubert was still inside. Please don't kill me, she muttered. Hubert went to the corner of the room while Byleth slowly approached her. Don't worry, he won't kill you. He won't. Bernadetta mumbled. I won't, Hubert promised from across the room. He made no signs of moving closer and simply stayed in a corner. Byleth observed an increase in Bernadette's oxygen saturation as Bernadette's breathing steadily improved. Has something happened? As for Lysithea, she slept like a rock. Her health and vitality appeared to be in good order. I had a lovely dream. When she turned to look, she noticed that she had a single tear running down her face. How do you feel, Lysithea? Byleth inspected her. I feel fine, thanks. No need for an examination. She scrutinized him. 2 of the 3 are awake. Only 1 left. Byleth watched Edelgard sleep. The pattern of her breathing helped to calm his body, and he found that he was staring at her for a much longer period of time than he had originally intended to do so. Edelgard is still sleeping. Lysithea was surprised. She usually is even more of an early riser than I am. Hubert wanted to say something, but it was clear that he refused to talk across the entire room, and so Byleth waited for her to wake up. An hour prior. Her family's faces were filled with worry. Edelgard felt an enormous pain in her head. When she looked around, the scenery began to turn into a nightmare. Please no. Edelgard tried to prevent it, but she heard the sound of the shackles and could smell the stench of the dungeon. When she looked at her father, she saw how his face had begun to age rapidly. How his strength faded and how he began to become a shadow of his former self, tied to the throne but without any power. Stop it! Edelgard's voice broke down. Suddenly she saw the green-haired woman from her feather dream. Edelgard felt reminded of Rhea, but the person in front of her was not Rhea. She was a beautiful woman, slightly older than the Immaculate One herself. Who are you? Edelgard screamed at her. The person did not answer, and instead, she went forward. Stop! Edelgard ordered her to stop, but the woman went forward. Then, completely unexpectedly, she felt someone lightly kiss her on the forehead. She left Edelgard with a single sentence, "Have faith." And then, right before her eyes, she disappeared. Edelgard was left alone with far more questions as the darkness gradually vanished and the dining hall where she was about to eat family dinner appeared again before her eyes. Edelgard left out a weak thank you. Thank the goddess. Her father took her in his arms. What was this? Elle probably ate something bad. She heard Eric mumble a weak answer. But her father was simply overjoyed that the birthday child finally spoke. Right you are. We have plenty of time to investigate this further. For now, let us enjoy the dinner. Where Edelgard previously struggled to recall her siblings' names, she could now remember them all. Tristan was the oldest and heir to the throne. Anna was her oldest sister, Aurora the second oldest, and Declan was her second oldest brother but was younger than Anna. Finn was the third son, and he and his sister Luna were twins. Lastly were the 2 twins, Noah and Martin. As for her younger siblings, these were Eric, the youngest son, and his older sister Clara. Despite many of them having different mothers, they all stuck together. They got along, their mothers never bickered or betrayed her father. Until the end of the insurrection, her many stepmothers stayed by her father's side. Although the system was antiquated, Edelgard could not help but marvel at how her family avoided pointless blood feuds. When Edelgard sat down to taste the marvelous soup, tears poured down her eyes. It was that magnificent. So tasty. Declan inquired as he reached for a spoon. This is indeed tasty. Aurora took Edelgard's side, as she had done so often. Edelgard recalled how she admired and respected her 2 older siblings. Tristan and Aurora were pillars of strength. Even though he lacked a crest, her older brother was the most formidable crestless fighter Edelgard had ever seen. He often went up against the Praetorians, the guards of the Emperor, and beat them in training. But while he favored a sword infused with magic in attacks that made use of combined magical and physical assault, she was more partial to a mighty axe. Tristan told her to learn magic. Edelgard felt so grateful to have her memories return to her, even if it's just for this one dream. Let's toast to our little brother's birthday. Tristan was the first to raise his glass. A fine idea, Tristan. Her father raised his glass, and after everyone was ready, he spoke a toast. Eric, this is your 5th birthday. I hope you don't mind these humble gifts. Her father pointed at a table filled with presents. One present, in particular, had caught Edelgard's attention. "Feel free to open it, little brother." The twin brothers Noah and Martin were excited that Noah first opened their present. What Edelgard saw left her in shock. A blue dagger, the same as the one had gotten in Faerghus. "These are costume-made," her brothers exclaimed. "When you look under it you can see an insignia inscribed on it. These numbers reflect your birthday." "Thanks." Eric was overjoyed at his present. While this was going on, Edelgard was still frozen. Because of this newfound knowledge, she felt compelled to double-check her own dagger to see if the number matched. When she last saw Eric, he didn't have his dagger with him, and the boy who gave it to her never explained where he got it. She shook her head. She wanted to spend the fleeting moments she had with her family with them and not in her thoughts. "From El." Eric read her the gift card out aloud. What could it be? He pondered with excitement in his voice. Edelgard was just as curious as him, but then she recalled what her gift was. A bouquet of crimson carnations. This was her usual gift. Her older siblings frequently blushed at them. Aurora whispered into Elle's ears. "You were too young to understand this, but crimson carnations represent eternal love. They are usually meant for your significant other." Edelgard fought to keep the tears at bay as she responded, "My love for you is eternal." In response, she received a passionate kiss from Aurora. "Oh, Elle. Has something happened?" Her siblings seemed surprised by the sudden display of emotions between Elle and Aurora. "Elle just told me that the reason she gifts us these carnations is that she eternally loves us." Suddenly the room began to gradually fade away. "I love you all forever." That was the last thing that escaped Edelgard's lips as the dining hall, and her siblings disappeared right before her. "I love you all so much." She placed her hands against her heart. "Until we see each other again. Edelgard." She felt Byleth gently touch her. Her eyes needed a second to adjust. The room was now bathed in bright sunlight, and the massive fireplace was still keeping her warm. "Professor. Is everything all right?" Byleth pointed at Lysithea and Bernadetta, who were eating some delicious sweets while Hubert was standing at one of the room's corners. "I must have missed something." "Don't worry, Hubert and I will catch you up on everything." He offered her hand. Similarly to the previous instances, she was convinced that he had moved and no words came of it. For her, it was the strangest thing about him. But deep down, despite the fact that she left her family behind in her dream, she felt happy to see all of them. And despite the fact that she had only spent a single day with him, she counted Byleth among the people who meant a great deal to her. "Professor." "Yes, Edelgard. Let us depart and see what the next day will bring us." Byleth offered her his hand, and she graciously accepted it. Chapter 17, Warfare Involving Snowballs. 21th of the Great Tree Moon. As Edelgard accepted Byleth's hand, she noticed that the fabric of her white gloves was smoother than the fabric of Byleth's black gloves. However, the juxtaposition of black and white worked extraordinarily well, and together with their different colored gloves, they stood out amongst the students. During this time, Hubert kept looking directly at Byleth in the eyes and gave him a menacing look without breaking eye contact. Hubert was thoroughly focused on Byleth's manners, but Edelgard ignored him. Byleth was now their professor, and Edelgard didn't mind accepting his assistance, even if it was for something as meaningless as getting up. "In my heart, I know we shouldn't drive him away, not when he is showing such promise and could be such a boon to our cause. He merely needs to figure out the right answers and come to the correct conclusions for himself." There was a genuine possibility that Byleth would share our values once he got to know us better. And while it is your right to be skeptical, Hubert, please don't overdo it. Edelgard gave her retainer a pleading look so that he would at least attempt to get along with Byleth. Hubert grumbled something as he gradually came out of his corner and approached them. As was his custom, he bowed low and addressed her as Lady Edelgard. "Our new professor and I kept guard duty. I'm obligated to report that the Archbishop and her second-in-command were here not too long ago and inspected everyone. Likewise, our professor and I had many things to discuss. Among them is his lack of decorum." Hubert's voice was frosty, but Byleth seemed to be preoccupied with something else. Byleth pointed at the large table in the center of the room. Hubert and I know how to win the coming mock battle. After Lysithea has left, we'll fill you in on everything." At the mention of her name, Lysithea chimed in. "Why are you mentioning me?" Judging by her reaction, she had only heard a fragment of the conversation. "It's nothing," Edelgard stated in a soft manner, turning to face Lysithea, who had 2 cakes in her hands and crumbs all over her face. Edelgard looked for a handkerchief or some kind of fabric to clean her mouth when suddenly Byleth, seeing what she was up to, offered her his. "I can't take that." Edelgard refused him. "It's too valuable." He had handed her the same handkerchief that belonged to his mother. But Byleth shrugged her off, kneeled down before Lysithea, and received a slap for his efforts in cleaning her. Byleth ignored the impact of the slap, but Lysithea seemed ready to dish out more. "It's a habit of his to clean." Edelgard defended him as she stopped Lysithea's punches. In return, Lysithea only rolled her eyes. "I guess it's not a bad habit," she expressed as she began to cool down. "But, I am perfectly capable of cleaning myself, thank you." Byleth finally spoke a word to Lysithea. "Apologies." His tone was quieter than usual, and his voice attempted to emulate the softness Edelgard had in her voice when she addressed Lysithea. Unfortunately for him, the quality of his mouthpiece was a poor imitation. Lysithea had an expression on her face that seemed confused about whether to break into a burst of laughter or accept his apology and move on. Edelgard cast a scrutinizing gaze her way, and Lysithea wisely decided on the latter. "I accept your apology," she quipped silently. Edelgard let out a tiny sigh as she stretched out her hand to Byleth and demanded, "Show me your handkerchief." Byleth placed the handkerchief in Edelgard's hand, and she walked outside, took a little bit of the snow that was lying around, and rubbed the handkerchief in it with the same motion and rhythm Byleth had shown her at the lake. Both he and Hubert were rendered speechless as a result of this seemingly insignificant action. Hubert was on the verge of protesting, and Byleth was frozen in place for a few seconds. Once more, Byleth carried the same expression as Petra when she got the Fodlane's vocabulary wrong, the face of a young, lost kitten. "You are welcome." Edelgard handed him the handkerchief back, and as if nothing had happened, she turned to the task at hand. "You wanted to say something, Hubert." Since everything went so quickly and given the pressure Edelgard placed on the way she addressed him, he decided to drop his complaint for now. She knew he would make a record of it and confront her later in private, but if she needed to, she would remind Hubert of why he shouldn't doubt her. Hubert gestured to Bernadetta and Lysithea. "The 2 of them have now eaten breakfast, and in doing so, they drained us of our food supplies. The Archbishop mentioned that she and the monastery staff have been busy creating pathways through the thick snow, yet regarding the efforts and longevity of their work, you will have to judge for yourself." Hubert performed his usual bow. "I will take my leave now." Before he turned to the fireplace, he went over to Byleth and whispered something into his ear. His eyes were gleaming with his maliciousness. Edelgard turned to face Byleth. "Did he threaten you again?" She attempted to downplay Hubert's threats. Byleth's sole response was a nod. "Don't let it get to you." "As you know." "I don't mind." Byleth silenced her. "I am aware of his role and my position." With that, Byleth focused his attention on other matters as he watched how Hubert made sure to keep his distance from Bernadetta and how she was getting along quite well with Lysithea. Somehow, nothing Bernadetta conveyed managed to provoke Lysithea, which was indeed a miracle. After a long pause, his gazes slowly drifted back to her. "Are you hungry? Is it that obvious?" Edelgard's hand went to her stomach. Byleth proceeded a little bit closer to her and responded with a no. He hesitated briefly. "That's just years of experience. Or common knowledge." Edelgard teased him. "How could you not figure out that your students are hungry after a long, exhausting day?" She made a subtle wink in his direction, but seeing Byleth's cluelessness made her even happier. "Why are you so happy?" Byleth inquired. With the slight shift in his tone, Edelgard could figure out that he seemed at a loss for words. Edelgard also seemed confused as to what to tell Byleth and how much to tell him. "There are a few students who will undoubtedly attempt to use their charms on you. But I don't think you will have to worry about them, Professor." Her face was slightly reddened, but this time no one noticed that. But as soon as she changed the topic, her cheeks returned to their usual white color. "So, Professor, let us. Meow. Edelgard felt the warm touch of a cat beneath her feet. Adrestia. She was overjoyed and quickly embraced her cat. Who's a good kitty? She used her hands and carefully massaged Adrestia's stomach area, which in turn caused Adrestia to let out a satisfied meow. With Adrestia in her arms, Edelgard turned to the windows. She replied, a little disappointed but also pleased, it's still snowing. Byleth went over to her and gave her his coat. I can't accept that. I am used to the cold. Meanwhile, I can't let my student become sick. Should I become sick? It means we have less time for lectures, which is bad for the upcoming mock battle. Edelgard scolded him. Should I become sick, it means you get a bit of homework, and I have more time to become a proper teacher. Byleth averted his eyes for a brief moment. This earned him Edelgard's high praise. You are already doing a fine job. You shouldn't throw around praises before the first lecture. Byleth went over to his table and picked up the massive book. In the meantime, Edelgard got a sneak peek at their strategy regarding the mock battle, and she was surprised. What would have been a few pebbles placed on the map for everyone else was a highly detailed plan for the eyes of someone such as herself, Hubert, Byleth, and, as much as it pained her, Claude. HMMH. Hubert and I will fill you in later. Byleth stood behind her, checking that his mantle was draped adequately over her. Edelgard gave a dismissive yes as she tried to figure out the last bits and pieces that weren't quite right in her mind. But when she felt a soft hand pat her head, she turned around. Professor. She was angry at him. Please use proper decorum in the future. Ignorance isn't always a shield. Byleth didn't really understand what she was saying. It helps people focus and relax. A head pat. Edelgard's eyes widened in surprise. Byleth nodded. It works especially well on those who are young. Edelgard shot an inquisitive look Byleth's way. Has your father taught you that? There was another nod, and then he continued talking. But I have also confirmed it in practice. He made a pause. It works almost every time. Do you mean me when you say almost? Edelgard used her posture to impose on him. Before she realized it, her body language was similar to that of Costas and her uncle. Not only you. He responded flatly as he approached the door. Edelgard followed suit, and she felt a big breeze coming her way. This cold was even more ruthless than the temperature of the Imperial dungeon. Are you all right? Byleth shrugged off the cold as if it were nothing. The dining hall is on this path, as far as I remember. Edelgard knew that Lysithea and Bernadetta would not set foot outside as long as it was snowing to such a degree, so she briefly went inside and told them. I will bring you some food. Both girls were still locked in chatter, but they heard her. See you, Lady Edelgard. Bernadetta mumbled. See you, Edelgard, and don't forget to bring us some nice dessert. Lysithea was suppressing the urge to sound commanding, but this matter was of absolute importance to her. While Edelgard locked eyes with them, she noticed a massive fur mantle lying on the ground. The cloak had served as a blanket for Lysithea, Bernadetta, and her while they had been sleeping. She contemplated getting the mantle and handing Byleth back his, but then she noticed how the blanket now covered her sleeping retainer. Hence, she quickly dropped her pursuit. However, what she did was remove her tiny red cape from her shoulder and use it as an excellent way to cover Adrestia, who was still in her arms. Edelgard, Byleth approached from the door. He apparently walked back a few steps for her. The snow nearly covered him entirely, and his clothes were starting to get wet. Professor, when this is done, you should consider heading into the nearby sauna. I hear it's just a few feet away from your room. Byleth stared at her as if he could do nothing with the information Edelgard had provided him. Your room is south of the training grounds. It's the first room in the commoner dorms. What is a sauna? Byleth shrugged his shoulders as he went on his way to the dining hall. Edelgard had to admit that she never actually used one. She vaguely remembered seeing one in Faerghus. But, when she awoke from her dream, most of her memories were once again a dark blur. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to recall its structure. Inver had none due to its warm temperature. However, it did feature bathhouses, many of which were built by her family. The more Edelgard dwelled on it, the more she understood that, as a princess, she wasn't allowed to leave the palace too often. Before she got to the age where her father would have felt comfortable enough to let her out of the palace on her own, she was forced to hide in the kingdom, and then the one wearing her uncle's remains forbade her from leaving. Stumbling across Jahretsa was a miracle. Significant amounts of snow were still falling from the sky. Thus, Edelgard cradled her cat Adrestia in her arms as she followed Byleth's path to the dining hall. Byleth at first tried to remove some of the snow with his hands, but upon seeing the mountains of it, he decided to melt the necessary amount of snow with a few well-placed fireballs. She could feel his grip as he steered her away from the oncoming deluge of water. The path is clear. He talked as if the vast wave of water was something that happened all the time. In the meantime, Edelgard was mesmerized by how the snow that had fallen around her was turning into ice. But since the path was clear, Edelgard thanked him with a smile. "Thank you." When they finally reached the entrance, Byleth quickly opened the door by almost melting the frozen handle. What followed was that they stormed into the dining hall. Once inside, they heard someone familiar stand at the center of attention and sing. It turned out that there were actually two different voices. A duet that captured its audience's heart. Many students and knights had gathered to listen in on their performance. Edelgard remembered having heard their song once before. It was in Inver a lifetime ago. But the ones performing the song were different. Edelgard carefully placed Adrestia on the ground and attached her red cape back to her shoulder. Following this, she handed Byleth back his mantle, and as she touched his soft skin, she realized that his body temperature was low. She quickly scanned the room for a fireplace. The room was warmer than most, but Byleth needed to warm up. "Professor," she addressed him with a gentle whisper. "Would you kindly cook something warm for the two of us? Is there something you fancy?" After Edelgard finished attaching his mantle, he turned around and looked deep into Lavender eyes. "I'm open for surprises," Edelgard answered. She watched how he approached the kitchen flames and started cooking. Her heart felt better, knowing this would warm him up. While Byleth was occupied in the kitchen, she went to see what all the commotion was about. And then she saw them. She was taken aback to see Ferdinand and Dorothea sharing the stage. Edelgard was just one of many people who were left speechless by their entrancing dance. An operatic aria was performed. Faint memories started to come back to her. She witnessed this performance once in Inver. Dorothea's movements and tone matched those of Manuela perfectly. For a moment, she felt like she was dreaming of being transported back into the body of her younger self while she stood in the large opera house waiting for her uncle. Without warning, her uncle took her to the kingdom that night, and she never witnessed the ending of the song. Edelgard discovered the song's ending years later. It was part of a more significant tragedy regarding one of her ancestors. And thus the reign of pain came. Dorothea sang loudly. Ferdinand matched her lyrics. Thus, the end of pain came. Edelgard realized that now they were getting to a part of the story that she had failed to see in action all those years ago. But now she knew the ending. Dorothea and Ferdinand had their hands pressed together as if they had been locked in an elaborate dance together. Dorothea coerced Ferdinand into performing multiple pirouettes, each of which was more complex than the one before it. There was no hiding the fact that this was exhausting for him, just as it had been for his ancestor when he fought against mine. The tale of Derek von Aegir, the warrior prime minister, and Katharina von Hresvelg. The title of the opera they were performing is called The Rose and the Dawn, and according to what Edelgard managed to find out, they were in the final act. Derek's forces nearly subdued Katharina's, and it seemed like he was about to win the civil war that had ravaged Adrestia, but Katharina prevailed. When she was cornered by Derek's army, a commoner she had made a knight came to help her and gave his life for her. This allowed her to get out of the trap and fight Derek. In their reenactment, Dorothea and Manuela played Katharina, and Ferdinand now stood in for his ancestor. Edelgard was surprised that they were reenacting the opera, especially since it was one of the tensest and most extended operatic productions. They probably only played this scene, and I have a clue as to why. She gazed deeply into Dorothea's eyes and observed the ferocity that was contained within them. It became clear to her that someone or something must have upset her to such a degree that she decided to perform a dance that would leave her partner in the dust. The swiftness and viciousness with which Dorothea moved were proving to be a challenge for Ferdinand. and he would soon have to repeat history and admit defeat. Edelgard admired how long he managed to keep up with her. However, the fact that Ferdinand was able to stand next to a former diva demonstrates that he must have been a dedicated admirer of opera, and it is remarkable that he accomplished this feat. The crowd was cheering for them, knights and students alike. Edelgard spotted Annette, Petra, Claude, and Hilda among those who were watching the performance. In the meantime, many Knights of Syros were drinking alcoholic beverages while the students were served fresh water, milk, and orange juice. "What's with this commotion?" they heard a loud and commanding voice. It belonged to Seath. And as soon as he spoke, the crowd around Dorothea and Ferdinand dispersed. "We were watching a performance." One of the knights, who seemed to have a higher rank than his comrades, stood before Seath. But Seath was more than unsatisfied with his answer. "Lady Rhea gave you an explicit task to free the monastery from snow. Celebrations are off until the snow has been cleared." When he saw Dorothea and Ferdinand still performing, he waited for a long moment. Edelgard and everyone were surprised to see Seath frozen at the performance. It was unusual for him to be lost in thought. However, this did not last forever, and when Ferdinand finally gave out, he was the first to ask, "Why in the name of the goddess were you dancing?" To relieve stress, Ferdinand answered, "Dorothea and I used this to train a little." Dorothea reluctantly offered her hand to Ferdinand. But he did not accept it and got up himself. "You are not a bad dancer, Ferdy. But some of your moves are hard to watch." Her green eyes made contact with Edelgard's lilac ones as she reprimanded him. Ferdinand paused for a long moment before he responded with, "I know. Will you help me improve them?" In contrast, Dorothea brushed off his response with a dismissive shrug. The fierceness that was visible in her eyes had not changed since earlier. She really hates him. But why? The last time Edelgard recalled such hatred was when they battled Akiran together. Annette carefully approached the two of them with a bright expression. "This was incredible. The next time you two dance, allow me to perform the music for it. I can be an additional singer, and I do know how to play a few instruments." As soon as Dorothea heard Annette, she was full of the usual energy and joy that she always has. "I am not a diva anymore." Dorothea winked at Annette. "However, should the monastery have nothing against a few operatic productions rather than being completely opposed to them, then I might be open for another performance." She looked away from Annette and toward Seath, who was still figuring out what had happened and watching the knights so they would leave and do their job. Seath heard Dorothea. "Perhaps something of this sort can be arranged. However, I needn't remind you of the two major mock battles. These battles can have a drastic impact on your future." And with that, he left. As he did so, Edelgard could spot Flayn, as she had been carefully hiding beneath the kitchen table. Suddenly, Edelgard was startled to feel a hand on her shoulder. "Here." Byleth handed her a plate. It was a soup and 2 fish sandwiches. Meanwhile, Byleth had the same meal, but one sandwich was missing. Edelgard gave Byleth an inquisitive look, and his eyes lingered on Flayn. She did not. Edelgard was surprised. Byleth did nothing more than nod in response before moving on to one of the many free tables due to Knight's departure. He gestured for Edelgard to sit across from him, and she quickly followed suit. "Your sandwich was amazing." A pair of emerald green eyes approached the table. "My name is Flayn, by the way. And thanks for not selling me out to my brother." Byleth seemed lost in thought for a moment, but then he recalled having seen her at the welcoming ceremony. "You are his sister?" She curled up into a tiny bow. "Yes. A pleasure to be of service to you. You must be Akiran's replacement." My brother got into quite the heated argument about it with Rhea. I, on the other hand, have big hopes for our new professor. Edelgard gently grabbed Byleth's arm. Flayn saw what Edelgard was indicating. "Wait, he has chosen to teach the Black Eagles." Flayn's joy was so intense that she almost jumped. "I am overjoyed, Edelgard. My brother ordered me to stay away from Akiran and from you." Her eyes were staring at the floor while her voice cracked. "I expected as much. Akiran was an awful teacher." "Say, Flayn, for how long have you been here?" "I slept here tonight. Together with Dorothea, Ferdinand, Claude, and Hilda." It was so much fun. Ferdinand even tried out something I cooked. Flane's expression of ecstatic delight was contagious. But I must confess that both Hilda and Dorothea have surpassed my abilities. Edelgard's lips curled into a grin. We should not repeat what happened here when I arrived. Byleth, who was eating his food, caught wind of their expressions. He took his fork to the side and asked, "What happened?" As if debating who should explain, Edelgard and Flane traded looks. The first to act was Edelgard. "Professor, Flane and I had people cook for us for most of our lives. Even at the worst of times, I had Hubert cook for me. It's not that I or Flane didn't want to learn, but we never had the opportunity to cook properly." Byleth gave a nod. He already knew from Edelgard about her situation, and he did not seem at all fazed by the revelation of Flane's poor cooking skills. "I already offered to teach my house leader. Do you wish to join us when the time comes for one of her cooking lessons?" Flane's eyes were burning with the same zeal they had used to almost destroy the kitchen 2 weeks ago. "I'm looking forward to it, Professor. Can I sit with you at the table? My brother was mad that I wasn't in my room. But I got hungry. Thus I sneaked out for a late-night snack." Flane looked longingly out the window. "I didn't know it would start snowing so hard. I love snow. Would you be up for a snowball fight later?" Byleth's eyes were looking over to Edelgard for advice. "Wait, you are leaving the decision to me?" When he did, a tightness arose in her chest. Byleth stayed silent, anticipating her choice. After giving it some thought for a moment, Edelgard gave her usual authoritative and royal nod to agree. "But only a single match. Byleth has much to prepare for his new lecture, and as house leader, it's my duty to help him with that." Flane was inspecting them. "I think you made a good choice," she complimented Byleth. The color of Edelgard's face slightly turned red. She was curious as to what had prompted such a viewpoint from Flane. "Edie." Dorothea approached. "What did you think of my performance? Does it capture the hearts of students, knights, and even a certain princess?" She gestured for Edelgard to make space so that she could sit at their table. Edelgard reluctantly hushed over. "So we see each other again. Now you are a professor." Dorothea leaned forward until her mouth was inches from Byleth's ear and whispered. The best Edelgard could hear were the 3 words, "Well, friend, and me," as she strained to listen in on the conversation. Dorothea then leaned back, all the while making sure Byleth's eyes were entirely focused on her beauty. On the journey here, Edelgard had the same sensation as she feels now. She still did not find a word for it. However, the possibility that Byleth might be swayed by her friend's charms was distressing to her. "Dorothea, it's nice to see you. I hear you spent the night with Flane." Edelgard attempted to focus the conversation back to what had transpired just moments earlier. "Don't leave out Ferdy, Claude, and Hilda." Dorothea sighed, both annoyed and exhausted. "Any good candidates among them?" Edelgard gave Dorothea an innocent look. "Oh, Edie." She received a large embrace out of nowhere. "I am overjoyed to have you as my house leader." Was Claude that bad? Edelgard had no clue why Dorothea was acting this way. Her eyes during the embrace were focused on Byleth and Flane. Say Professor, you are an experienced kitten when it comes to romance." Dorothea's soft tone was gone, replaced by a harsh, straightforward question. Byleth looked as if he had no clue what Dorothea was talking about. "Ugh, don't play dumb." She pushed her finger against his chest. "You must know exactly what I am talking about. When you try to abuse your power like a Kirin, we will finish you." Edelgard's brain suddenly made a connection between all of the pieces. "Dorothea, when you whispered to him, you were, in fact, just worried for me." She had to suppress the urge to hug her friend. Of course, there are so many men out there who are more than interested in marrying into the imperial family. The speed at which he gained your trust wasn't normal. "Has Hubert put you up to this?" Edelgard's voice was a tiny whisper. She felt a bit strange having Flane listen to their conversation. Dorothea shook her head. "A friend's intuition." "Listen, Professor." Dorothea glared angrily at Byleth. "Should you think about bringing a battalion of knights to one of your lectures, then we will annihilate them one by one. Then we will go to the Archbishop herself. We have no tolerance for another Acheron. Byleth held eye contact with her, but Dorothea was assertive. She did not relent until she got to see Byleth's fear. But Edelgard knew this would never happen. They did not call him the Ashen Demon for nothing. However, something else happened. Byleth's hand had curled into a fist ever since Dorothea mentioned Acheron. Acheron deserves to die. That was the last thing that Byleth had to say in regard to that matter. Dorothea stopped when she heard that. She sighed, stood up from her seat, and left. Dorothea, wait. Edelgard extended her hand to her friend, but Dorothea turned away and walked out of the dining hall, after she put on a giant fur mantle. Edelgard had been unable to decipher her friend's facial expression throughout this whole ordeal. Am I far too trusting of Byleth? And if so, why? Why do I trust him so much? Acheron had used the knights in your lectures too. Flayn was speechless. Her hands faltered into a prayer. Yes, he has. Perhaps your brother was wrong to spare you from this. This whole ordeal is only because of the church's negligence. The manner in which Edelgard spoke was icy, like that of Dorothea. You have every right to be angry. Flayn tried to comfort Edelgard by gently touching her shoulder, but Edelgard shrugged her off. Let us focus on something else. Edelgard turned her attention back to her meal. But she couldn't help but stare at Byleth. She examined him thoroughly, trying to pinpoint the source of her lack of fear. Why was it that she failed to see a similarity between him and those who created the Flame Emperor? Byleth, meanwhile, took out his book from his pockets and continued reading. He was at the climax of the Tailtean Plains chapter. To her surprise, Byleth was quite an avid and fast reader. His eyes darted around at a rate that would put some librarians to shame. Sentence by sentence, page by page, he gradually absorbed it, and it became part of his memory. If you have questions regarding the Battle of the Tailtean Plains, you can always ask me. Flayn chimed in. I might know a few things about it. At that moment, Edelgard looks directly at Flayn. I know a few things from my brother, super secret church stuff. She exclaimed with pride. Rhea has shown me a hidden library that belonged to Saint Mikul. She has. Flayn was surprised. You knew it existed. Edelgard fainted from ignorance. I stumbled across it once, and my brother had to get me out of there. Edelgard did not respond, as she had already gotten her answer. Flayn's and Rhea's stories do not line up. According to Rhea, Anselma was the last to find this place by accident, which was more than 20 years ago. So either Rhea did not mention that her cousin managed to stumble across it or Flayn lied about stumbling across it, which seems more likely. As Nabatean, she probably knows this place better than anyone. Byleth had finished his soup in the interim and was now eating the last of his fish sandwich. You want to eat your soup? It's a fish and bean soup. Byleth encouraged her to finally give it a try. Edelgard had never heard of such a soup. It was a rather plain meal of simmering white trout and chickpeas. However, neither the scent nor the style appealed to her. She took a spoon in her hand and carefully moved it inside the bowl. Then she took it out and cooled it with her lips before putting it in her stomach. If she had tasted this before the experiments, tears would have streamed down her face, but even though her lips had curled into a large grin. You're a fantastic chef, Professor. Our success depends on your expertise, so this will be very helpful. Byleth made an appreciative nod, as he had turned away from his books to observe her reaction. Satisfied, he turned back to where he had last left off. From what Edelgard could see, he appeared shocked to find the book jumping a few centuries ahead. Did nothing important happen while Wilhelm's sons and grandsons ruled? He went through the book numerous times, but the next chapter in Adresja's history was the War of the Rose and the Dawn. Dorothea and Ferdinand recently performed the final act while you were cooking. Edelgard spoke. Wait, this from an opera? Edelgard nodded. It's a rather famous one, too. However, the truth regarding the War of the Rose and the Dawn remains unclear even to historians. It took place when Adresja was still the sole power in Fodlan. Imperial year 700, an ambitious member of the Aegir family named Derek von Aegir, the warrior prime minister, backed Adrian, Katharina's youngest brother, in his claim. However, it is unknown whether Adrian was a puppet or whether Derek believed in Adrian's cause. In the ensuing civil war, Derek and Adrian defeated and murdered Katharina's older brother Tristan, the rightful heir to the throne, at Gronderfield. Byleth read the chapter while Edelgard recalled the text from her memory. Both of their voices formed a harmonic duet. Many believed the war was over, but mysterious events led to Adrian's death soon after he was crowned. Despite claims from his followers that the young Emperor Adrian had named Derek his successor, Derek had no legal right to the throne and had therefore attempted to marry Katharina von Hresvelg. Katharina managed to wage war against Derek for many years. The only actual factor historians agree on is that their war ended after a duel right before the palace in Inver, right before the people's eyes, and that Derek lost. Historians also agree on the aftermath. Katharina married Derek, and he became her consort instead of the emperor. Prosperity returned to the realm. According to many sources, Katharina never loved Derek, and they only had a single child together. The next emperor of Adrestia, who according to many, is only remembered by his losses in the War of the Eagle and Lion. Next chapter, the Firgus Rebellion. Byleth stopped there. He seemed unsatisfied with how the book had already schemed ahead to the next major historical event. The relationship between Katharina and Derek and that between her followers was Edelgard searched for the right words. Tenuous one. Neither side trusted the other, and the realm was on the verge of falling apart. I and many others believe Katharina only married Derek to keep her realm alive. Did the church do nothing? Byleth was surprised that they did not appear in the small text fragment. According to many historians, Katharina did go to them for aid, but the cardinals and archbishop decided to remain neutral during the conflict. Edelgard answered in a cold manner. Some sources claim that the princess received plenty of aid unofficially so that she was able to continue the war. Flane joined their conversation. While Derek's followers believed they were the ones to receive the aid you speak of. Why is he called the warrior prime minister? That was unexpected information to Byleth. Edelgard responded, some sources claim this is how Derek fancied himself, while many historians believe Derek to be the instigator behind the conflict. There are many operas about the War of the Rose and the Dawn. Flane expressed her excitement. I hope my brother will allow us to perform it before the year is over. Edelgard decided not to share her thoughts on the prospect. Instead, she opted to finish her soap. Byleth seemed to be curious about the opera. Dorothea and Ferdinand know how to perform in an opera, he asked. Dorothea's stage name is the Mystical Songstress. Do you remember what I said on our way here? That she worked harder than anyone else. Byleth recalled her words. I thought you'd meant, Byleth replied. Edelgard pressed her hand against his mouth. Whatever you think is the reason, don't speak of it aloud. That was the order that Edelgard issued, and by the looks of it, Byleth listened to her command. I am not as oblivious to the world as I might seem, Byleth clarified when she removed her hand. Edelgard peered deep into his blue eyes. While we are sharing, I am not as naive as my retainer and friend think me to be. Professor, there are consequences should you betray my trust. An authoritative air radiated from Edelgard's presence. Byleth provided an open and forthright response, saying, I will do my best as your professor, but I can't conjure miracles. Edelgard directed her focus squarely on him, but she was unable to perceive anything despite the intensity of her concentration. After her uncle was replaced, she managed to find signs of his different behavior. She simply did not act on them due to her inexperience. Now she knew those people all too well. What is it with him? Are Hubert and Dorothea wrong? Am I mistaken? I'm not expecting miracles from you, Edelgard reassured as she extended her hand to him. Just give us your best, and it will suffice. I hope you know what you have signed up for because we won't tolerate defeat, Professor. To that end, do you know a place where we can find a map of the monastery and where we won't get disturbed? Lysithea is still in our classroom, and I don't want to kick her out. Edelgard finished for him. I'd like not to delay any longer until she leaves. Byleth corrected her. That's fine, Edelgard said, smirking. I promised to get something to eat. Could you? She looked pleadingly in the direction of the kitchen as she moved her head. Byleth went back to the kitchen and started cooking. Edelgard and Flane at first felt contempt to watch from a distance, but then curiosity got the better of them. Lysathea likes sweets, Professor. And Bernadetta is probably fine with whatever you want to do for her. How do a dessert in a salad sound? Byleth offered. That sounds lovely. Edelgard stood at the kitchen entrance as she watched him closely. Flayn was right behind her. Allow me to help. Flayn offered, bursting out in excitement, but Edelgard blocked her path. No, Flayn. My professor can't afford to take the fall for your disasters. Flayn's expression showed that her feelings had been deeply hurt by her friend's comments, and she came very close to bursting into tears. Flayn. Edelgard gently touched her shoulder. It took her a second to realize that she had been too harsh with her words. Both girls were frozen for a moment. I could use a hand. Byleth gestured for them to enter the kitchen. He spoke to Flayn, pointing at a large wooden and metallic object, and said, hand the whisk to me. Following this, he whisked the ingredients together while he made the cake batter. Edelgard was impressed by the batter's consistency after using the Noah fruit. She couldn't help herself and gently touched it. Be careful about your clothes. Byleth reminded her. Yes, Professor. Edelgard, could you gently rub the lettuce against this? Byleth showed her a large wooden plate. At the end of the plate were sharp knives. You hold it like this. Byleth held the plate away from his body and gently pushed the lettuce against the blades. Edelgard followed his example, and soon, tiny salad leaves started to drop. Byleth placed a large bough under the plate. Here. And with that, he went back to Flayn. From the palm of his hands, he cast a tiny flame. With its heat, he activated the oven and placed the cake inside. Yes, that's it. Flayn, remember this number 1. Flayn responded with a puzzled yes. She was transfixed, her eyes glued to the oven as she watched the dessert bake in it. This is amazing. She praised him. Hi, Teach. What is it you are cooking? Edelgard was startled when she recognized the voice of the one person she did not want to see. Yellow Cape, Byleth addressed him before ignoring him and speaking to Flayn. Remember the number 3? Yes, Professor. Flayn's gaze remained fixed on the cake throughout the entire conversation. Claude. They heard a feminine voice scold him. I doubt that they are making this cake for you. Teach, while you are on it, could you make something nice for us, too? With the personification of laziness on my side, I have a harder time getting something wonderful to bite. Byleth gave Edelgard the same expression as he had earlier. He was referring to her judgment. I am sorry, Claude, but my professor and I are cooking. You will have to cook later. Beginning to adopt a puppy-like expression, Byleth began to look at her. Stop that. I can't believe that this is working. When Claude and Hilda turned to leave, Edelgard spoke. You can help. Just don't get in the way. I am certain Hilda and I know a thing or two more than Flayn and you. Claude glimpsed around the kitchen. At least we won't destroy it without a babysitter. Edelgard suppressed the urge to slap him. She was so close to doing it. Take this. Byleth brought out a bowl, gathered the ingredients, and left them to Claude, who used the whisk Flayn had brought out earlier to combine everything. This is perfect. Byleth corrected him after he finished giving Hilda a task. Follow Edelgard's example. He handed her the same plate and lettuce. Since she was a good student and house leader, Edelgard immediately went to show Hilda the ropes. Hilda, do it like this. Oh, don't worry, Edelgard, I know how to prepare a salad. It's just that I am tired. Hilda, watch out. Edelgard screamed as her hand slipped up from the lettuce and nearly onto the blades. In order to stop Hilda's hand, Edelgard placed her own before the blades, and when Hilda's hand touched hers, it pushed them slightly against the edges. Edelgard's hand started to bleed slightly. Hilda had dozed off for a fraction of a second. I am so sorry, Edelgard. It's just that I haven't gotten any sleep due to sleeping on the uncomfortable ground. She felt someone gently take her unaffected hand. Come with me, Byleth commanded. They went outside into the cold snow. This is going to hurt a little. Byleth was holding a flame. In the meantime, blood was pouring out of Edelgard's wounds. What used to be a tiny cut was more prominent than she imagined. I don't have a potion on me, nor do I know healing magic. But fire can stop your bleeding. I will make it swift. Byleth reduced the heat, and Edelgard could see a tiny flame on his hand. I will press your hand against mine. All you need to do is remove your glove. I promise you I won't look. Edelgard scanned her area. She had to admit that the pain was too much, so when she saw nobody around, she quickly removed her glove and pushed her hand against Byleth. The pain was nothing compared to what she had already suffered, but when their hands locked together, something strange happened. A gigantic purple crest materialized. It was the crest of flames. How? I did not call for its power. Professor, please close your eyes. Edelgard prayed that the crest of flames would disappear soon. You can remove your hand now, Byleth stated. The pain had subsided. Her hand had a minor burn, but the cuts were closed now. This won't replace a healing spell or potion, but it will do for now. Byleth took her hand and rubbed it against the snow. This should alleviate your pain. Edelgard quickly felt better. The warm feeling in her chest had returned. For some reason, Byleth treated her differently from everyone else. But his treatment of her was more indicative of the undying devotion he felt for Geralt, his father. Does he treat me like a sister? If so, I am happy to be his sibling. Byleth lingered next to her for a moment longer than necessary. They were staring into each other's eyes. Are you feeling better now? Yes, Edelgard answered as he turned away from his gaze and started to reach for her glove. Professor. Claude bolted out of the door abruptly. Flayn is losing it regarding the cake. The oven is getting quite heated, but she refuses to let anyone close it. As soon as Byleth realized what was happening, he turned and left. From a distance, she could hear Byleth shout at Flayn to open the oven and take the dessert out. So, Edelgard. Claude seemed thrilled to have a private conversation. Is he your new puppy now, or are you his? He gave her a wink of approval. So, Claude. How does it feel to lose your title? This wasn't an official match, like the coming mock battle will be, so I am still the demon of the tabletop. Hence, I am so glad not to be in your shoes. In a few days, you will regret having him as your teacher, trust me. And with that Claude left with a malicious grin on his face. So Claude also has a low opinion of him? Who would have thought? When Edelgard was done thinking, she realized that Byleth had once more placed his mantle on her shoulders. This small gesture gave her the strength to believe in him, even when so many important people, enemies, and friends alike, mistrusted him. She went back inside and saw a wonderful little cake. She had to fight against her urge to taste from it. Byleth was cutting the relatively large cake in half. Half of it is for Lysithea and those who are at the Black Eagle's common room. Then he cut the other half into smaller pieces and offered Claude, Flayn, and Hilda, who were present, a piece. Just when Edelgard thought he had forgotten about him, he handed her a plate. Be careful with your hand. Byleth reminded her. Then he turned back while everyone was eating and finished up the salad in addition to placing another cake into the oven. Edelgard wanted to help him, but Byleth gave her a dismissive gesture. It's all right. Your hand needs to heal first. However, she did not leave his side. You do not have to stay by my side if you don't want to. While he was fixated on his work, he still checked on her. I want to stay. She answered. The way she spoke this simple sentence was reminiscent of how he had answered when Edelgard had a similar conversation as to why he accompanied her to get her things from her tent before they departed for the monastery. The two of them had the same conviction in their eyes. Byleth's lips moved a tiny bit in response. All right, I am finished here. He turned to Claude. In 5 more minutes, the cake should be finished. Be careful watching it. He gestured to Flayn. Will you come with us? Of course, Flayn was overjoyed. Are we going to play a snow battle? She inquired. Not yet, Byleth answered. First, we are going to carry this to the Black Eagle's classroom. Flayn seemed disappointed. Byleth noticed her disappointment. And then we are going to play snowball. But just 1 round. Edelgard couldn't quite put his finger on it, but she felt both excited and disappointed about the prospect of only doing 1 round. She attempted to take hold of the kitchen plate, but Byleth had already done that. Flayn, would you take this? He gestured for her to take the salad bowl. Then he turned to Edelgard with a few regular glass plates. Could you carry those? But please refrain from using your injured hand. Edelgard followed his command, but this time she wasn't the one to whom he lent his mantle. Instead, Byleth placed it on Flayn. Suddenly, Byleth moved behind her, and she felt a motion around her neck. A piece of cloth was used to shield her mouth. This should keep you too warm. Just like that, Byleth picked up the cake half and moved first into the direction of the dining hall. It took Edelgard a second to recognize that Byleth had placed his mother's handkerchief as a scarf around her neck. Her heart was beating faster as her thoughts lingered on it. The three of them made their way to the classroom with relative ease. The passageway that Byleth had built was still standing. But this did not stop Flayn from nearly falling over. But Byleth caught her and the food at the last moment. Be careful, Byleth and Edelgard both cautioned her to be aware of her surroundings. Flayn took their advice to heart, and she started to make tinier steps towards the classroom. From the inside, Edelgard heard voices. Two voices stood out. Your nonsense is tiresome, so I hope this will be the last time I have to remind you. Lady Edelgard is the imperial princess. You are merely the prime minister's son. Hubert was threatening someone. Yes, I understand that. But my duty is to guide her, to give frank advice when she is on the wrong course of action. That is what I strive to do, always. Thus my devotion to surpass Edelgard so that if she needs guidance, I will be prepared to give it. If you think it is tiresome to have a mind of your own, you will never be much of an advisor. Edelgard was stunned to hear those words from Ferdinand's mouth. She started to view him more favorably. Does the river of filth pouring out of your mouth ever stop flowing? Your obsession with all things superficial is disgusting. It's no use. You're hopeless. I'll take my leave. Hubert was approaching the door. Edelgard was unsure what to do. She made a few steps backward so as to appear not to have heard anything. She pumped fresh air into her chest, lowered Byleth's handkerchief, and waited for her retainer to arrive inevitably. I have nothing more to say to you. Get out of here. Hubert opened the massive door with ferocity. As he marched outside, Edelgard awaited him. Good to see you, Hubert. She handed him her plates. Would you kindly carry these for me? Her retainer was slightly perplexed. Lady Edelgard, I request a private conversation with you. Not now, Hubert. I have an important matter to deal with. She went to Flayn and took her arm. Follow me. Flayn was guided through the snow by Edelgard's helping hand. Soon they arrived. Ferdinand was upset to see Hubert. I thought you wanted to leave. He stated in a cold manner. Just shut up. Hubert silenced his protest. Byleth ignored their quarrel and announced. We got food. I hope you like it. He placed the cake on the table, and Lysithea rushed to it. There was an expression of pure joy on her face once the first piece found its way into her mouth. She blinked, and a tear rolled down her cheek. This is amazing. All the credits go to, Edelgard wanted to speak, but Byleth interrupted her. We did it together. Byleth clarified. So Flayn, we are going to play a single round but not much longer. Edelgard cast her gaze around the room. Does anybody fancy a game of snowball with us? Bernadetta's enthusiasm took everyone by surprise. I'd love to. She whispered. Do you have gloves? Byleth inspected her. Bernadetta shook her head. Here. Byleth handed her one of his. The other one he gave to Flayn. I won't join in something so juvenile. Lysithea averted her eyes from the group. I will instead study. If this is a competition, then you can count on me, Professor. I will show you that you can count on me even more than Edelgard. Whereas his boasting would have made Edelgard angry, she felt a lot better hearing his true motivation. You are welcome. Byleth accepted him. In this case, allow me to join as well. I cannot stand to see you reduced to this menial task. Hubert, this is not a menial task. It's a timeless free time activity. Edelgard countered. It's a children's game, and I thought you knew that. Almost everyone was hurt by Hubert's words. Byleth however pretended he did not hear his words. So then let us get outside. The snow was not falling as rapidly anymore, and the atmosphere with the monastery covered by a layer of snow and ice was just breathtaking. Do we play in teams or? Before Edelgard could get a response, Byleth had already thrown a ball past her and at Ferdinand, who had been preparing to fire at her. Edelgard, who was the target of the ball, felt offended by it. I will team with Byleth, she announced. Byleth shook his head as he prepared to fire at her. We play without teams. Whoever gets hit 3 times is out. Bernadetta positioned herself behind a pillar and started firing at the surprised Flayn. The closer Flayn got to her, the more panicked she got. Hubert seemed to have enough of the game and decided to leave when suddenly a snowball that was meant for Edelgard from Ferdinand hit him. The anger on his face was enough to destroy an entire nation. I will get you. Ferdinand and Hubert had entirely different approaches to throwing their snowballs. Ferdinand threw them into a spear, while Hubert had to remind himself that he wasn't casting a spell. Their movements caused Edelgard to giggle. She was happy the two kept each other busy, as she had one target of her own that she wanted to defeat more than anything. Like an eagle, she stalked her prey. Byleth had seemingly disappeared, and so she began her hunt. She was startled when she heard a stroke coming from the bushes, and immediately after that, a ball of ice was thrown in her direction. She narrowly avoided being hit by it at the last second. And just as quickly, she responded with a throw of her own to counter the previous one. However, the ball shattered against the monastery wall, missing its target by a significant margin while Byleth nearly got her. Focus, Byleth advised her while he vanished into the bushes. Edelgard closed her eyes and focused on the sound of his footsteps. Petra is far better at this than I am. Suddenly she heard Byleth's footsteps. She quickly threw a snowball in his direction. You are improving. Byleth complimented her. She had managed to hit him narrowly. This counts as a hit. It does. Edelgard was clearly happy. But Byleth saw this as an obvious opening, and once he counter-threw, she got hit. There is only one way this will end, Professor. Edelgard was on him. She decided to take cover behind one of the trees and gradually close the distance. Her smaller posture came in handy as she managed to avoid hits far easier, and the closer she got to him, the easier it became. This game was rigged in her favor, and she would show him just how much. Byleth was doing his best to outsmart her and set a trap for her, but Edelgard saw through his tricks. She heard his footsteps from the other side and quickly ran up to him. She was right before him and about to unleash the 2 snowballs she had stored when Byleth grabbed her arms, and they fell into the snow together. While they lay on the ground, they quickly turned to form new snowballs. Byleth's hands and Edelgard's were filled with snowballs, and now it was a matter of who would get hit first. Edelgard's heart was pounding with excitement. This was the finale she wanted. It was an even playing field now, or as even as it could be. This would be the moment in which she would demonstrate to herself that she was capable of defeating Byleth regardless of the circumstances. In their final encounter, both of their eyes came into contact with one another. Edelgard was the one to make the first move. A hit, but Byleth countered with another successful hit. While she was trying to shake off the snow that hit her in the face, she felt Byleth had gotten far closer. But instead of throwing the ball, he placed his hands on her shoulder. It's over. Edelgard contemplated throwing her final ball at him. Her desire to win was too strong. To her surprise, Byleth had not gotten rid of his second snowball, and before she hit him with hers, he pressed his ball against her chest. The cold was all over her skin. It took Byleth a second to realize what he had done. Edelgard. That was the only word that managed to leave his lips. He had acted out of instinct. Byleth reached out to her with his warm hands. The snow began to melt, and the cold vanished. I am better now. Thanks. Byleth held his hands near her clothes. The water had made them wet, and he was now drying them. Let's go inside. While they were on the way inside, they took a look around. Bernadetta had torn Flayn to shreds, while Hubert and Ferdinand's duel had been interrupted by Bernie's bombardment. By the looks of it, she had taken the two by surprise. Now it was a game between Bernadetta and Byleth. Professor, you won fair and square against me. Edelgard went closer. Demonstrate why you are our professor. Byleth approached Bernadetta cautiously from the shadows. He took cover behind the pillar. Bernadetta was still in a panic, throwing snowballs left and right at everyone who even remotely looked like a threat. Byleth, who had positioned himself around Bernadetta's pillar, was out of Bernadetta's line of sight, so he waited for Bernadetta to reveal her rear end. Once she gave him an opening, he gently touched her with 2 snowballs. Bernadetta, the game is over. It is over. Did I win? She remained in a state of shock. After a moment of consideration, Byleth proclaimed, Bernadetta is the winner. She had a massive grin on her face. Yes. Edelgard went closer to Byleth. Keep up the good work, Professor. Regarding that, I will get the map, and you will get Hubert. We are heading to the library. Byleth issued the command, and Edelgard was delighted to carry out his instructions. You don't even know where the library is? Edelgard inquired. You will show me the way. Byleth expressed his confidence in her. Upon their return, they found Lysithea reading books by the fire. The cake was no more, reduced to a few crumbs. Ah, I must compliment you. The dessert was lovely. It seems you are not completely useless after all. Lysithea. Edelgard snapped at her. It's all right, Byleth held Edelgard back. His eyes communicated everything else. They displayed both remorse and comprehension at the same time. Anyway, thanks for letting me stay. If you don't mind, I will stay until this damned snow is over. Lysithea turned back to her books. While Edelgard did as she was instructed and told Hubert to follow them, Byleth snatched the maps and the pebbles from his desk. By the time he had almost everything, Byleth had gone over to Flayn, who was warming up by the fire, and asked for his mantle back. She had been hit quite often and needed the warmth. Of course, Professor. I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to participate in this activity. I had a great time. Even though she nearly sneezed in Byleth's direction, she appeared to be genuinely happy. Byleth gave her a nod, then wrapped the map around his mantle. Edelgard quickly realized that he did this to protect it from the elements. We are ready to go, Professor. Hubert placed his large fur mantle around Edelgard. I don't need special treat, Edelgard sneezed, and her protest stopped. This is just one of my many duties as your aide. Hubert's voice was noticeably more gentle when he talked to her. Edelgard took out Byleth's handkerchief and placed it around her neck like a scarf. We are ready to depart, Professor. She went ahead and led the way. Byleth could see that, despite his attempts to hide it, Hubert was freezing worse than Edelgard did. From the looks of it, he had never experienced the Faerghus winter. He said nothing, but Edelgard also made the same observation. Hence, she took the quickest path inside via the reception hall. The reception hall was filled with students from the Golden Deer and Blue Lions. Sylvain, Ignatz, Marine, and Mercedes were there. Mercedes and Marine seemed to be stuck here as they waited for the church to open the cathedral. This would be perfect for Sylvain to try and hit on them. Suddenly the door to the reception hall opened, and Dorothea stormed inside. She appeared to be gritting her teeth in an agonizing manner. Sylvain tried to talk to her, but she ignored him, and instead, she went to them. Hubie, Edie. She seemed a bit happier until she saw Byleth. Oh, and you. Is everything all right? Dorothea shook her head. Akiran made his threats real. You are not a virgin, and I am afraid you don't interest me anymore. She did an excellent job of imitating a voice with a high pitch. She averted her eyes from them. Edie, I don't want to talk right now. Edelgard could see how much her friend was hurting. Without saying a word, she asked for Hubert's advice. He picked up on her dilemma. Professor, will you excuse us? Hubert gently took Dorothea's arm. Would you care to eat something together? With you, Hubie. Dorothea's mouth hung wide open in surprise. I guess you will do. Her lips curled into a slight smile. Just know that I am a diva, and I won't tolerate that you scare everyone away. She was about to scold him, but then she changed her mind. On the other hand, it could be beneficial to have company like yourself. She made a tiny grin and together, the two of them left. Byleth admitted frankly, they both can't stand me. Dorothea and Hubert care about me a lot. Edelgard matched his honesty. Therefore, you had better not even consider challenging us, she teased him. Byleth turned his back to her. Which way do we have to go? Edelgard took the lead. Follow me. They went up the stairs and into the large corridor. Her heart stopped for a minute when she spotted Professor Hanneman standing next to the entrance of his laboratory. Professor Hanneman was looking left and right. His eyes were searching for something or someone. In a slight panic, Edelgard motioned for Byleth to stand still, but he did not respond in time, so she pressed him against the wall. Is that Professor Hanneman? You told me. Confused, Byleth pondered the situation. Edelgard whispered, yes, but our business is far more important. You can go to him later. She was attempting to control the trembling in her voice. And so Byleth and her tugged against the wall, hiding from Professor Hanneman. Nice to see you, kid. The massive iron door opened, and Geralt approached them. He wore a grin on his face. Are you? Edelgard gave him a pleading look. Geralt quickly realized what was going on. So you are avoiding Professor Hanneman? Well, you can come with me to my office. Geralt indicated with a gesture that they should follow him. Nice to see you, Byleth. Would you? Hanneman was excited to see them. My kid and the princess have important matters to discuss with me. Geralt shot him off. That's a shame, but I do have an appointment with Seth, Hanneman said, his head bowed. The trio hushed inside Geralt's office. To Edelgard's surprise, there was a lot more space there than he had anticipated. There was one central desk, a bookcase and a single weapon and armor stand. What have you got wrapped around in your cape? Geralt inquired. Byleth showed him the map of the monastery. I see you are planning for the coming mock battle. My office is yours, just make sure not to close up and hand me the key later. He winked at Byleth. Eloise and I will get something to drink. You are the commander of the Knights of Syros. Doesn't that imply that? I am the commander, not a regular soldier. I don't have to clean away the snow, that's what the recruits are for. He laughed. That's what you would have been doing had you chosen differently. Geralt carried a bright smile. Kid, I think you made an excellent choice. Although Byleth paid him no attention, Edelgard was perplexed by the meaning of his remark. She wanted to clarify but Geralt already left and shut the door behind him and Hanneman was still on the floor. Byleth shot an inquisitive glance her way. Is the way clear? He asked. Edelgard vehemently shook her head. We are staying here. Byleth gestured for her to sit in the chair next to him. He placed the pebbles on the map and started to explain. Edelgard, however, quickly jumped at him with questions. She already had pieced most of it together. So when the deer realize we are not falling for their pincer, what makes you certain that they won't return to their camp and, in turn, flank us? Edelgard had seen that Claude would try to push them to fight both sides at the same time and get annihilated while doing so. Byleth and Hubert countered this by running inside one of the forests and leaving said forest at the correct time to defeat Professor Manuela and Claude quickly. The sole problem is time, Edelgard stated. We are gambling everything on speed and strength. Byleth showed her the missing piece, fire. Byleth carefully guided her hand to another forest area. Claude and Hilda will be here. And you are right, we would run out of time, but with fire arrows, we can set the forest ablaze and eliminate Claude before finishing off Manuela. This will mean the end of the deers, which leaves only the lions. Edelgard was skeptical of their plan against the lions as well. Isn't it foolish of us to fight them like this? It pains me to say this, but they have the better fighters. They won't attack if we take positions inside the forest. Still, a skilled enough mage or archer could lure them. Byleth showed her the final piece. Our mages will wait inside the forest, take a path around their fortifications, and ambush them from behind. Edelgard paused for a moment. This is brilliant. You and Hubert came up with this while I was sleeping. Her eyes were shining with excitement. Byleth nodded. Professor, with this plan I am certain in our victory. Byleth however seemed uncertain. He averted his eye. What is it? She stepped closer. We don't have an archer that can outrange Claude. If we set fire in the forest, Claude will most likely shoot back and eliminate our archer. But the bigger threat is if he sees the fire coming. He will most likely counter it and stool for time. When that happens, we are pressed against half of the deer and lion from behind, and Hilda and Manuela at the front. The massacre I warned you about. Edelgard's hands moved to her chin. And with our archer, you mean Petra or Bernadetta? Byleth nodded again. I see. Edelgard gave the prospect some thought. I heard Petra say that she hit a target that was 15 meters away. She and Claude, according to Hubert's documents, are equally matched. Bernadetta, however, has the potential to shoot far beyond that. In Adrestian high society, her mother is known as a great huntress who shoots targets from 25 meters away. Bernadetta or Petra will have the forest 16 meters away, and they will have to do it from here. Byleth marked a place 16 meters away from the forest. We will dig a hole there before the day of the mock battle and reconvene after we have rushed out of the forest. It will also mark the spot where Bernadetta and Petra are going to fire from. There is one final factor. Edelgard looked at Byleth, and they both agreed. Claude. They spoke in unison. We can't let him know about our plans, Byleth replied truthfully. We will have to find a special training spot. Perhaps you could ask your father? He spent years here. Edelgard suggested. Byleth acknowledged her with a nod. While they had been planning, Edelgard realized that her lips had curled into a genuine smile. She was happy to plan, scheme, and converse with him. Hubert was emotionally cold and constantly reminded her of her duties, but Byleth, while being distant, was something else. In an unusual way, he emanated warmth. Since they were now finished with their plan, they turned their attention to Geralt's bookcase. Byleth was in search of historical books, and what he found might sate his hunger. He held a copy of The Rose and the Dawn in his hands. Edelgard read the same book when she was bored, but it wasn't until later that she realized it was the ending to the opera she had seen so many years ago. Byleth flipped through the pages quickly. He was taken aback by the beautiful red rose on its cover. This might be the book you are looking for. It is not considered to be highly accurate, but it is the version of history that is most popular. Edelgard announced with confidence. Especially popular with young adults. Byleth read out loud from the cover, some pages may contain dubious content. His reading was flat and expressionless. This made Edelgard's face flush with crimson. She did not pay a lot of attention to the book at first, so she did not realize that one of the chapters contained material that was not appropriate for all audiences. Edelgard felt the urge to read through the chapter again, but she knew she couldn't let Hubert and Byleth know of her desire. Chapter 44 is one with dubious content, Edelgard stated. But all Byleth asked was, what is dubious content? However, Edelgard remained silent. Her face was red, and she wanted to leave. She turned away from him, slightly opened the door, and peered outside. Professor Hanneman was conversing with Seath in his office. Ah, Seath. Have you finally decided to cooperate with my research? Absolutely not. For 16 years, I have refused your requests. I have no intention of changing my mind. But I will lend you these documents I have found, on the condition that you stop following me. I am quite tempted by the offer, but your cooperation would be of much greater value. Hanneman was straightforward in his comments. Your crest, the major crest of Sikal, is so rare. As far as I am aware, Seath, you are the only person ever confirmed to bear that particular crest. How did you come to possess it when generations of Adrestian families claim never to have been in its possession? Hanneman's tongue was as sharp as his wit. Edelgard's heart was overcome with happiness. To finally get Hanneman to rejoin the Empire, this was the spark she needed. My answer is the same as every other time you have asked. I do not know. I was born a commoner, with no connections to any crests. There are no records of my lineage. Seath lied straight into Hanneman's face, and he took it with the same suspicion he had shown towards Akiran. Oh, please. That thin explanation could never discourage me. You must understand, I will dig until I find the truth. No matter how long it takes. You are wasting your time. I cannot give you the answers you seek. Someone tapped her on the shoulder. Edelgard. She had completely lost herself in the two of them talking that she almost shrieked in surprise when she felt Byleth's hand. The path to the library should be clear. I will read through this book one other time. Byleth took the Rose and the Dawn and placed it back to his father's belongings. Then he closed the door behind him and sealed it with the key. This way. Edelgard spoke in a hushed voice, her ears were still trying to listen in on the conversation. It is a pointless endeavor. You will learn nothing from me, no matter how much you try. The tone of Sitha's voice was authoritative. Perhaps his stubborn nature is one of the effects of his crest? Now that would be an interesting discovery, Hanuman answered. Edelgard could feel footsteps approaching the door. She and Byleth rushed to the end of the corridor. And her heart felt relieved that they made it in time and remained undetected from both. Her heart had been racing, and now it slowly relaxed. Byleth's expression was one of confusion and concern as he looked at her lilac eyes. Their bodies were leaning against the wall. And despite her best efforts, she recalled a few lines from the novel where a similar scene had taken place. Byleth gently brushed his fingers across her forehead. You seem fine, he declared. I am fine, she told him. The library is just up ahead. After 1 minute had passed, they found themselves standing in front of the magnificent wooden door. The doors featured intricate carvings and engravings, similar to those found on the doors of the dorm rooms. This carving depicts Saint Ceros praying, accompanied by 2 dragons on either side of her. While the saint was praying, a manifestation of each crest appeared in the form of a circle around her. Byleth was in awe. A depiction of Saint Ceros, Edelgard answered. When she opened the door, she saw the elderly librarian standing there. However, his eyes and smile were exactly the same as those of the person who had stolen everything from her. His eyes were a repository for all the evil in the world. Chapter 18, The Mock Battle. Byleth immediately followed Edelgard's lead and entered the vast library with her. Upon taking their first steps inside, an elderly man greeted them with a broad grin. What can I do for you? A sizable wooden cane adorned his arm, and his forehead was noticeably larger than average. Byleth could feel Edelgard's body being rigidly frozen in place. She did not move forward, instead, her eyes were fixated on the old man. Byleth observed from behind how her fingers slowly found their way to her dagger. Oh, this is getting interesting, Suthis commented. His young companion was floating around her head. This day had been outstanding for her. Laughing at him and making fun of Byleth's every move was a source of great pleasure for her, and he had given her plenty of opportunities to laugh. Suthis floated in a lying position. Her typical yawn had been replaced by an expression of excitement due to what she found fascinating. Look at her eyes. She gestured for Byleth to take a few steps forward and peer into Edelgard's eyes. When Byleth refused her command, she sighed, You are such a bore. Shaking his head slightly, Byleth said nothing in response to her insult. You must be the new professor. As he held out his hand for a standard handshake, the older man kept his happy face and smiled widely. Edelgard placed her hand on Byleth's shoulder. Please excuse us, librarian, but both my professor and I have work to complete, and we would be highly grateful if you could refrain from disturbing us while we are working. Thank you. She performed a bow and then took hold of Byleth's hand. Why are you so boring and she so interesting? Suthis was still peering into Edelgard's eyes. Now that Edelgard had turned to him, he could see her eyes as well. At first, Byleth was at a loss to explain the origin of this recognizable sensation. However, once he thought about it, he was immediately taken back to the countless other occasions on which he had encountered the same feeling. It was a fire that was raging within the depths of her eyes. Edelgard directed him into a corner far away from the library, and then she seemed to be searching for a mountain of books. Her hands went through the shelves like it was nothing, and she meticulously scanned every corner for the precise books she was searching for. No, this is not it, Edelgard mumbled as she placed book after book back where it belonged. No, no, no. And then, she was finally successful in finding a book that she enjoyed reading. Yes, this is it. Byleth, who was sitting at a table, stood up and offered his help. Can I? Edelgard gave him a quick glance before replying, no. But then she gave him her full attention for a tiny moment. Put these on the table. She handed him 2 massive books. Byleth was surprised that she was able to hold them. After that, Edelgard grabbed hold of a giant wooden ladder that extended all the way to the end of the 5-meter-long bookshelves, and she started climbing it in search of more books. "Wow, this girl is relentless," Suthies remarked. "You should help her." Byleth nodded in agreement as his hand moved to the wooden step ladder. "Yes, this is the book I've been searching for." Edelgard's tone was one of eager anticipation. She stretched out her hand to grab a book that was just out of reach by a few centimeters. Byleth realized her intentions and adjusted the ladder accordingly. But by repositioning it slightly, Edelgard nearly lost balance. "Professor!" She cast a critical glance at Byleth. In response, Byleth averted his gaze from her. The only sound that he picked up was a sigh from her. "Please leave the adjusting to me." And with that, she continued her search. When she got down from the stepladder, she handed him 3 books. "This makes 5 books." For a brief moment, Byleth's jaw was hanging wide open. With the passing of 5 sunrises and 5 sunsets, even the meanest mercenary may burgeon into a peerless professor. Edelgard grinned as she adjusted the ladder herself and moved on to gather even more books. The reaction she got from Byleth was cluelessness. "At some point in the future, I have no doubt that you will comprehend where this proverb was derived from." Byleth listened to her advice this time and refused to touch the ladder. Just as previously, Edelgard let out a tiny burst of excitement. Suddenly one of the books fell out of the bookshelf, and what followed was a panicked ugh from Edelgard. She was losing her balance. "Hold on." Although Byleth was rushing to hold the ladder, this did not prove to be of any assistance. Edelgard was in the process of falling. Suthies watched the scene, contemplating the outcome and whether or not she should use her power. As a result of her boredom, she froze the clock and the world, and everything in it froze except for her. She yawned and then directed Byleth to stand in the appropriate spot. "She will most likely land here. Have fun." She flashed a sly grin in Byleth's direction as time resumed its usual flow. "Arg!" Edelgard shrieked as she went down, but Byleth was able to catch her. "I got you." Edelgard's anxiety had not subsided at all. She had prepared herself for a difficult landing, but instead, she found herself in the arms of another person. "I have gotten carried away." Her eyes were darting all around in search of the book. She seemed desperate to find it. "Professor, could you?" She gave Byleth a sign to put her down. When Byleth did so, he saw the book that Edelgard had dropped. It was wide open, but Byleth recognized the cover. "Oh, it's this book." Suthies also recognized the cover. Byleth walked over to the location and picked it up. "You dropped this." He handed her the book. "We could have just borrowed an example from my father." "You shouldn't have made this comment." Suthies was now laughing behind his ear. Edelgard's cheeks started to burn. "Correct you are, Professor. It's just that the War of the Rose and the Dawn laid the way for the War of the Eagle and Lion, which is where we left off." She took a huge breath and regained her composure. "It's been a long while since I have read The Rose and the Dawn. Since it's important subject material, I wanted to catch up on it." So far, Byleth has followed her logic. "While I am going to lend my father's copy, you are going to." With a quick yes, Edelgard moved on. "Let's go to the table." Once she and Byleth were seated comfortably, she began explaining. "These are all historical records. Harald Zuerhausen has written 2 of those records. He was an Adrestian historian who lived at the same time as Katharina von Hresvelg and served as an advisor to her son, Ionius III. It is said they attended the officers' academy together. Back then, the concept of houses did not exist. Going to the officers' academy was a lifelong goal of Katharina's. All of her preparations were ruined when she and Derek got into a civil war. Her voice was gentle, as if she were waking up from a beautiful dream. However, she quickly came to her senses. "Excuse me, Professor, but I got sidetracked there for a second. How do you know so much about Katharina?" Byleth searched for her advice on where to start. Harald Zuerhausen was not at her court. He served at her son's court, hence why his records about her are lacking. The creator of the opera, a diva known by the stage name of Rose of Adrestia, was the one to write the play and later the novel. But why did Harald Zuhrhausen ignore the work from someone who had been close to the previous emperor? Byleth received a weak grin from Edelgard. Her cheeks had slightly reddened. You ask the correct questions, Professor. The answer is in the book I recommended to you. Edelgard was cradling the book in her hands while lightly stroking the pages with her fingers. Because it's a fictional work, Byleth answered plainly. No, it's not. Edelgard countered. Hausen doesn't state anything to refute the Roses' records. Then why? She was furious, and Byleth saw why. The Adrestian nobles did not like her story. Out of frustration, Edelgard had gotten up from her chair and almost stormed off. You've undoubtedly struck a nerve or a soft spot, Suthies said as she appeared next to him out of thin air. His eyes had shot wide open. Honestly, you should question a girl's preferences. This novel is important to her. Don't ruin it. Suthies scolded him in an unusually peaceful manner. Byleth and Edelgard apologized at the same time. Apologies. Byleth was the first to provide further explanation regarding his apology. This novel is important to you. I didn't mean to. I know, Edelgard interrupted him. Your questions are sharp and well-intentioned. I shouldn't have lost my temper. When Byleth looked at Suthies, he could see how she was giving him a genuine smile. For once, she did not laugh at him. You have done well. She seemed proud of herself. Edelgard continued, regarding your questions, the nobility hated the novel and the stage play. They almost forced Ionius III to ban it and arrest, trial, and execute the Rose of Adrestia. Ionius refused, but his children hated him for that, and losing the War of the Eagle and Lion. After the Second Battle of the Tailtean Plains, many imperial generals begged him to continue the war, but the emperor had lost too many of his children. The speech he held to end the war was seen as one of the biggest disgraces in Adrestia's history. After his passing, his children nearly destroyed every copy of the novel and play within the realm, but the kingdom did not do that, and so this piece of Adrestian history, no, of Fodlan's history, survived. She stood up and went to one of the shelves where she had been previously. Her arms reached for another book. It had the church's seal on it. The Church of Syros ignores this conflict altogether. There is no mention of it. But truthfully, this civil war weakened the empire so much that soon Brigid and Dada attacked, and in the aftermath of this war Lug found it wise to shatter the broken realm even more. You are getting this wrong. Lug did not shatter a broken realm. He liberated a realm that was suffering under the tyranny of incompetent nobles and emperors. A young woman with blonde hair and fierce green eyes approached. I am grateful for your assistance when Akiran's men had us cornered, Your Highness, but the way you tell the beginning of the war between the eagle and the lion is false. Her tone was filled with conviction after she had performed a humble bow. A simple HMPF left Edelgard's mouth as she averted her eyes from Ingrid. Let us agree to disagree. A close companion and advisor to Lug, Pan wrote a far more accurate account. Unlike Hausen, Pan fought in those battles. When Ingrid brought up Pan, Edelgard immediately stopped listening and looked pleadingly at Byleth, urging him to do the same. Do not ignore me. Ingrid slammed her hand on the desk. Edelgard was not in the least bit threatened by her, and neither was Byleth. The intimidating presence of a formidable lioness left both of them unimpressed. Ingrid's behavior caused Edelgard to cross her arms together. So you only care about what imperial scholars say. Her tone was almost like a roar. Everything Edelgard did enraged Ingrid even more. So Byleth chimed in. I have read tactics manuals that were written by Pan. This caused Ingrid to turn her attention to him and away from Edelgard. You have, Professor. At first, she was unsure, but then she seemed content and self-confident. Of course you have. Pan basically created the Faerghus military, and many of his tactics are still taught and used today. Byleth responded in a casual way, I didn't know he was a good historian, and my father told me not to pay too much attention to what he said. The young lioness was deeply offended by Byleth's remarks. Pan is the most credible historian of his time. How could a knight captain show such disrespect to a fellow knight? Because he did not want his son to learn about the church. Had Byleth read all of his books, he would have learned about them. Edelgard answered in Byleth stayed. Her eyes were as fierce as Ingrid's, yet when Byleth looked at her, he spotted kindness deep within them. Edelgard's response left Ingrid speechless. How can someone live in Fodlan and not know about the church? She had addressed her question directly to Byleth. Her green eyes were examining him so intently that it appeared she was attempting to peer into his soul. Suthies was watching the scene with excitement. The last time she was this enthralled was an hour ago when the little princess and Byleth had a little snowball fight. Subsequently, she had used these derogatory words to describe what was both a physical and mental ordeal for her inept companion. After a prolonged period of silence, during which the tension was intense enough to fracture the heavens and the sky, Ingrid eventually averted her gaze away from Byleth. Now she was letting out a HMPF, and from her posture, Byleth could see that she was undecided about whether to stay or remain there. However, she soon answered with a tone that reflected her nation's barren winter, "I am glad that you have not chosen our class, Professor. I find it baffling that someone can be considered a teacher when he has no knowledge of the world." Byleth nodded in agreement. But this did nothing to improve the lioness' stormy demeanor. She was just as furious as she had been before. Actually, she now felt vindicated in her beliefs. It is beyond me how Lady Rhea permitted it. He saved Dimitri, Claude, and me. He freed the students who had been kidnapped by Akiran, and he slew Akiran's most fierce subordinates, one of whom was a dark sorcerer. Edelgard listed Byleth's accomplishments. She rolled her eyes and left out an annoyed sigh at the fact that she had to do that. Byleth's deeds have proven him capable. Not knowing the complete history of Fodlan shouldn't disqualify him from being a teacher. Edelgard's words seemed to have gotten through to her. Ingrid was taken aback as she stumbled. I did not know he saved the students as well." Byleth did not confirm Edelgard's statements verbally, but the glance he gave Ingrid proved enough for her. He had locked gaze with Ingrid for a few moments, after which her behavior towards them improved a little. "May I?" She grabbed hold of a chair seated at another table. Her intentions were as clear as day. However, Byleth was well aware that he could not decide alone on the matter. So his attention is on the lavender-eyed house leader next to him. He awaited her response. Ingrid watched how his eyes drifted to Edelgard, and it caused her to raise an eyebrow, grind her teeth, and shoot a disapproving glance their way. "Will you from now on consult your house leader regarding everything? Because if you do, he is no better than a knight." "Those only follow orders blindly," Edelgard retorted. Shock delayed the moment she realized her tongue had slipped. Ingrid's hand curled into a fist. Her features resembled those of a predator who has finally had enough and is about to pounce on its prey. "So you look down at knighthood that much?" Without any care for what Byleth and Edelgard thought about her presence, she took her seat and dragged to their table. "If you go away, then you'll look like the worst kind of person," Suthies whispered into his ears. But Byleth did not understand why she advised against their leaving. "Is it not for the best that we leave?" He had tilted his head away for a tiny moment to speak to Suthies. "Perhaps, but perhaps staying is a chance to." Suthies stopped dead in her tracks. Ingrid was now seated at her table. She brushed over their collection of books. "Of course all of them are from Adrestia," she commented. "Not all of them." Edelgard pointed with her index finger at one of the larger volumes near the end. "This record is actually co-written by a knight who was born in Leicester, but before the Crescent Moon War, he was a knight of Firgus. The other author was a deep admirer of him. They served under the same banner for many years. It is never stated what became of them." Ingrid's eyes started to flicker as she looked at the book. "But you don't regard knights highly, why would you?" "I listen to every side," Edelgard responded, "even when I disagree with them." Ingrid narrowed her eyes. She did not believe Edelgard, but her curiosity regarding the book's contents took precedence. "I believe this is a book that contains content we both can agree on." Edelgard spoke confidently. "Since the book has two authors, it tells two tales. One of a knight who had a high opinion of the kingdom and one who approved of the Leicester Rebellion." Ingrid had opened the book and started reading some of its content out aloud. Edelgard interrupted her and summarized the rest. "Yet, they both ended up working for the church, with no discernible shift in their worldviews. They either did not dispute their own personal records before their deaths or they did so too late to change the record." Ingrid turned to Byleth, who was lost. His hands were moving back and forth between the Rose and the Dawn and Zuerhausen records. What is a fictional book doing here? Ingrid asked in a careless manner. Because it's not fiction. Edelgard once more repeated the same reaction she had when Byleth questioned her choice as she jumped off her seat. Her eyes were now challenging Ingrid, but Edelgard stopped in her tracks as she saw how affectionately Ingrid treated the novel. I am relieved. So there is another thing we agree on. Ingrid was smiling at Edelgard. It was unclear to Byleth whether Edelgard's wide eyes conveyed shock or confusion. Perhaps both. Together, he and Edelgard waited for Ingrid to elaborate. It is unusual to see an Adrestian noble believe in what they consider a fairy tale. I am not every Adrestian noble, Edelgard declared firmly. But Ingrid used her declaration to reinforce her point. Precisely. You are their princess. Not to mention the last daughter of an inept ruler. It took Ingrid a moment to realize how much she had hurt Edelgard with her statement. And I believed the women in Faerghus are. Byleth placed his hand over Edelgard's mouth as he looked into her beautiful lilac eyes. My. Suthies was astounded by Byleth's behavior. She was enjoying how the conversation nearly turned into a disaster again, but this time her little, less than a child tourist, had prevented a storm. Ingrid ignored Edelgard's words. Instead, she went through with her apology. My apologies, Your Highness, I have overstepped. Byleth could tell from the way Edelgard's mouth hung open for a few seconds after hearing the apology that it was the last thing she had been expecting to hear. However, she quickly caught herself and responded. Apology accepted, now can we please turn back to the topic at hand? Neither Byleth nor Ingrid objected. It is true that many within the imperial nobility hold disdain for the novel. What it contains shatters their illusion of a class system. In Faerghus, knighthood is often associated with nobility, but not every knight actually is a noble. Everyone can become a knight as long as they distinguish themselves in battle. Similar to how Sir Adonet was chosen. Byleth heard that name for the first time, but Edelgard's cheeks burned a little upon the mention of his name. Without verbally asking it, he posted the question as to who Sir Adonet was. He was the deuteragonist of the novel right in front of you, Ingrid responded in Edelgard's place. And he is also the reason why the nobles despise it, and this is why Zuerhausen never mentions him. Did I summarize everything correctly, Your Highness? Edelgard nodded. Yes, you did, and as for what made Sir Adonet so controversial, I am afraid, my professor, you will have to read the book yourself. There was a slight flush to Ingrid and Edelgard's faces. You shouldn't press the topic further, Suthies reprimanded him. The answers as to why the two act the way they do are in front of you. She waited a second before asking for something. May I request that we read it later together? I am also curious as to how mentioning a single knight provokes such a reaction in them. Byleth's lips twitched ever so slightly, but he was genuinely pleased to hear Suthies make such an official request of him. She usually ordered him around, but now she was politely asking for his help. This was a nice pleasant contrast, so naturally Byleth whispered his agreement to her. I will. And Suthies returned the gesture with a thank you. Byleth ignored her response and continued, what subjects did you tackle this past week? He turned his questions towards both Ingrid and Edelgard. Crestology, and more crestology. She let out a large sigh. Professor Hanneman made sure we were prepared to fight against those with crests and knew the numerous effects they could bestow on people. Currently, we have only managed to cover the kingdom crests. Edelgard sighed heavily as well. Our lectures were different. There was one day when we had a decent subject. We talked about the history of Fodlan, where I corrected Professor Akiran most of the time. Byleth cast a curious glance at Edelgard. Don't look at me like this, Professor. You will properly prepare for this lecture. She snapped at Byleth. Ingrid was unsure of what to make of the situation. Did Professor Akiran not prepare for his lectures? He did prepare for his lectures, but not how a proper professor should. Instead, he used them for nefarious purposes, as shown by the fiasco with the Abyss. All I can say is that we got a little bit of combat experience from it, but that's about it. Petra, Bernadetta, Dorothea, and I were forced to fight for our lives, and if it weren't for Aelfric's servant, I fear some of us wouldn't have made it. The matches there were rigged against us as we only had rusted iron weapons against steel. Byleth and Ingrid listened to her every word. Ingrid's hands curled into fists, while Byleth was intrigued by their training. So this was actually good training? You learned how to win against a stronger opponent. Edelgard was surprised that Byleth did not criticize Akiran's antics. Professor, this was a life-or-death situation. Byleth shrugged his shoulders. This is the best way to learn. Training only goes so far without experience. This is how my father taught me. We were fighting in an underground coliseum against stronger, better armed opponents. You can't always choose your battlefield, you need to win regardless of the circumstances, and if you can't win, then at the very least, you must survive until you can take on the next contract. That's part of the Mercenary Codex. The Mercenary Codex. Ingrid and Edelgard posted the same question. Their blank stares revealed that neither of them had ever heard of it. It's a loose list of principles a mercenary should abide by in their life, Byleth responded. According to Geralt, it is similar to the Knight's Code, but there are many key differences. Knights never back out or run away from a battle unless they are ordered to. Ingrid filled in what Byleth was about to say. They are defined by their loyalty to king and country. When Ingrid spoke, her hand moved to her chest, and her eyes were unwavering. Edelgard couldn't overlook the impression Ingrid's gesture made, so she chimed in. Adrestia has done away with chivalry for centuries. From what you told me, you once met our Minister of Military Affairs. He is Casper's father, Leopold von Berglitz, the strongest warrior within Adrestia. Byleth turned his attention away from Ingrid and toward Edelgard. I have met him once or twice. Geralt, however, did the talking. The only memory I have of him is when he questioned my father why I was fighting. Apparently, he disliked the age at which I held a blade. Ingrid's face lit up with a smile. In Faerghus, there is no such thing as being too young to hold a blade. Ingrid, I doubt that's what Byleth was telling us. I believe what Leopold critiqued was sending a child to battle, Edelgard corrected her. Following Edelgard's words, Ingrid stared at Byleth in disbelief. Unsure of what to make of it, she thoroughly examined him from head to toe. Byleth returned her gaze, but his expression verified Edelgard's assertions. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Those were the words my father taught me. Ingrid was disturbed and amazed at the same time. How can a former knight commander? Given your own house's poverty, I thought you could understand. Unfortunately, the outside world can be a perilous place, and it's often best to stay together. The way Edelgard's tone shifted, it was clear that she was reciting a line she had taken from somewhere. Quoting The Rose and the Dawn, I see, Ingrid answered. However, the way Edelgard had spoken about her family made her angry. Even a poor home is still home. Not everyone is. 8 winters ago, my father took me with him on missions. Byleth interrupted her. Everything I have learned, I learned through experience and training. Both Edelgard and Ingrid averted their gazes from him. Edelgard was the first to speak. Professor, no child should fight to the death just to survive. No child should ever starve, Ingrid added. At least you have grown stronger and more capable as a result. I will relish seeing you on the battlefield. She stood up from her seat. If that's all, I'd like to take my leave. Edelgard gave her a formal handwave. You may leave if you wish. The aura of royal authority that Edelgard exuded with this gesture surprised Byleth. In a flash of green light, Suthies appeared in front of him. These two are something special. The blonde one is a true knight, and the lavender-eyed one strikes me as the type to lead whole armies one day. Just be careful not to lead her to defeat. Byleth nodded in agreement. Professor, we have much to discuss regarding our coming week. The 30th is the day of the mock battle, and quite frankly, our class has lost a week of valuable time to prepare. After Ingrid had left, Byleth started to check the whole library to ensure no bystanders would listen in. While he did so, he stumbled across the librarian. Oh, hello, Professor. I believe we hadn't had the time to get acquainted. My name is Tamash, the humble librarian at your service. Should you need my help in finding a certain book, I am always there to help. Byleth gave him a nod. As my old eyes have seen, many people have taken interest in you, including the young princess. The two of them were a few cases away from her. Since she was absorbed in the books she had brought, she was not paying attention to their conversation. Has Professor Hanneman already examined you in regards to a crest? How the librarian was aware of his crest surprised Byleth. Oh, that's just natural. Crests are a part of Fodlan. Tamash answered Byleth's question before he had asked it. You must know that when I served at House Ordelia all those years ago, I was more than just a caretaker for the library. It is indeed how the young say, old habits don't die fast. Professor! Edelgard was shouting for him throughout the library. Byleth saw how she was now searching for him. When Byleth turned around to see Tamash, he only saw a letter on the floor. A letter with a seal on it. The seal had the symbol of a mint plant. Byleth went to pick up the letter. You missed this. Instead of going to reunite with Edelgard, Byleth was searching for the librarian. There you are, Professor. Edelgard seemed overjoyed to have found him. She smiled at him while her hands were rubbed together. She reached out to him. There is something I must show you. Byleth was still trying to look for Tamash. Edelgard caught wind of how he averted his gaze from her. In a whisper, Edelgard questioned, was someone here with you? Byleth gave a nod. He dropped this. He displayed the letter to her. It belongs to Tamash, the librarian. I want to return it to him. Professor, allow me to handle this. You need to focus all of your attention on the coming mock battle. Some would say the honor of the Empire depends on it. Some would, Byleth responded as he continued to search the library. Professor! Edelgard caught up with him and blocked his path. Her hands were crossed. Edelgard! Byleth's eye widened to see her in his path. Byleth! Edelgard had a fiery expression. Professor, would you kindly trust me on this matter? Byleth maintained eye contact with her while shaking his head. We can look for Tamash together, he proposed. We have more pressing matters to attend to than delivering a single letter. She scolded him. Professor, what? Is something the matter? The old librarian had suddenly appeared. Edelgard looked pleadingly at Byleth. She went closer to him. To Byleth's surprise, Tamash was there. Have you ever encountered a mage capable of warping? My magical prowess is why I am still allowed to tend to the library. I can hardly perform physical labor due to my weak body, but a lifetime of studying has finally paid off. Tamash grinned at Byleth. If you are ever searching for me, ring the bell at the entrance. Should I be close, I will come. This is a special privilege reserved for church leaders such as yourself. He made sure to give extra weight to the fact that Byleth was a high ranking within the church. Edelgard frowned a little. We were getting along nicely. Thank you. Now my professor. You have matters to attend to. Byleth's hands went to the letter in his pocket. Edelgard gently grabbed his hand. Whatever you do now is your decision. Suthis could see that Byleth sought her counsel, and so she gave it to him. While he watched, Suthis' time did not stop, and Edelgard softly marched hand in hand back to the table. Professor, I won't ask again. Her eyes were fierce as she whispered her demand into Byleth's ear. You can even see what is written there, she offered him. Byleth shook his head, but unlike last time, he did hand her the letter. Edelgard took the letter and cracked the seal open. Then she took out the letter and started reading. The revelation. The goddess is all things. She is heaven above and the land below. She is eternity incarnate. She is the present, the past, and the future. Her eyes see all. Her ears hear all. Her hands receive all. She who was graced with the holy word of the divine goddess, who bore witness to her magnificence, is the one called Siros. She is the messenger of the heavens, the bridge between the lands, above and below, and her blessings shall bring tidings of peace to all. With the goddess's omnipotence and wisdom to guide her, Siros ensures that her will be done. As the goddess's sword, Siros wards away evil. As the goddess's child, Siros makes emperors of mortals. As the goddess's wings, Siros elevates her people. As the goddess's voice, Siros spreads the word of love. That sublime sword is entrusted to you. Those emperors are crowned before you. Those wings clear your path. That voice whispers words of trust. May the blessings of the goddess follow you, always. Edelgard placed the letter on the desk and ended with the Book of Siros. My uncle is quite religious, and this letter was addressed to him. I believe Tamash did this to remind him to visit the monastery more often. Despite this, both she and Byleth were able to tell that she was thinking about something else while she was speaking because she seemed to stare at the letter for a significantly longer period of time than was strictly necessary. Is everything all right? Yes, Professor. I'm just analyzing it to see if there's anything else to it. She pondered the letter for a few minutes before concluding. No, I was mistaken. I will make sure to hand it to my uncle next time I see him. Your uncle? Byleth stared at Edelgard. Volkhard von Arundel, current regent of the empire. You can read more about him in House Arundel's history later. Edelgard moved in closer to Byleth and leaned forward to whisper something in his ear. He is the reason you do not wish to fail at the mock battle, as he has high hopes for us. Byleth remained unfazed, but Edelgard's lips slightly trembled when she spoke of him. For a long moment, they stood side by side at the table. How quickly time has passed, Professor. I believe we have been at this for hours on end. We should depart now. For now, you should take 3 books. We will reconvene tomorrow after Colin. Edelgard paused before she flashed a smile. After breakfast, Professor. Given how the monastery is still covered in ice, I doubt we have lectures tomorrow. That said, I do have a few special missions that require your blessing. Are you going to join me for dinner? 21th of the Great Tree Moon, nighttime. Edelgard and Byleth approached the dining hall together. On their way, they sneaked past Hanuman's office and stored the books Byleth had borrowed from the library in their classroom. When they returned to their classroom, it was empty. Not even Lysithea was there. By comparison, the dining hall was filled with many familiar faces. Byleth had seen the different class members in action, but he was still unfamiliar with many of their names. Bernadetta and Lysithea weren't there, but 2 orange-haired students were. One was a girl, and the other was a more prominent man. His name was Ferdinand, or so he remembered, and the girl was a mage whose talent, or rather lack thereof, Byleth observed on the battlefield. Given how much destruction magic causes, Byleth expected more from her, but the girl had been too frightened to fight. In his head, Byleth made a mark regarding her weakness. Instinctively, Edelgard guided him to the table. Surprisingly, their table was located in one of the room's corners, some distance from the others. However, Byleth approved her choice. This will make it easier for us to leave, Byleth commented. Edelgard let out a chuckle as a result of his words. Are mercenaries not enjoyable company? She asked. Byleth shook his head sharply. They do not. Most of them are too careless and reckless. When every day could be your last, Edelgard whispered. When every day could be your last, you live like it's your last. The orange-haired student approached and joined their conversation, an act that annoyed Edelgard. Would you please leave, Ferdinand? Our professor and I have a lot to talk about, and you're getting in the way of our success. I am not getting in the way of anything. I can't wait to hear what magnificent plan you have come up with and how I can help you improve upon it. Ferdinand turned to face Byleth. Professor, I will accomplish my tasks no matter what. I won't let you down. Edelgard's head was tilted ever so slightly downward from its typical position. This is getting interesting again. Suthies stood next to Ferdinand as she observed the situation. Please, Ferdinand, you don't need to turn everything into a competition against me. Edelgard's authoritative manner became softer with each word she spoke. She even turned away from him entirely, staring at her own reflection in the window. Byleth posed the question, what am I missing? Without actually saying a word. Ferdinand turned to face Edelgard, and Edelgard turned to face Ferdinand. Neither of them wanted to speak. But eventually, Ferdinand spoke. There is a stain on my honor as a noble. I challenged Edelgard to a competition to see how much I had grown. But I believe you already know of this, Professor, but Akiran separated the classes between the boys and the girls. We girls had to wake up at dawn and attend our courses while the boys were instructed after us. A highly ineffective method of instruction that served a singular purpose. To make you suffer. Byleth and Ferdinand finished Edelgard's strain of thoughts. She nodded. Akiran will be judged in a court of law, and proper punishment will fall on him. Yet as it shames me to admit, I have repeatedly challenged Edelgard to a duel, and Akiran has always forced her to accept my request. Ferdinand kneeled down in remorse. All I wanted was to see how strong I had become. This is in the past now, Ferdinand. We need to move ahead. She gestured for him to rise, and Ferdinand did so. Meet us tomorrow after breakfast in our classroom and help us inform the others. We have much to discuss, Byleth commanded. Professor, I will take my leave. Ferdinand gave a small bow and went on his way. After a few minutes, Byleth went to the kitchen. He looked around for what was available. There was a plethora of menus already prepared, and it was up to the students and teachers to decide. Edelgard had followed him, and she grabbed a little bit of everything. However, most of her meals were plain in nature, with the exception of her dessert. Byleth followed suit and grabbed the same food she did. He rarely tasted anything fancy, nor did he care much about flavor as long as it satiated his hunger. You don't need to. Edelgard saw what he was doing. I want to. Byleth answered. Somehow, these words of pure selfish determination always carried meaning for her, as it caused her to smile. In that case, these should provide you with all the necessary nutrients you could need. Byleth's eyes were fixated and gradually came to a stop when he expected the dessert. Edelgard had an assured tone. We accomplished a lot today. Hence, we earned ourselves a little gift. Yet Byleth had actually never tasted the chocolate mixture in front of him. Oh, hello Edelgard, and hello Professor. A woman Byleth had briefly seen approached. She was one of the teachers, and next to her was the orange-haired student. Thank you so much, Professor Manuela, for making these desserts, the orange-haired student exclaimed. She quickly grabbed one and affectionately admired it. I will take one of those. A tiny white-haired student stormed inside the dining hall and grabbed one of the desserts. Help you with it, Lysithea. Lysithea was accompanied by a green-haired student who escorted her the entire time and followed her every step. The way he watched her reminded Byleth of one of the clients he and Gerald had to protect while they were wyvern hunting. Gerald mostly laughed at their client, who claimed to be an accomplished scholar and researcher. But Byleth saw more in him, similar to how the green-haired student fascinated him. Professor. Edelgard waved her hand. You remember Lysithea? This is Linhard, another member of our class. He is the son of Count Hevering, the Feather of Adrestia. His father is the Minister of Domestic Affairs. I am aware, Byleth replied. Could you please leave Lysithea alone, Linhard? You are making her uncomfortable. I would, but she's the subject of so many intriguing rumors. Linhard took up his hand and started counting with his fingers. First, there is the abnormal reaction she made when she was out of magical energy. I have never seen a specimen whose body fights back like that. Second, there is a rumor that states that she is in possession of 2 crests. And third, Lysithea is officially listed as crestless in some of the church documents, but Professor Hanneman seemed not at all surprised when I confronted him about the matter. Linhard. Edelgard looked at him with fierce eyes. This is not the time or place for your research. Byleth, however, wanted to hear him speak. Yet Suthies intervened on Edelgard's behalf. I agree with the princess. This is not the time or place for such things. Remember that you are at a dining hall, dummy. There is time for this later, Linhard, Byleth reprimanded him. Linhard's attention turned to Byleth. Oh, you must be the new professor. He waved at Byleth. After that, he stepped closer and began to touch Byleth. First his hands, then his muscles. Ah, yes, years of mercenary work. However, it is still unclear to me how you managed to dispatch Akiran's elite knight and his mage so effortlessly. I'd like to do some testing on you, Professor. All in the name of my research, of course. Everyone was shocked when Byleth agreed to it with a nod. However, he added a condition to it. Only if you attend your lectures regularly and do your best with your studies. Linhard seemed happy as he let out a yawn. See, Professor. I'll head to bed now. Are you all right, Lysithea? Edelgard gave her a deeply worried gaze. Don't feel ashamed to come to me when Linhard makes you uncomfortable. Her lips were curved in a faint smile. Thanks. She took her dessert and instinctively seated herself at Edelgard's and Byleth's table. Manuela sounded like a worried mother when she said, I have to admit, I am relieved to see Linhard do something productive every once in a while. He usually seems lost. Edelgard and Byleth chatted a bit with Manuela before they went to join Lysithea. He has one of the sharpest minds I have ever seen, Edelgard complimented Linhard. It's just that he hasn't found his purpose yet. Edelgard turned to look at Lysithea and went to her. Byleth followed her back to their table. How is the dessert? Edelgard inquired in a cheerful manner. Quite good, thanks. She ate her dessert at a rapid pace. Is there something you need? It's nothing. Edelgard paused for a moment. I hope you are not angry with me because of what happened yesterday. I had to return to class. No, I am not. I would have preferred to sleep in my own bed, but your classroom was also fine. The night reminded me of what it was like to. Lysithea stopped in her tracks before shutting them down. Never mind. Neither Edelgard nor Byleth pressed the matter as they turned to their meals. They both had the same plate, but that didn't bother them. While Lysithea and Edelgard were eating, they occasionally looked at each other, but neither of them started a new conversation. And so it went until the three of them finished, and they went their separate ways. Professor, due to yesterday's events, you have been unable to enter your room. I will show you everything, then leave you be. 22nd of the Great Tree Moon, midnight. After Edelgard showed Byleth her room, she returned to her own room. She had so much work to do. Fortunately, the dorms were warm and comfortable. The staff of the church did their best to ensure that everyone was satisfied by using magic to heat the rooms, and their efforts were successful. The heat was perfect, and the air felt smooth and relaxing. Edelgard enjoyed breathing in and out. When she stood at the entrance of her room, she was overjoyed to see a black cat with the same eyes as her. Meow. Adrescha. Edelgard hugged her cat. Her cat wiggled her tail around her legs, and while she meowed happily, her owner quickly unlocked the door to her room. Among her personal belongings, Hubert had made sure to leave a little bit of food. She quickly shared a little bit of bacon. To her surprise, Hubert was nowhere to be seen. Until someone who definitely wasn't Hubert came knocking on her door. Come in. Edelgard waved her retainer inside. He showed respect by bending his knees. We have much to discuss. He wore a severe expression. Edelgard nodded. That we have. Before he could speak, Edelgard grabbed the letter Byleth gave her. The letter was from Tamash, a careless, humble librarian who just so happened to address Lord Arundel, next to the Archbishop, the most powerful individual in Fodlan. Where did you get this? Hubert couldn't believe what she had found. Edelgard stepped closer to him, her eyes scanned everything, and her ears were listening to every sound in their environment as she whispered to her retainer's ears. Tamash, the librarian, is one of their agents. Hubert's eyes shot wide. Brilliant of them. A sleeper within the church for decades. I am assuming this is one of their correspondences. It's encrypted, but I think we can decrypt it together. We must act fast, or else our information won't be of much use. I can keep our professor occupied. Should you require my help, just ask. Edelgard made a sign to dismiss her retainer. It was past midnight, and she needed to sleep. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Edelgard turned to Hubert. What matter is that? Lady Rhea wishes to soon prepare Akiran's trial. This will undoubtedly be the most publicized trial in all of Fodlan, and the verdict will almost certainly be the death penalty. What should we do about that? Hubert made a deep sigh. As far as I am concerned, this death is too quick for him. Young Miss Ordalia proposed a far more beneficial solution. One that results in far less bloodshed and allows us to gain a valuable foothold within the alliance. There is one flaw: we risk provoking Lord Arendel's ire. I am aware. He lost his pawn, or so it seems. It will be difficult to switch a chess piece from his internat to ours. There is much plotting required for us to accomplish this task. Undoubtedly, We will have to consult future enemies such as House Reagan and even the Archbishop. Edelgard turned to Hubert. Should Acheron use his usefulness, then Lord Arundel will catch on to what we are doing. The only way this isn't going to happen is when the Archbishop speaks him free of his crimes, which only happens when I testify for him. She struggled to get through each word as she uttered it aloud. Hubert took a step closer to her. Yes, Lady Edelgard. This is another sacrifice we have to make. Undoubtedly, this will put a strain on your relationship with our peers. None of them can be allowed to learn your true reasons. This includes our professor. Unless I can be sure of their loyalty, Edelgard whispered. Can you ever be certain of their devotion? Hubert's words echoed in her mind. The families of our classmates opposed your father and Dorothea, and that mercenary you fancy so much can still be swayed by money. Edelgard felt a knife being plunged deeper into her chest. She wanted to be alone with her thoughts. There was so much to do and so little time. I will take my leave now. Hubert took the letter. You can count on me to deal with the matter. All he received from Edelgard was a cold shoulder as she kept up her mask. On the outside, she appeared invincible, but on the inside, she was anything but. When Hubert left, she cradled her cat and, deep down, hoped that no nightmare would claim her. 30th of the Great Tree Moon, the day of the mock battle, and Ferdinand's birthday. Happy birthday, Ferdinand. Byleth and Mercedes had worked together to make a giant cake, which was now waiting for Ferdinand. This time, its size was significantly smaller than Hubert's, but it was even tastier. This is for me? Ferdinand was nearly in tears. You did not go through all of the effort just for me, did you? Byleth nodded. Mercedes insisted we bake you one. I simply helped. The gray-haired student from the Blue Lions stood at the entrance to their classroom. It was morning, and the students would soon depart for the mock battle. Ferdinand went to greet her and thank her personally. Everyone can have one piece of the cake. The rest is for when we return. Edelgard and Byleth spoke with one voice, and the Black Eagles listened to them. They locked gazes for a fraction of a second. These past 8 days have been filled with training and exercises. Once the snow had been taken care of, Byleth pushed his charges to their limits. Now, they have to beat 2 other classes with opponents who are just as good, if not better. Professor, I am confident we will win, Edelgard whispered to him. Byleth listened to her and whispered back. We must win. This caused Edelgard's lips to curl into a smile. She quickly grabbed 2 pieces of cake and handed him one. Here. Byleth had a book in his hand. He was still reading The Rose and the Dawn. He read a tiny passage out loud when Edelgard spoke. May we all greet the new dawn together. Edelgard's face flushed slightly. These are wonderful words, Professor. She was incredibly happy as she recognized them from the story. Oh, this is from Act 3. The juicy bits are soon coming. Dorothea had moved closer to them. As soon as she realized that she was drawing nearer to Byleth, she frowned slightly and immediately grabbed Edelgard into her arms. What do you say? Would you take me as your knight in shining armor? She was smiling from ear to ear, and Edelgard was trying gently to free herself from her grip. Her pulse was quickening, and her heart was starting to race. Dorothea's presence seemed to make her happy even when it was too much. Byleth continued to read. His lips moved, and he read the text exceptionally quietly. When he was asked why he did that, Byleth simply responded, to improve. Obviously, Edelgard tried to follow his example, but for her, it had no such effect. Instead, it was the idea that someone was reading along with her that left an emotional scar. The books she loves are too personal for her to discuss with others. If Byleth had not shown interest in the War of the Rose and the Dawn, then Edelgard would never have shown it to him. Professor, you need to eat up. Dorothea shrugged her shoulders. I hope we will win. You don't deserve to lose, Edie. If we lose, I will blame everything on you, Professor. She pointed her finger at Byleth. Your training was physical torture, and why was I supposed to learn white magic? Byleth said nothing in response. However, after a few seconds, he gently placed The Rose and the Dawn on the bookshelf as he turned to finally eat his piece of the cake. Though he didn't say a word, The satisfied itch that spread across his face indicated he was taking pleasure in his efforts' fruits. In the meantime, Byleth and Edelgard watched over their classmates. Bernadetta was still in one of the corners. Their training had not alleviated her anxiety. Nonetheless, she showed signs of having gained some muscle mass. Enough to shoot the required meter further than before. Depending on how she managed to control herself and aim for her target. The same muscle growth went for Petra. Her arms looked stronger than before. She was a natural beauty, unafraid of who she is. The way she had spoken about showing her marks and scars to Byleth plunged a dagger deep into Edelgard's heart. Despite her best efforts, Edelgard knew it was impossible for her to ever reveal what had happened to her. If she did, she'd get a moniker even worse than Ashen Demon. As on cue, Petra appeared. She looked well rested and ready for anything. "Professor, we are ready to depart." Byleth nodded. "I am not ready for this. I am so ready for this." The room echoed with Bernadetta and Casper's screams. Everyone was on edge because of Bernadetta's screams of pain, but Casper inspired everyone else, with the exception of Linhard and Bernie. "The mock battle is upon us. Don't tell me you will be fighting against us, Mercedes. There you are, Mercedes. We need to depart now." Dimitri had entered the room. "I guess the same goes for all of you as well." His eyes went to the cake. "Professor Eisner, if you allow us to defeat you, may we get a piece of the cake as well?" Byleth shrugged with his shoulders. "That is not my decision to make." Edelgard was curious if Dimitri would offer something in return. "And if we win, what would we get?" "What do you want?" "If it's within reason. We don't have anything that we need from you at the moment. Hence why you will owe us a favor." "Edelgard." Byleth looked at his house leader. "Mercedes helped us. Which is why she was allowed to present and have a part of the cake." Edelgard countered. "She earned herself the right to eat the cake. And should the lions best us, they have won that right as well." Her eyes moved from Byleth to Ferdinand. Ferdinand looked conflicted, but he sanctioned her deal. As a result, Dimitri clapped his hands and declared, "Then it's decided." "Professor, I don't intend to lose." "Neither do we," Edelgard declared. In the course of an hour, they made their way to the stables, and from there, they mounted a few horses and rode into the magnificent monastery town. The people there had seen better days as they were still recovering from the refugees and the snowstorm. But seeing the students lighted their spirits. Fortunately, they weren't invited to see the mock battle, or else their excitement would have crushed the few knights who were tasked with observing the coming battle. Seath and Gerald had already waited for them. "Professors, as you may be aware, this battle serves as a demonstration to one that will be held at Gronder Field. The legendary Battle of the Eagle and Lion." Gerald chimed in. He was smiling from ear to ear to see Byleth and Edelgard stand side by side. "So Seath and I will observe the battlefield. There are some rules you need to be aware of." Seath advanced dramatically and spoke in a strong, authoritative voice. "First, the Archbishop has decided that not all students participate." Gerald stepped in. "We know you all have been training hard, and since everyone trained hard, we usually don't reveal the number of students who will participate to their teachers. I have seen years where everyone participated. Those simulated battles were usually too chaotic, leading to numerous pointless reports of unnecessary violence. Hence why only 6 members of each class will fight in the mock battle. The professors are included in the number. As a result, they will have to select 5 members to fight alongside them." Edelgard's attention shifted toward Byleth. "I am here should you need suggestions." Byleth nodded. He leaned in closer to her, whispering. "Hubert, Dorothea, Bernadetta, Ferdinand, and you." "Professor, are you sure?" "Petra would be a better option, and Ferdinand." Another affirmative nod from Byleth. His expression conveyed one thing: "Trust me." These unspoken words cut deep because she knew in her bones that blind faith would lead straight to her death. While most people would consider this to be a mere practice fight, she was well aware of the secret observers. The entire Adrestian Empire was watching. And its weight was all over her shoulders. Burdens that tended to disappear when she was surrounded by the comfort of the monastery. She wanted to protest. to say something, but when she shot a glance at Claude and Dimitri, it felt like, for a brief moment, she saw him. He was laughing at her from behind his cloak of darkness, indulging in her pain and suffering for his own amusement. Suddenly, he uttered the exact same words to her when she departed. Always think about your father. After all, it would be a shame if something were to happen to him or to his precious daughter. Above all, your death would break him. His poisonous voice etched itself into her consciousness. He had threatened her countless times. Every morning until late at night. I can't return to that life. I can't. Suddenly, she felt Byleth gently grab her arm. We still have some time. Permit me to explain. Ah, yes, Professor. You don't have to explain things to me. She told a flat-out lie. Everything in her body screamed for an explanation, but she couldn't deny that she valued her friendship with him. And she did not want to risk losing him to the church and their concept of blind obedience to the goddess. When they gained a significant distance, Byleth spoke. Petra and Caspar and Linhard would be more ideal than Bernadetta, Ferdinand, and Dorothea. Edelgard agreed with him. Well, she found Dorothea more valuable than Linhard, but this was another matter. So why? Because they are weaker. Edelgard looked at Byleth with confusion. Dorothea needs to learn her white magic, Ferdinand and Hubert need to learn how to cooperate with more people, and Bernadetta needs to become a warrior. Not deploying them means robbing them of their potential. Edelgard finished his train of thought. I see, she gave him a genuine smile. This mock battle won't be easy. One misstep, and we fall to our ruin. Byleth finished, and Edelgard nodded. His answers gave her more resolve. She was determined to win this fight and conquer the hearts of her people and classmates. Hey there. Did we miss our invite to this strategy meeting? Oh, no worries, we'll just join in now. Claude was carrying a big smile as he approached with Dimitri in tow. The way Claude was grinning put Edelgard on the edge. Simply tell me your weaknesses, and you're welcome to stay. But is there enough time to cover them all? She aimed a clever remark at him. And Claude responded in a flash with a rebuttal. Ah, so you can't win unless you know my weakness? Poor princess. You really should believe in yourself more. I spare no effort when pursuing victory. As a master of schemes, I think you would understand. She gave him a wink. However, much to the surprise of everyone present, Claude attempted to deflect her words by lying flat out. Schemes? Me? I have no idea what you're talking about. I plan to fight fair and square, as ever. Hearing the words, fair and square, from Claude can only be a bad omen. Dimitri stated, and everyone agreed with him, Claude included. Your Highnesses haven't known me for very long, but you already have me figured out, don't you? Claude approached Byleth. The only one who might have a grasp on me is you, Teach. Claude's eyes pierced Byleth, but Byleth withstood his gaze. I think it's safe to say we all have a good understanding of our new professor. Professor and Edelgard, keep an eye on each other. I look forward to seeing you on the battlefield. Dimitri picked up his spear and seemed ready to depart. Wait, I thought we would ally against them. Claude winked. Everyone present gave him a weird look. You guys need to loosen up more, especially you, princess. I like you when you are asleep. Edelgard grabbed a wooden axe. Everyone present seemed unsure what she would do, but instead of doing anything reckless, she simply went to stand next to her teacher. Her eyes ignored Claude. Ah, how precious. Looks like you and the students have become fast friends. Manuela winked at Byleth. She exuded joy in the same way that Hanneman did. While I am pleased that you are taking the initiative to acquaint yourself with the students, I'm afraid it's about time for the faculty strategy meeting. Faculty strategy meeting. Byleth seemed unfamiliar with the term. We have a few smaller details to discuss before the battle. Manuela gave Byleth a friendly smile. Come along now. Then, with her hands, she motioned for Dimitri, Edelgard, and Claude to leave. Professor, see you soon. Edelgard bowed. She was fully prepared to lead the Black Eagles to victory. Claude and Dimitri exuded the same fire. Three flames of ambition were about to clash. This strategy meeting was pointless. Just don't go all out. Ugh, how disrespectful, only because you have a goddess in your head. Sothis was upset about how Manuela and Hanuman had pressed Byleth to hold back. They are probably utilizing every little trick, but since you are a mercenary. They are right, I am not used to fighting on a battlefield, where I am forbidden from killing. Should my instincts take over, Byleth was asking his new friend for a massive favor. Right, I forgot. Just focus on the battle ahead. Should you lose it, I will step in. Sothis' response calmed his mind. Thank you. Byleth bowed where she stood. Sothis took in the gesture. How nice of you. The last time you showed such manners was quite a few days ago. I am sorry. Byleth lowered his head. Oh, don't be so anxious about it. Simply practice some etiquette on occasion, and everything should go swimmingly between us from then on. A start would be that you begin listening to me more often. Byleth gave her a nod. And together they approached the Black Eagle position. Edelgard and the rest of the Black Eagles were smiling at him. Bernadetta, Ferdinand, Hubert, and Dorothea. You are the ones we have chosen to participate. Lady Edelgard, Professor, you disappoint me. Caspar, Linhard, and Petra are the ones you should be selecting. Do not take my words to heart, Dorothea, but Linhardt's healing magic is vital. We need someone to heal broken ribs and bones. Caspar is far more relentless than Ferdinand and is slightly better at cooperating and... Edelgard posed a serious question to her retainer. Hubert, do you trust me? You should know better than anyone to ask me this question. Hubert seemed genuinely hurt. Then you will follow my command. The same goes for you, Ferdinand. If you both wish to make right with me, then follow me and work together. Edelgard's heart was burning with passion as she spoke. Ferdinand and Hubert gave each other an encouraging humph as they were ready to fight. If this degenerate agrees, then we will bury the hatchet, once for you, Lady Edelgard. Whom are you calling? Ferdinand realized what he was about to do. He had gotten a few steps closer to Hubert and was nearly about to start a pointless brawl. Right, Ferdinand caught himself. We are going to follow you, Edelgard, and of course, we are here because of you, Professor. We stay by the plan, Hubert. Byleth notified him as he moved to Bernadetta and reached his hands out to her. Have no fear. We will all live happily ever after together, he reassured her. Edelgard was surprised by the softness in his voice. With the passing of 5 sunrises and 5 sunsets, even the meanest mercenary may burgeon into a peerless professor. It didn't matter to her that more than 5 days' worth of dawns and dusks had passed, she still admired Byleth's progress here. His earlier lectures were disorganized and unfocused, but the direction he's taking them in is good. Bernadetta gently grabbed her bow. I am ready. Everyone smiled at her. You can do it, Bern, Dorothea commented softly, patting her on the back of the head. Seath will make the announcement any minute now. Petra, Caspar, and Linhard, you will have to join them at this large hill over there once he gives the signal. Byleth pointed at them with their fingers. Oh man, I really wanted to fight, Professor. Caspar's shoulders hung low, and he avoided eye contact altogether. You are an extraordinary warrior, Caspar. One who could give anyone a run for their money, Edelgard complimented him. As Caspar glanced around, he could see every single one of his classmates nod in agreement with their house leader's assessment. May the spirits watch over you, Petra bowed before them. In the meantime, Linhard slept wherever he could find a comfortable spot. And one such spot was in the tall grass, where he had hoped they would ignore him. We will be taking care of him. Petra gently touched Linhard to wake him, but nothing happened. Caspar softly touched her shoulder. Let me handle this. He slapped Linhard's chin, and the sleepy student quickly rose to his feet. Arg. Why did you allow Caspar to wake me? This Berglitz is too much for me. BWAAAAAAHHHP. Suddenly, a massive horn was blown. And the first significant battle started. 30th of the Great Tree Moon, the day of the mock battle, and Ferdinand's birthday, noon. 10 minutes passed, and so far, they had not encountered a single obstacle, as was planned. The blue lions and deer should soon clash. Those fools probably haven't noticed us missing, Hubert declared, wearing his usual malicious grin. How fast do you think Claude will? He will change his plan quickly. Yet no matter how things turn out, he and Dimitri will be trading students, Hubert explained to Dorothea. Byleth and Edelgard spoke in unison, we will be at an advantage without having to do anything for it. We are here. Ferdinand proudly showed everyone the little hole he had dug up with Casper. Bernadetta, now focus on the forest, calm your breathing, feel the air, and shoot. Before she let go of the arrow, Byleth ignited it. A red fire arrow approached the forest from afar. What is this? From the distance, Dorothea and Edelgard could spot wooden objects. A mere barricade, nothing we need to worry about. Ferdinand and Hubert both wore a grin as they spotted how Bernadetta's first arrow hit their target. However, her second and third were missing. Bernadetta. The way Hubert spoke her name made her shiver in fear. Arg. Suddenly she hit again. The lions and deer will catch on to our plan every minute now. Edelgard was nervous as she spoke this simple fact out aloud. Before taking action, Byleth waited until he saw several trees engulfed in flames, and they heard a familiar voice yell. Hilda, retreat. Now. Edelgard ordered the eagles to storm out of the comfortable hole and rush to the golden deer's camp. While they did so, they heard a horn blow. Ash has been taken out. They heard Sitha's magically enhanced voice boom over the entire field. He may take his things and exit the battlefield. Do you think Dimitri employed more than a scout? Ferdinand turned to ask Edelgard and Byleth. However, both of them shook their heads while they ran toward Claude's camp. The ground beneath their feet turned dark when a white-haired girl emerged from one of the nearby trees. You will go no further. Claude better delivers the sweets he promised, or else I will turn on him. Lysithea, Edelgard's voice softened. If you start to feel your magic fading, don't put your life in danger to impress him. Edelgard received a nod. There is so much I need to do, and I can't die. So I won't do anything stupid. That said, I need the training, and you just happen to be excellent partners. This fight is mine, Hubert announced as he rested his hand on Edelgard's shoulder. Let's see whose magic is stronger. Hubert annulled the black field Lysithea had cast, and a storm of black orbs approached Lysithea before she returned Hubert's attack in kind. May the better fighter win. Who knows, perhaps I can teach you a thing or two. Lysithea seemed happy to fight Hubert. Perhaps you will, Hubert spoke in a soft voice. For a fraction of a second, Hubert looked at Lysithea the same way he looked at the one person to whom he had dedicated his life. Wait, you don't mind my... Only a fool underestimates someone based on their age alone. Hubert launched another spell at her. The moment Lysithea reflected it, he grinned. The rest of the eagles rushed to meet Claude. Watch out, Teach. There is a trap. Claude yelled. Byleth, however, saw nothing. It was worth a try. Claude's smile did not reach their eyes. However, his arrow nearly hit Byleth. Yet the years of mercenary experience allowed Byleth to catch and break it. What followed was a barrage of arrows. Dorothea summoned a thunder to disrupt them when suddenly from a hole in the ground Hilda appeared. Edelgard quickly rushed to help her friend. Teach, Teach, Teach. Claude sounded disappointed. My reinforcements are here every minute. You only have one way to end this. Fight me head on. Oh, yes, I forgot. You will sacrifice every piece to protect your precious. Claude was speechless when Byleth rushed directly into his trap. Why would you? Byleth and Claude knew that the massive field that made up his camp was filled with traps. However, instead of sacrificing his students to them, Byleth risked it all and placed himself in danger. Edelgard's eyes were on her teacher, but she soon had to avert them due to the pressure Hilda was putting on her. Ferdinand, take Bernadetta and Manuela. Eyes up here, princess. A collision occurred between Hilda's axe and Edelgard's, causing the floor beneath their feet to tremble. Although she was outnumbered, Hilda seemed determined to fight until she was unable to continue. I am glad, Edelgard gave Hilda a smile. Why is that? Hilda was a little bit perplexed. Your eyes, you are finally showing the world the eyes of the warrior you are. Hilda never expected to hear such a compliment from Edelgard. Thanks, I suppose. Although don't count on me always being this determined. Claude said he'd go shopping with me and pay the bill. How could I refuse? Dorothea and Edelgard giggled. By the way, you two must tell me the kind of stuff you are using. We could go. During Hilda's monologue, Edelgard looked over to see Byleth fumbling with the traps Claude had prepared for him, all the while he dodged arrow after arrow. She signaled to Dorothea with a nod, and the two of them quickly resumed the fight, intent on putting an end to it as quickly as they could. However, Hilda was employing a few tricks of her own. As soon as Edelgard approached, she threw some dirt at her. It did not have the effect she was hoping for. Edelgard's movement was unhindered, and their weapons clashed once more. Oh, I was hoping to hit your eyes. No matter. After parrying Edelgard's attack, Hilda's hands went behind her back and she returned to dual-wielding a smaller hand axe. My brother showed me this technique. Prepare yourself. Hilda was lunging at Edelgard with her second hand axe, and she was gaining the advantage. What's worse is that Edelgard could not easily back away to allow Dorothea to safely join their fight, and as long as Hilda had her hand axe, Dorothea couldn't help Byleth, lest she risk Hilda throwing it. This was truly a clever little strategy of Claude's, a single fighter that could keep two stronger opponents busy. After a few exchanges, Edelgard kicked Hilda with all her strength. This was a move that she managed to get on Lord Arundel the first time she used it. Although, just like in the past, it only brought her a few seconds enough to unsheath her dagger and even the odds. As a result, it gave Dorothea time to take advantage of the situation by letting loose a ferocious thunderstorm on the young deer. Edelgard rushed inside the storm for the final blow. To stop the storm, Hilda threw her hand axe at Dorothea, however, Edelgard managed to get close enough to intercept it. With a strike from her axe, Edelgard blocked the hand axe. The only problem was that her back was turned. However, this was something her training accounted for, and why she had a second hand. Hilda moved in to strike while Edelgard turned around, but her dagger was there to soften the impact of her strike. The strike pushed her slightly backwards around a half a meter, but now it was Edelgard's turn to attack. With dagger and axe in hand, she managed to gain the ultimate advantage. Hence, she motioned for Dorothea to help Byleth. Suddenly they heard Seitha's magical voice. Lysithea has been eliminated. Dorothea let out a sigh of relief. However, Edelgard never doubted his retainer or Lysithea. The only factor that could have changed the outcome were Lysithea's crests, hence why they reminded her of the consequences of said power. It tore Edelgard apart, seeing how this power slowly and gradually killed her. Will such a fate befall me as well? The pain Edelgard felt in her chest now came crashing down on Hilda. The beautiful pink-haired student was no match for the future. Now stop it. I surrender. There was a blue bruise on her stomach where Edelgard's wooden axe had struck. Ouch. Was that really necessary? She gave everyone present a scrutinizing look. As expected, Seitha's voice was heard. Hilda has been defeated. I expected as much, they heard Claude's voice. I am surprised you gave it so much effort. Claude was smiling directly at her. Byleth's sword was at his throat. However, Byleth's cape was gone, and part of his clothing was torn. Oh teach, if you think I am done. With his bow, he pushed Byleth's sword away and made a roll to the ground. With his final arrow, he was aiming for Byleth's heart, yet this wasn't enough. Dorothea intervened with his thunder magic and stopped Claude in his tracks. Soon after, Claude was defeated, and Seitha announced his defeat alongside that of Manuela. The golden deer have been defeated. They were completely surprised when they heard two voices. Beautiful work, Professor. But the true challenge starts now. Dimitri appeared. Professor Hanneman and the Blue Lions were by his side. I see you are wounded. Since this is your first year, we can cut you a deal, Professor. You and Edelgard duel Dimitri and me, or we fight now, but the second option will inevitably lead to your defeat. Is this the honor in Faerghus? Edelgard gave Dimitri a scrutinizing look. No, honor is something for fools. This is my plan, not the boar's. The blue-haired heir to Frildarius spoke. It just happened that I agreed more with young Felix's plan, Edelgard. Hanneman added. The way he spoke reminded Edelgard of her father. In their eyes, she could see that Dimitri's ruthlessness lay somewhere else. Felix merely took advantage of the situation. By switching to a superior strategist, the lions managed to surprise you. Claude had a happy expression on his face. I'd take the duel. Aren't the lions the strongest fighters in Fodlan? So how about you allow us to be healed before the duel? Edelgard attacked the notion of honor, Dimitri clinged to. Felix gave Dimitri a scornful look. Bore. Do you have a healer, or should Mercedes take care of your wounds? Dimitri offered. His desire to abide by his code of honor was too great. Edelgard admitted that she wouldn't have granted him the same opportunity. Without their honor, the lions would have probably won. He sacrificed his advantage on the pool of honor. Dimitri looked at Felix. You can't brag about a victory you didn't earn. To win this way would be to dishonor my father's legacy. We will fight you when you are at your best. Fine, in that case, I wish to join in the battle. I got a score to settle with the princess. Dimitri. In response, Hanuman faced him. But Dimitri turned to Edelgard and Byleth. Edelgard saw the hatred in Felix's eyes. Ever since she cheated on their day of departure, he has been angry at her. He trained this past week to surpass her. To steal a win not even the powerful Prince of Lions could achieve. Everything told her to reject Felix as her opponent, that accepting him would spell defeat, but there was also the voice in her that told her she could achieve anything. Shoot the two birds with a single arrow. We accept. Are there any rules to the duel, or are we allowed to go all out? Edelgard smiled at them with her axe in hand while she skillfully concealed her dagger inside its sheath. Felix answered, there are no rules. Bore, you can go loose. It's what you wanted to do from the start. Before they started, they saw how Hubert, Ferdinand, and Bernadetta arrived. Both Hubert and Ferdinand were in a precarious condition, which would have made a battle against all the lions at once a nightmare. It seems we have still work to do regarding our strategy. Hubert sounded disappointed. The tone of his voice suggested that he held Byleth responsible for everything. But Edelgard saw it differently. Felix was the variable Byleth couldn't account for, and she had failed to warn him. Ferdinand was smiling at Edelgard. We took down Manuela. But Bernadetta next to him did not share in his enthusiasm. Arg, what are the lions doing here? Don't be concerned, we are going to win this fight honorably, and after that, the bards are going to compose a new opera about how flawlessly we won. Dimitri gave a faint smile. One that provoked Felix's wrath. Yet for the tiniest of seconds, Dimitri's smile turned into a murderous grin. It was enough to silence Edelgard and Felix, and it caused them to grip their weapons more tightly. However, Byleth, who stared at Dimitri with a blank face, was not one bit startled by the darkness inside his opposing house leader. Following this exchange, Dorothea and Mercedes tended to Edelgard and Byleth's wounds, respectively. After that was done, Professor Hanuman raised his voice, gesturing for the two of them to go inside a large field. Hanuman then motioned for Didu and Ferdinand to place their weapons at specific spots. The duel will commence shortly. Ferdinand and Didu's weapons mark the end of the arena. Entering the outside is an admission of defeat. Hanuman spoke in a sincere way. A remarkable gentleness pervaded his gaze as he studied Edelgard. He is cheering for me? But why? Edelgard, however, did not dwell on it. She knew that Byleth and she had only one final trick up their sleeves, and by the way Byleth looked at her, she saw that he was aware of it as well. Their blue and lavender eyes clashed one more time, and Byleth performed a small wave of his hand. This small greeting gesture was uncharacteristic of him, which is why Edelgard knew what it truly meant. While Byleth went to confront Dimitri, she went to confront Felix. This pair's long-awaited rematch has finally arrived. Dimitri stood across from Byleth, while Felix stood across from Edelgard. As they waited for Professor Hanuman to give the signal, all four of them held their weapons tightly. Edelgard took a deep breath, just as she did when she faced her uncle's murderer. The only adversary she ever felt threatened by was that being, but now her mind is completely focused on the fight that is to come. You may begin. Hanuman gave the signal. At first, Felix and Dimitri kept their distance from the prey. They moved in a methodical manner that was slow, careful, and calculated. Each one of them was completely at ease with their weapon of choice, and they made that fact known when they suddenly lunged at their opponents. Dmitri and Felix had learned from their previous engagements. Felix was now eagerly awaiting every dirty trick Edelgard could throw his way. Her only option was to be patient and wait for Byleth's signal. And so she did. Edelgard disengaged Felix whenever she could, and she focused everything on defense. In the meantime, Byleth and Dmitri were trading blows equally. Edelgard, however, was able to see that Byleth was also holding back, and that he, too, was concentrating most of his efforts on his defense. The sound of wood rubbing against wood was loud enough to amaze everyone who was present. The lions cheered for Dmitri and Felix. When Edelgard or Byleth took a hit, the lions became erratic, whereas the eagles remained calm throughout the entire ordeal. Nevertheless, both sides were on the edge of their seats despite Felix and Dmitri's offensive. They were all aware that the war had not yet been won or lost. Felix used the same ferocious attack pattern he always deployed, a quick succession of sword strikes, and every second of them was enhanced by his crest. This became all the more deadly due to his weapon advantage. His superior reach and speed would inevitably spell defeat. And Edelgard was not foolish enough to tip the scales with an underhanded trick. Likewise, on Byleth's side, Dmitri focused all of his strength in his strikes. He lacked the speed Byleth possessed, but that did not matter as long as he could hold Byleth at a distance, which he enjoyed doing. Despite only being able to briefly look at them, Edelgard had a hunch about what Byleth was waiting for. "This is it for you, princess." Felix targeted her arm, and he was as quick as the lightning, and Edelgard knew what he was doing. He was about to disarm her, when she suddenly heard the sound of wood clashing where her arms should have been, and she felt a strong person grab her and throw her. For a brief moment, Dmitri's defense had been breached. And Edelgard now capitalized on it. As a purple flower appeared, she struck it with such force that Dmitri was knocked back a distance of several meters. His body nearly collided with Didi's axe. He was on the edge of the arena. And a few drops of blood came dripping out of his mouth. "If you are not fighting dirty, you are not fighting at all." For a moment his voice turned sinister. He then gripped his spear tightly before leaping a short distance into the air and lunging at Edelgard. She observed the impending appearance of his blue crest. So Edelgard focused on materializing her own crest once more. "Let's finish this, Dmitri." Edelgard put all of her strength into one final blow, and Dmitri did the same. In contrast to Edelgard, who still had her dagger, his crest of Bladdid was notorious for destroying or breaking any weapon, especially wooden training weapons. And so Edelgard was excited for this clash. Both of them carried smiles as they approached each other for the final clash. Edelgard's axe directly met the tip of Dmitri's lance. There was a blending of two waves' crests as both purple and blue rays were shining at the same time. Everyone was cheering and in awe at the raw display of power. This is indeed a display of power the monastery hasn't seen since for more than 2 decades. Hanuman seemed to recall his youth. Hubert's expression betrayed that he was happy that Edelgard had not to rely on her crest of flames, while the rest of the eagles were both astonished and worried. Edelgard smashed her back against Ferdinand's wooden lance. Fortunately, the lance was stuck in the ground. If someone had held it up tight, Edelgard would have probably perished. Dmitri, meanwhile, was back where he was before. When both of them looked at their weapons, they only had broken shafts. Dmitri was about to search for Professor Hanuman's approval to take out Didi's axe from the ground. And this gave Edelgard the time she needed. She ran as fast as she could, and just a few seconds later, she had reached Dmitri and wrestled him to the ground. What ensued was a small fist fight between them, but as soon as Edelgard unsheathed her dagger and pushed it against Dmitri's throat, the fight was over. "What is?" Dmitri couldn't trust his eyes when he recognized the dagger. She thought she heard him say something to himself, but he was so quiet that she could only make out snippets. "I accept my defeat." Instead of being angry, he took his loss with dignity as he smiled at her. "I should have brought a spare weapon. Your crest can also be curse, Dmitri. I hope you will remember that in the future." Edelgard slowly extended her hand to him and he got up. "Are you going to?" Dmitri shifted his attention to the ongoing duel between Byleth and Felix. Edelgard, however, had complete faith in Byleth's abilities, so she made no effort to look for or intervene on his behalf, and he did not disappoint. Although, from what she heard from the spectators, the battle was slightly more even than she anticipated. After one moment where she made eye contact with her class, she shifted her gaze to see Byleth's mysterious crest appear as often as the crest of House Frildarius. Seeing this display made her heart race. She had been so focused on her own fight, now that she was observing someone else's, she saw beauty in the movements of two people who spent their whole lives perfecting their skills. However, Felix's sword techniques were limited by the knowledge of his family. Unlike Byleth, who had battled the entire world, all he knew were the techniques passed down by generations of knights who all served the kingdom. Arg, Felix stumbled to the ground. His usual strategy did not work as he had never found an opponent that could counter it and then to add insult to injury deploy it far more swiftly and deadly against him. Your technique, your styles. Where did you learn all of those? Felix was not one bit sad that he lost to Byleth. However, he was furious at Dimitri. You lost to the white-haired girl. What's wrong with you, boor? I nearly had her and then you allow yourself to lose. Felix. Dimitri returned Felix's angry gaze with a mournful expression. You can all have a single piece of Ferdinand's cake. This includes the deer as well. Edelgard sighed when she saw Claude's expression. He was smiling from ear to ear and teasing her again. However, if you don't mind, we eagles would like to be the first at the dining hall today. That's fine by me, princess. Claude patted Hilda on the head. You know we can still go shopping together. Although if you don't mind, I will only pay half of the bill. Hilda looked up to Claude. Her face lit up with a smile. Oh, you are the best, Claude. Don't forget my treats, Claude. They heard Lysithea speak to him in an authoritative manner. She along with the rest of the deers joined them. Shortly behind them were Seath and Geralt. You did great, kid. Geralt was smiling from ear to ear. Although if I am being honest, the lions probably would have won if you refused the deal and if the princess did not get them to heal you. You still have a long road ahead of you, kid. That said, hiding and waiting while deplorable is allowed. This is not a test of chivalry but of skills and abilities. The best warriors. Geralt yawned into Seath's face. Only the best warriors win. In that case my son makes for the perfect teacher. Seath was silent at first, but then he started to say something. His fighting experience may be unmatched, yet unlike instructor Jaritza, who is also a formidable warrior, he received no noble education. Let alone from what a chaos his earliest lectures were according to the knight's reports. Edelgard approached Seath. I helped him with the lectures and Professor Byleth has managed to make good progress. Nobility alone should not determine someone's standing in life. Seath ignored Edelgard. But Geralt smiled at her. Drinks are on me when we get back. No alcohol is allowed for students. Seath shut in. Almost everyone needed to giggle. Oh my, I am sure Geralt is aware of this. He was captain of Knights of Syros many years before you. Manuela took possession of Geralt's arms. What say I treat you to a nice warm meal? We can invite your handsome son along. Hanuman was feeling ashamed of Manuela's conduct. Manuela. This is hardly appropriate. Edelgard and the rest of the eagles watched the display with eagerness. Professor, while I never doubted our victory, I never considered how to celebrate our victory. I know we shouldn't ask this of you, but you are a wonderful cook, would you? Byleth gave her a nod. 2 hours passed, and the Black Eagles had experienced a feast. Bernadetta, Dorothea, Byleth, Petra, and even Ferdinand delivered one of the finest meals even a princess has ever tasted. There was a little bit of everything. But the two things Edelgard was after were the fish and the sweets. Lady Edelgard, you shouldn't develop an unhealthy attraction to sweets like Miss Ordelia. She heard Hubert's criticism in her head, but she told her inner Hubert to shut up as she went to try all the desserts her classmates had made. For this single night, the dining hall was all theirs. On their way to the monastery, Manuela had taken Hanuman, Geralt, and even Seath for a visit at the local tavern. However, since they were students, they were forbidden from entering the local tavern due to Seath's orders. I am wondering how the professors are doing. Caspar kept stuffing his mouth with food. And I am curious how you can eat so much. Linhard yawned into his friend's face. He was so tired before he started to look at Edelgard and Byleth, who were sitting right next to each other. He left Casper and went to sit right next to them. The power you two can muster is extraordinary. If you don't mind, I'd love to take a few samples from you. Here, a drop of blood, anything will suffice. Linhard, this is not the time for one of your crazy experiments, Edelgard scolded him. Right after that, Linhard came face to face with a black lavender-eyed cat that was sitting at the window next to Edelgard. Her claws were gently moving toward him. Did you know that Hresvelgens have become increasingly rare? Originally there were a sign of the royal family house Hresvelg, yet since to the many misfortunes the people started to see them as a bad omen and they refused to take them in. Lin. You can't say this at dinner, show some manners. Adrestia struck at Linhard. Ah. I am liking this cat greatly. Petra was overjoyed at Adrestia. Does she have a name? Lady Rhea named her Adrestia. Come to think of it, we don't have a mascot. Well, I think we should use a glorious Aegir hound. They are the most magnificent dogs in all of Fodlan. Ferdinand chimed in. An Aegir hound serves a mindless dog like you quite well, but an Adrestian Hresvelgen has survived many hardships. Due to the color of their fur, they suffered until the emperors of old took them, and when no one would, Hubert ridiculed Ferdinand in a harsh manner, but the way his words reached Adrestia the young cat meowed proudly. Professor, what do you think? Edelgard and Dorothea asked this question in unison. What is a mascot? Byleth seemed a little perplexed. A mascot is a person or thing that is supposed to bring good luck, Dorothea answered. They are often linked to an organization, nation, house, or, in our case, a class, Edelgard added. Byleth took a closer look at Adrestia. He gently took the black cat in his arms, cuddled her from every angle, and then concluded. I think she'd make a good mascot. Everyone there had a happy expression on their face, and the Black Eagles not only won a mock battle but also found a new mascot. Chapter 19, Acheron's Trial. Harpstring Moon, Acheron's Trial? There was silence throughout the crowd as Rhea became the focal point of everyone's attention. They were in the cathedral, and the conclusion of the trial was drawing near. Speaking to the anticipating crowd, Rhea handled herself with her usual grace. As Archbishop of the Church of Syros, I find Acheron guilty of all charges. Executioner, lend Edelgard your weapon. Rhea's whole demeanor changed abruptly, revealing her true feelings of enmity towards the man in chains. A tall, hooded man handed her a weird axe. The bone axe head seemed to be moving on its own and was glowing like a hero's relic. Furthermore, it contained a crest stone that should have been impossible to obtain, the Syros crest stone. Without showing his face to her, the man vanished into thin air. But before he disappeared, she could hear a loud, malicious giggle. This wasn't a typical cackle of laughter, it was like two voices were mixed into one, and they were cherishing what Edelgard was about to do. Yes, kill this scum. He deserved it. Edelgard was taken aback. When she heard her own voice speak, shivers went down her spine. As she approached Acheron, she saw how the faces in the crowd were cheering. They were eager to see Acheron beheaded, and they were not disappointed. Once Edelgard was within striking distance, she swung her axe. Acheron's head flew inside the massive crowd, and blood was streaming from his corpse. You have done a tremendous deed. This is what true justice looks like. She heard a voice. It was the voice of her uncle. He materialized behind her in a purple cloak. And he was cheering. The entire crowd followed suit as they began to cry out in pleasure. Gradually everyone turned to him. Their faces melted away, and all she could see was his visage. Edelgard's breathing increased as she tried to fight back. This is a dream. I am in control. She screamed. Of that, you are. Her uncle stated that he and his countless doppelgangers ripped their faces off. The person Edelgard looked in the eyes was herself. This is exactly what you want. Do not deny it. When Edelgard looked into her own reflection, she saw eyes that were a repository for all the evil in the world. Please, someone. Meow. Edelgard felt a sudden, searing pain in her hands, and the world around her disappeared. The first day of the Harpstring Moon, dawn. Adrestia. Her cat used her claws to wake her from her nightmare. Edelgard quickly pulled out her claws from her flesh and cradled her friend. Thank you, my dear friend." The noise the two of them made naturally attracted Hubert, who quickly knocked on her door. "Lady Edelgard, are you all right? I request you open the door." "I am fine, Hubert." Edelgard hurriedly swooped in with her cat after opening the door and slamming it behind Hubert. "Rest assured. It was just another bad dream. Nothing worth talking about." She then lowered her voice and whispered to him. "What did you find out regarding the letter?" Hubert took a stern look at her. There were some wrinkles around Edelgard's face, but otherwise, she looked to be in good health. "I made progress regarding it. From what I could decipher, they talked about meeting at a specific location. However, it still eludes me regarding the purpose. If you may, we should turn our attention to a different matter. Our professor managed to botch a nearly perfect plan and nearly cost us the victory. And now this? We are not in shape for physical training. We all lost due to an unknown variable. This being Felix Fradilerius. He was the one to use the deers as bait and wait for his opportunity to strike. Before we departed to rout the bandits, we briefly clashed. I was running out of time trying to find Bernadetta, and Felix was in my way. I find myself pitying him. However, that does not excuse or explain Professor Byleth's failure." As soon as they were no longer discussing the letter, Edelgard started to speak in a whisper, not as quietly as before. "You are right, Hubert, dwelling on the past is pointless. We have more important matters to discuss. That said, if we don't learn from our mistakes, we run the risk of repeating them. Dmitri himself might not be a strategist, but he has capable individuals such as Felix by his side who can turn the tide." Hubert opened the door and peeked left and right to check if anyone could be listening. He put his index finger above his mouth and gestured for the person he cherished the most to follow him. Together they descended the dormitory stairways and made their way to the training grounds. Once they were sure no one was listening, Edelgard continued. "Felix holds a grudge against me. Thus he took over and this is of little consequence now, Lady Edelgard. I am aware that our professor has done things worthy of respect, but we can't trust him. I'm saying this as a warning. Don't let him get close." Edelgard nodded as she approached Bernadetta's room. 2 hours later, the training ground, middle of the Lekutra. "I accept your challenge, Professor." Keeping eye contact with Byleth, Edelgard picked up her wooden axe. Byleth had called for a meeting with the Black Eagles at the practice field. And Edelgard had volunteered to fight her professor alone. Hubert and Dorothea were giving Byleth cold glances, but Edelgard's eyes brimmed with excitement at the prospect of overcoming her teacher. "On my mark." Byleth grabbed a wooden sword. His eyes were conveying a silent question. "Are you sure you wish to use an axe against me?" "An axe always felt far more natural in my hands." Edelgard smiled back at him. After a few seconds, Byleth gave her the signal. With a wave of his hands, their duel began. After that came the sound of 2 pieces of wood slamming against each other. Byleth and Felix's aggressive tactics were something Edelgard had witnessed firsthand, so she was not about to give him the chance to employ them. Thus, she launched a barrage of blows in an effort to keep Byleth off guard. This forced her teacher to take several steps back. Then he matched the speed and ferocity of her blows. As the air moved away from them, the sound waves created by the wood colliding with one another remained. Everyone present was in awe. Edelgard's axe, however, was about to break soon at this rate, as evidenced by the numerous, noticeable cracks in its head. Thus she employed her stratagem. She dodged a blow and countered with a feint so strong that Byleth nearly lost control of his sword as he turned to defend himself. Even though her force was insufficient, Edelgard pressed forward, but in doing so, she stretched herself too far, lost her balance, and was now falling to the ground. However, as they were falling to the ground, Byleth used his own body weight to shield her from the impact. When they landed on the ground, the two of them still had their wooden weapons in their hands, and their battle continued. Edelgard pressed her wooden axe against him, and Byleth used his sword to block. Edelgard gave in for a second and reached for her dagger, only to be startled when she realized it was missing. Byleth had gotten rid of the dagger and was now grabbing hold of her axe hand. At the same time, his sword was hovering directly above her heart. If this were a real fight, he would deliver the fatal blow right at this moment. Edelgard, however, refused to accept her fate. The purple-shaped flower materialized in front of her, and just as Byleth was about to lower his grip, she regained control over her axe. What followed was one well-aimed and precise strike at her teacher, who seemed to think their fight was over. Despite this, there was no sound of wood, flesh, or bone being struck. There was nothing, just a slight hollowing in the wind as Byleth's head moved out of the way just in time to avoid the axe's blow. Byleth's hand gently patted her head as he returned her dagger. "You did great, Edelgard." But Edelgard was briefly at a loss for words as to how to respond. She quickly caught herself as her heart rate started to return to normal. "Thank you, Professor." Byleth extended his hand to Edelgard. She slammed her fist into the ground before returning his gesture with a smile and accepting. After pulling her up, Byleth demonstrated her biggest failure. He mimicked Edelgard's earlier move. After a feint, his center of gravity shifted, and he reached too far forward. But since he anticipated the subsequent fall, Byleth made sure to roll and get up immediately. Then he demonstrated a different approach, attacking without attempting to take a step forward. It had a lower reach, but with this, it was easier to keep balance and follow it up with another strike. "You attacked too boldly in order to hasten victory, which goes against proper training." Her teacher gently tapped his wooden sword against her head. Edelgard's eyes widened slightly. "I will remember this, Professor." Hubert and Dorothea, who had been watching the scene, were ready to participate in the next section. "Professor, we are ready." Edelgard stood up and gripped her axe. "Fine, Dorothea, with me." "Allow me to handle this, Edelgard. It's about time our professor sees what I, Ferdinand von Aegir, can do." Ferdinand stepped forward. He was following in the footsteps of Edelgard when he challenged Byleth to a duel without any help. Despite his clash with Edelgard, Byleth was in excellent condition and willing to take on anyone. Thus, he motioned for Caspar to back Ferdinand. "Caspar, allow me. It's about time our professor witnessed the power of House Aegir." Ferdinand rushed forward. His spearhead was aimed at Byleth's heart. But Byleth sidestepped Ferdinand's spear just in time, and Ferdinand couldn't readjust quickly enough to block Byleth's counter-attack. But Caspar was there first, and he used his gauntlets to stop Byleth's blow. A large smile adorned his face, and even Byleth's lips moved slightly at seeing his warrior spirit. Together with Caspar, Ferdinand pressed the attack. Caspar's gauntlets gave him the speed to contest Byleth's sword. Meanwhile, Ferdinand made up for the downside with his superior range. Their combined efforts were sufficient to place Byleth in a precarious position. Edelgard found it encouraging to see how hard they worked. However, they, like her, were committing a fatal flaw. Byleth's defense was excellent, and they played into his hands by attacking too recklessly. What's more, Caspar and Ferdinand rarely worked together on attacks. Even though Ferdinand tried his best, he simply couldn't keep up with Caspar's speed, and Caspar was unwilling to wait for him, which in turn rendered their combination worthless. Byleth was fighting two duels at the same time and not a coherent unit. As a direct consequence of this, Ferdinand and Caspar quickly found themselves prone in the mud. "How?" Ferdinand sounded upset as his eyes darted to his dirty uniform. Caspar was ready to get up, but Byleth gently hit him on the head. Since Byleth couldn't demonstrate their failure alone, he gestured for Edelgard and Hubert to prepare themselves. Hubert wore a malicious grin. Whenever Byleth touched or spent time with Edelgard, it upset him, and now he could finally unleash his frustration. A dark purple orb manifested at the palms of his hands while Edelgard gripped her axe tightly. Just as he had previously, Byleth gave the signal, and the fight began. Ferdinand and Caspar, alongside the rest of the Eagles, watched as each strike Edelgard made was accompanied by a spell from Hubert. Together, they soon had Byleth where they wanted him. Before anything could escalate, Byleth threw his sword to the ground, signaling to them that the fight was over. Even though the sparring session was over, Hubert was still unsatisfied and fired a spell at Byleth, who had turned his focus on Ferdinand and Caspar. Thus, he did not see this coming attack, but Edelgard did, and she quickly sliced the black orb in half. "Hubert!" She yelled at her retainer with fire in her eyes. Byleth, however, had missed all of this and was carrying on as though nothing had happened. You need to coordinate your attacks. Casper, you are too fast for Ferdinand, and Ferdinand anticipate where Casper is going to attack next. The two of them grumbled something in response. It was clear that Byleth's words reached them since their confident demeanor changed. Byleth gestured for Hubert and Petra to train with them while he turned to speak with Edelgard. She had a feeling they'd be talking about the little mouse cowering on the ground. His eyes watched Bernadetta stoically while she screamed her lungs out. Please, leave Bernie alone. Calm down, Bernadetta. You did great yesterday. We are all proud of you. Edelgard patted her younger peer on the head, but it did not seem to work. While this was going on, Byleth stepped in closer and presented her with a wooden bow. He carefully took her hand and guided it to the bowstring. With soft touches, their fingers elicited a soothing tone from it. Edelgard's eyes widened when she witnessed Bernadetta's reaction. After a while of making this sound, she calmed down. Edelgard. Byleth called out to her. Yes, Professor. It appeared to Edelgard that Byleth had no idea how to help Bernadetta master new abilities or overcome her phobias. I heard from Ferdinand that she lost control during her battle with Manuela. When I asked Manuela, she told me that she took pity on her. For someone so young, Bernadetta had a difficult life. She has experienced tragedy after tragedy, not in spite of but rather because of her noble upbringing. Professor, now that our lecture is nearly concluded, would you be so kind as to take her back to her room or spend a little bit of time with her? She needs it, and regarding the upcoming trial, I do have many preparations to make. Hence, the Archbishop invited me to tea after our lecture. Her tone suggested that she would have preferred to accompany Byleth to the library to read books and discuss Fodlan's history with him, but both of them had responsibilities that needed to be attended to. Byleth cast his gaze on Hubert. Each time Hubert and Dorothea were forced to spend time together with him, they both looked irritated. Edelgard's help in preparing for his lectures has been invaluable, and despite Byleth's efforts over the past week and during the mock battle, the students have shown few signs of warming up to him. Do you want to go to the dining hall for dinner with me later, Edie? Dorothea put her hand on her arm and pulled her closer. Despite how cold Byleth usually appeared, Edelgard could feel that he wished they would make far more progress. He was on the right track, they just needed more time to become a cohesive unit. We will see each other later, Dorothea. For now, I have somewhere to be. As soon as Edelgard was done talking, the cathedral bells began to ring, letting them know that the lecture was over. Oh man, there was still so much I wanted to do. Casper sounded genuinely disappointed. Linhard yawned as Petra and Hubert turned to face Edelgard. We should be going now. Petra had also been invited, and Edelgard made sure that her retainer could also attend. This was no ordinary tea party, it was far more critical, and if it succeeded, it would be the first step in her fight against her uncle and his ilk. A simple mention of her name, Lady Edelgard, was all that was necessary for Hubert to refocus her attention entirely on the tasks at hand. Thus, she averted her eyes from Byleth and went on her way. Moments later, Edelgard stood at the massive iron door on the upper floor of the monastery. The Archbishop's chamber lay in front of her. The room and balcony were stunning, despite Edelgard's reluctance to admit it. The most vital part, however, is that she managed to tell everyone who was invited today without Tomasz finding out. For the first time, she felt happy to see Claude at Lysithea's side. However, Claude would never find that out. Her gaze shifted behind her to see everyone she and Hubert had carefully invited. Claude, Lysithea, and Lorenz would fill in for their relatives. How are you, Lady Edelgard? Lorenz gently took her hand. Edelgard was unsure how to deal with him, but she knew pushing him away would be a rude sign, so she allowed Lorenz to kiss her white glove. I assume that's all you have invited. Not quite, Petra answered as she emerged from the staircase. A tall man with a red mantle stood by her side. The man waited for Lorenz to finish his greeting before he introduced himself. My name is Duke Girth, and I have had the unfortunate task of encountering Akiran in the past. I am here with a lot of evidence that will be vital to solving this case. However, Petra told me that Her Highness is looking for a different solution. Because no one is as skilled as you are at diplomacy, I thought it prudent to seek your advice, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Edelgard praised him with a smile. We should definitely talk more once we are inside about the other solution regarding the Acheron problem. Claude sounded casual, but his stiff body language showed that he had been giving everything a lot of thought ever since Hubert approached him. And just as he finished, the massive iron door began to shriek, and Rhea stood before them. With a graceful hand gesture, she motioned them inside. Apologies for keeping you all waiting. Preparing this amount of tea for everyone took a bit of time. She smiled broadly at everyone before shutting the heavy iron door by herself. Once everyone was seated on the large balcony, she started. I presume that young Miss Hresvelg, Miss Ordelia, and Sir Vestra have informed you that we will need to discuss the merits of their proposal today. Edelgard, Lysithea, and Hubert quickly summarized their idea. To Edelgard and Hubert's surprise, Lysithea was the first to start. As you may know, ever since Acheron assumed leadership of House Phlegethon, they expanded quickly in power. As many of the Round Table leaders can attest, it was through questionable means. Lysithea averted her eyes before she continued. It was through slave trade. There was a slight pause. Upon mentioning the slave trade, all of the guests, including Rhea and Duke Girth, appeared to be in a gloomy mood. However, this did not stop Claude from continuing. Acheron became the major point of discussion for 2 whole Round Table conferences. However, he managed to escape justice twice and was exonerated of the charges brought against him by my grandfather. Claude took over where Lysithea had left off. His attention was fixed on Rhea and Lawrence as he closely watched for their reaction. Claude relented once he witnessed the pain in their eyes. Acheron is a known problem to the Alliance, and what he did here is certainly deserving of the death penalty, as he assailed many important classmates and believed himself to be untouchable. Years had gone by as Acheron planned his tenure as a professor at Garreg Mach, and now his numerous friends must understand that there are repercussions for supporting him. Hubert spoke in a cold and calculating manner. With his eyes, he gave Edelgard the signal to continue. What brings us here is an alternative to his quick death. Killing Acheron may cause additional damage to all nations, especially if someone more powerful and dangerous takes over his operations. Hence my proposal for Houses Regan, Gloucester, Ordelia, and Vestra to be given full private access to all future actions House Phlegethon might commit, both legally and illegally. After a pause, Rhea resumed where Edelgard left off. This is the second time I heard of this proposal, and it's akin to punishing Acheron by making a political puppet out of him. This would help those affected by his evil schemes. I do not disapprove of this by nature. Acheron's offenses are grave enough to consider this. While we have plenty of evidence to use against him, the biggest problem is that almost none of it can be used. Rhea looked at Edelgard to elaborate further for her. Duke Girth's eyes widened in surprise. Should Acheron be convicted, then his friends will see through our charade. His associates will see that Acheron is under our control and stop making deals with him. This is why we can't have a public trial, and we have to make it look like Acheron won. Saying this out loud devastated Edelgard on the inside, but fortunately, she had gotten well accustomed to hiding her true feelings. Executions and death do not help the victims of his crimes. Duke Girth spoke in a gentle and soft manner. However, are you sure about this, Your Highness? There are few people who deserve the death penalty more than Acheron. Furthermore, making this trial a sham reflects poorly on both of you. His eyes turned from Edelgard to Rhea. The two of you are going to find yourselves in an unfavorable position as a result of the countless rumors that are going to spread. It was the cardinals who voted Acheron in as the next professor, and it was them who supported and kept him in power. I'm worried that if we kill Acheron, they'll all run, hide, and never face the goddess's justice. Worshippers of the goddess should be aware that there are consequences for abandoning her. The whole goddess thing aside, my grandfather agreed to the princess's plan, but under a single condition. House Vestra is not to be given access to House Phlegethon's future affairs. Giving the Empire too much access would destabilize the whole alliance. Claude was searching for eye contact with Rhea. He made a significant pause and then added what he knew would get Rhea to listen to him. And the peace. Rhea gave Claude her full attention. My grandfather is willing to share pieces of information with Duke Girth. But we will not allow vultures like Marquis Vestra or future marquises to meddle in our politics. Claude looked at Lysithea and Lawrence for support, and for once, they stood behind him. Even Lysithea seemed to agree, albeit reluctantly. We need to come to an agreement on the whole thing that doesn't strengthen the Empire at the expense of the Alliance, Lysithea declared, her voice shaky, and she avoided looking Edelgard in the eyes. House Hresvelg was wronged by Acheron. Hence, young Edelgard deserves to know that justice has been served. Rhea did the last thing Edelgard would have expected and took her side. Thank you, Lady Rhea. Edelgard performed a humble gesture and continued. House Girth and I should remain privy to the affairs of Acheron's house until he no longer poses a threat to the Empire. Her eyes looked at her own ace, and Duke Girth's hands went into his pockets as he emerged with a few critical letters. According to these letters and many of my own sources, Acheron has since expanded his operations all across Fodlan. Since he directly threatens the Empire, Miss Hresvelg and I are going to be privy to his information for quite some time. When Duke Girth finished, Edelgard was smiling. Lysithea, Petra, and Rhea already knew this, but Lawrence and Claude were rendered speechless. But they soon realized their mistake, and Lawrence joined Claude in their conversation. I can see why we must handle the matter in the delicate way that we do. Acheron's heinous machinations have taken place throughout Fodlan. Since this is the case, I believe it prudent for the Archbishop to serve as the mediator. He looked at Rhea, and he appeared ready to follow up his proposal with a series of compliments while she seemed to contemplate his words. Ideally, Edelgard and Hubert hoped to isolate the Archbishop from this affair, but Lawrence bringing her into the fold would be a significant change in their plans. Without saying anything verbally, Edelgard began to hatch another plan with Hubert. Acheron's affairs seem to have damaged the peace between the nations. Should the parties agree, then I will be privy to House Phlegethon's future as well. It is not my intention to mingle in Adrestia or Leicester's affairs, but should my help prove necessary I believe there is plenty of time to further discuss this after the trial. Claude and Edelgard spoke with one voice while they both shot a deadly glance at Lawrence. A soft yes came from Rhea's lips. There is the final matter of the trial itself. The results of which will have to become public, and they will hurt the reputations of everyone involved, but most of the blame will fall on my shoulders. While I can see numerous nobles and supporters of Acheron agreeing with the outcome, it won't reflect well on your classmates and others affected by Acheron. Are you certain you wish to go through with this? She looked at Edelgard and Claude. But her eyes eventually paused on Edelgard. It was like a dagger being thrust into her heart when her future enemy pointed out what hurt Edelgard the most about this. While Acheron's presence as a puppet was more useful to Fodlan than his death, she was once again sacrificing a piece of her soul for the greater good. I agree, only a few of my classmates have suffered at his hands, and since 2 of my peers are already main conspirators, I don't have much to lose. Claude hung his arms over Lysithea and Lawrence. Neither of them was happy with that as they pushed them back as soon as he laid them on their shoulders. Half of my class did suffer extensively at his hands. Bernadetta and Dorothea have become the targets of many hostile rumors. They will not easily forgive me, but it is what it is. The focus of Edelgard's gaze shifted to the floor as she finished. Rhea looked at them. Together, Edelgard and Rhea made a unified statement. The sooner we solve the matter, the better. At which point everyone in the room fell silent. Duke Girth and Petra held off drinking their tea, and instead, the atmosphere soon filled with gestures of agreement. There is a way we can avoid the students finding out regarding the testimonies, or lack thereof, of those present. The trial should only remain privy to a limited number of spectators. A fake trial. If you desire to call it that, naturally, it was Hubert who suggested this. I believe it won't be difficult to invite the correct individuals. Likewise, they would have to keep silent about further details. This can be arranged, Rhea spoke in a cold manner. The way she looked, it was clear that she was doing this without caring about what Seath would think of this. Seath, the professors, and their students won't be here at the monastery while the trial is happening. In the meantime, we are going to conclude this in a single day. The trial will be a farce. One that will falsely assure Acheron's friends that all is well when in truth, we are the ones in control. Duke Girth and Lawrence shot uneasy glances their way. They were not sure about their plans, but in the end, they reluctantly sighed and went along with them. We are making a mockery out of the justice system by not condemning someone like Akiran, but if his death only ends up causing harm to the nations we love, then so be it. Duke Girth spoke, and everyone present seemed to share his sentiment. This is precisely the point. Edelgard's breathing was uneasy. I would love nothing more than to testify against him, but Akiran's survival is our key to getting the criminal underworld under control. I have seen firsthand how places like the Abyss thrive on the suffering of others. Abyss was founded as a safe haven for all those who feel abandoned by the goddess, and it is under the supervision of one of the cardinals who shares my utmost confidence. Ealfric is a kind man, and his pupil helped young Black Eagles escape one of Akiran's most egregious crimes. One we won't bring up that fateful day. Rhea vehemently defended the Abyss from Edelgard's assessment. The room appeared to be divided during their brief clash. Claude, Laurence, and Lysithea had no idea what she was talking about. Meanwhile, Hubert has investigated it and is disgusted by it. The meeting, however, was nearly concluded, and everyone waited for Rhea to give the signal. Together with Hubert, she summarized. Akiran's trial is going to happen this weekend, and the professors and their classes are not going to be present. Likewise, the crowd will be handpicked. The trial will conclude with Akiran's banishment from the monastery. In return, he won't be prosecuted further. Unofficially, Akiran will have to sign a paper that gives houses Ordelia, Gloucester, Regan, and Girth the power to decide all matters for him. A sigh of relief could be heard coming from Lysithea's mouth, which Edelgard picked up on. "Edelgard, can we speak after the meeting?" she whispered. Edelgard gave her an affirmative nod. Once Rhea concluded the meeting, Lysithea and Edelgard looked for a nice spot. Since Tamash was running a few errands outside the monastery, Edelgard was safe to go anywhere she wanted. Her heart, however, desired to go to her classroom. "Has everything gone the way you wanted?" Byleth was alone in the classroom. His desk was filled with a mountain of books, and he appeared to have taken a small break to drink a little tea. Edelgard identified the tea based on its distinct aroma. "Bergamot?" "Professor, this tea is costly." "Where did you get it?" "I helped a young merchant named Anna. She gave me these as a reward for my help in letting her set up shop around here. She appeared to have issues with the guards. It would seem she is more generous than I thought. Hubert advised me against buying from her. Do you mind if Lysithea and I stay here for a moment?" Byleth motioned for them to take a seat, then went to the shelf housing the tea set and returned with 2 more cups. Edelgard sprung up in protest when she saw Byleth pour the tea into their cups. "Professor, this is expensive. Let me compensate you later." "This won't be necessary. I got these for a minor favor. I hope the monastery guards were wrong to keep us from trading here." Hubert's reports weren't flattering in regard to her prices. However, they do mention that she is reliable. "I will help myself to a cup now." Lysithea took a sip. "That's not bad. A few sweets would do nicely." Byleth gestured for her to grab the small box on his desk. She did, and a delicious cookie came into sight. "This is much better, thank you." Edelgard watched Byleth and Lysithea. "If Professor Eisner is too distracting, we can always excuse ourselves from the room and discuss whatever it is you need to discuss with me." Edelgard was smiling, but in her heart, she was hoping Lysithea wouldn't leave. "Oh, yes, about that. I guess I don't mind if Professor Eisner is present. Yet I am surprised to see that you trust him so much." Lysithea was watching Byleth closely while she spoke. He was engrossed in his book, but when she and Edelgard addressed him, he shifted his focus to them. Byleth moved to leave. But Lysithea stopped him. "I wanted to thank you, Edelgard, for going this far for my family and me. If you want, we could do a mission transfer. It would just be for this month, but I'd like to help with your mission, whatever it will be." "We are going to hunt down the remnants of the Iron King's thieves," Byleth stated. Edelgard's pupils dilated. She expected the Knights of Syros to pursue Costas, not that her class would clash with him. The fact that Costas and his allies were stronger than she expected only made her feel like she and her classmates couldn't bring him to justice without casualties. She knew that some of her peers were far from ready to take on an experienced and ruthless warrior such as the Iron King, and that most of the heavy lifting would fall on her, Byleth, Hubert, and Petra's shoulders. "Professor, some of our classmates require more training." Edelgard tried to hide her gloomy expression, since she couldn't help but think of Bernadetta. "This is going to be the first time we are heading out on a mission by ourselves, and some of my peers are still green. A battalion from the Knights and some of my old comrades from Geralt's mercenaries are coming with us. Given that we have a whole month to get ready, I think we'll be fine." Byleth's tone was reassuring, which caused Edelgard to reminisce. "On that day, you were given the chance to betray us. Did you consider Costas' offer?" "Not even for a second." Edelgard's heart felt at ease, but she wanted to hear more. So, Byleth gave in to her demand. "I was told by my father to protect you, and I trust him more than anyone else in the world. Furthermore, Costas is a bandit. His word means far less than yours." "I see. Thank you, Professor." She gave Byleth a genuine smile as his response finally put her mind at ease regarding a matter that she had been able to lay to rest ever since their fateful encounter. Bernadetta and Linhard are the most problematic students when it comes to violence. The two of them cannot stand the sight of blood, and should the enemy put too much pressure on Bernadetta, she is likely to faint. I assume you remember the incident with Hubert in this classroom. Should this repeat on the battlefield, the results will be catastrophic. Edelgard was once again in her element. She enjoyed leading the Black Eagles, and she adored counseling her professor, especially since Byleth also passed on his years of mercenary wisdom to her. There is a special training method that can help them get used to the sight of blood. My father and I taught that technique to the citizens of Remire. A special method? Edelgard was curious, but Byleth shot her down by saying, "This will be the subject of tomorrow's lecture." "I am still here, you two," Lysithea interjected. She seemed less thrilled about the whole thing. "I can't stand the sight of too much blood either, but I won't panic because of it. Professor, if you don't mind, could we request the mission assistance after you are done with the blood training?" Her voice wavered ever so slightly. Edelgard knew why. Both of them had seen the blood of their siblings on their hands, and these stains could never be washed clean. "Lysithea, if you are having doubts, then you do not need to come to our lectures. However, from now on, blood will be spilled regardless of what mission or path we take, and we will have to steel ourselves since Akiran's ambush or the Iron Kings were just the beginning. Given how successful we have been, I doubt that the Church of Syros will let us off easily." Byleth reassured her, "Even Bernadetta or Linhard will grow accustomed to the sight of blood." "Ah, fine." Lysithea sounded clearly upset. "Professor, I will talk to Manuela. If you would accompany me, could we do that together?" Byleth gave her a nod as he turned to his house leader. "Are you coming with us, Edelgard?" She contemplated a bit, but then she followed them outside the room, and together, they went into the infirmary. Once there, they heard a loud sneer accompanied by a few mouthfuls of pleasure. "Oh, please don't leave me." "You can't." Byleth knocked on the door, but nothing happened. It was locked. On instinct, Byleth unsheathed his dagger and aimed at the lock. A part of Edelgard wanted to see how Byleth opened the door in a breathtaking way she had never thought possible. However, Edelgard was well aware that behind that door was simply an unsatisfied former songstress who had spent too much time in the local tavern. After everything Manuela had done for her, the least she could do in return was make sure she wasn't seen at her most vulnerable. "Professor Manuela? There is a matter we must discuss." At first, Edelgard spoke with a gentle voice, but once she got through, she increased the volume. "Professor Manuela, it's urgent." "Ugh," Manuela finally made a sound. "Is it you there, Edelgard?" Then she heard Manuela whisper, "What could be so urgent?" They heard how she gradually stumbled her way to the door, and after a few minutes, she opened it to let Edelgard and only Edelgard inside. "Apologies for the mess. What happened in here?" "On second thought, never mind." Edelgard's hands quickly grabbed hold of the countless bottles of alcohol and promptly placed them out of the way. Manuela was still dizzy from the aftermath of her escapades, so while Edelgard cleaned up, she made sure to bring the professor 2 sets of buckets. One bucket was entirely empty, while the other contained crystal clear water. "Thank you, my dear." Manuela went closer and gently kissed Edelgard on the cheeks. And for a brief moment, Edelgard experienced a warm sensation that she had nearly forgotten. So what brings you here? If you need my advice on getting it on with someone, then don't ask. Her eyes drifted to the door. No one will ever love me, the songstress sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm hopeless. Utterly hopeless. Needless to say, Edelgard had finally had it with Manuela's insecurity. Professor Manuela, while I can't speak about the way your dating partners conduct themselves, I know that you are a fantastic person. You are someone to whom the future of Adrestia, not all of Fodlan, should belong to. Manuela cried a little bit more after hearing Edelgard's words. For a few minutes, neither of them talked. During this time, Edelgard completed the rest of the cleanup. Thank you, child. Your words touched me to the core. It is a shame that I couldn't become your teacher. Manuela whipped her tears away. Does Professor Eisner treat you all well? After the Akiran debacle, you deserve all the happiness you can get. To think the church allowed a criminal to enter, I hope he gets what's coming to him soon. Professor Byleth is doing the best he can. We beat you after all at the mock battle. Well, you nearly lost to the Blue Lions. However, I have also noticed how diligently he toils. Professor Eisner is truly handsome, just like his father. Do you think I got a chance to date? Edelgard pressed her hands against Manuela's mouth and focused her attention back on why she visited. We have a request regarding mission assistance for this month's mission. Can I let everyone inside? Before Manuela gave Edelgard the gesture to open the door, she leaned in and whispered. Is this the only reason you came by? I need to examine you later regarding Akiran's Meyer spell, then these unnatural scars of yours also need to be tended to, and I haven't forgotten about what that spookily broken sword did to you. My, I can understand why Hubert guards you intensively. I have a sneaking suspicion that your life is messy than mine, young lady. All of the issues that Manuela mentioned lingered in Edelgard's mind. Despite her previous exposure to dark magic, one unholy tome imbued with a fraction of her uncle's murderer's true powers was nearly enough to doom her to the same fate as the rest of her family. For a split second, she saw Adrestia without her. Her beloved country burned right in front of her eyes while her uncle reveled in it. Thus, the only thing she felt now was the determination to avert this fate. We will discuss all these matters at a different date, but they are far from forgotten, Professor. A sigh of relief escaped Manuela's lips. That's good, just make sure to take proper care of yourself. But given how beautiful you are, I think you are doing fine. There are not many that can compare with your silver-haired maiden beauty. Manuela fixed her gaze on Edelgard's hair. Edelgard attempted to flee, but Manuela gently invested it. If I hadn't seen your scars, I would have assumed you just dyed your hair, but whoever gave you these scars also took away your pigments. Am I correct? You don't need to say anything, I am also an experienced doctor. Manuela kissed Edelgard once more on the cheek. Afterwards, she broke off and quickly opened the door. To Edelgard, Manuela's treatment of her was akin to that of a mother toward a daughter. Though she had never known her biological mother, this is how she imagined her to be. A kind and, despite the mess, admirable person. That took quite long. I don't have much time, ugh. Professor Manuela, I wish to assist the Black Eagles on the coming mission. Professor Eisner can work out the details, I've got to study. Just as quickly as Lysithea went inside the room, she left it. Or she would have if Byleth had allowed her to leave. Not so hasty. There is one more thing. Some students in my class may be particularly sensitive to the sight of blood, so we'll be conducting some specialized training for this concern. I'd like Lysithea to join in, and she seems interested. If it's okay with you, I'd like to excuse her from your classes for the next couple of days for that reason. Oh, if that's all. Are you able to offer my class one of your students in exchange? Byleth was completely penetrated by Manuela's eyes. She leaned in closer to him and whispered, or how about we, too, go on a date together? I know a few lovely spots. Whatever you prefer, Byleth answered. Lysithea has to overcome her fears, and I am certain my lecture will help her. If I owe you a favor by taking her from your class, then so be it. Manuela quickly cracked. I overstepped a little. You have my apologies. This is for Lysithea, and here I am, only thinking about securing a date. Manuela looked at the floor in shame. I am what the people say. A terrible old hag. A terrible old hag wouldn't have saved the lives of my students. I heard what you did for Edelgard and Hubert. You nursed them back to health when they were injured, and you have helped countless others. Byleth paused, then whispered something into Manuela's ears. Oh, you want to? Manuela's eyes were shining. That can be arranged. Edelgard experienced that strange feeling again. She wanted to be in Manuela's place. She didn't voice her curiosity, but it was clear that she wanted to know what Byleth had whispered to her in a hushed tone. Byleth wants to learn how to dance from her. If that's all, I will take my leave now. See you tomorrow after dawn, and with that, Byleth allowed Lysithea to leave. All the while, his body faced Edelgard. We've got a few books to read. Are you willing to help me? Together, they bade Manuela farewell and departed to go back to their classroom. You were too reckless today in your assault, Byleth critiqued her. Edelgard turned her head away from him and uttered, I know. I simply noticed a chance and chose to seize it. This would have been your end if I hadn't lost my balance. Next time, I won't make the same mistake, Professor. Byleth's lips slightly. That's good. You are an exceptional student. And I am grateful for your aid. The feeling is mutual. I am grateful you have chosen to lead the Black Eagles. One day, Hubert and Dorothea will see this. Don't give up hope, they're just worried you'll turn out to be another Acheron. When Byleth met her gaze, he stared intently. She could tell he had a complete understanding of how she and the others were feeling. I never felt hatred towards my allies or enemies. That makes you better than most, Edelgard answered as she slightly averted her eyes once more. There must be some people you find completely deplorable. But I can't tell if it says more about your strength or weakness as a person that you don't show any animosity toward them. Hatred makes you blind, Byleth countered. Edelgard's lips curled into a smile. That it does. Without realizing it, Byleth answered with the precise words she wanted to hear. While Edelgard would never forgive Acheron, killing him served no purpose. Likewise, she did not hate the Church of Ceros or the Shadows who took her country. Both of them would fade into the pages of history once she was done. But her mission was never about revenge. All I am doing, I do for the future of Fodlan. Not for petty revenge. When Edelgard and Byleth finally got back to the classroom, they spent the rest of the day there learning, studying, and having conversations about history. Before she left, Edelgard's eyes darted back to the Rose and the Dawn, and out of curiosity to see how much progress had been made with it, she opened it. Once she realized which chapter Byleth was in, her heart began to race. Chapter 21, A Rose in Full Bloom. Ah, yes, I am curious about what happened to Katharina and Atticus. I was concerned about them after Derek set his trap. Do you want to read the chapter with me? Edelgard couldn't count how often she had read through this chapter. She treasured each and every word within it, but because the information contained within it was so important to her, the mere idea of disclosing it to another person caused her cheeks to turn bright red. Professor, with Atticus' aid, Katharina escapes. You can skip the chapter if you want. I make it a habit to read everything thoroughly. According to what I've heard, this is the section of the novel that caused the most uproar. It probably has to do with Katharina's feelings of love for Atticus. To think the nobles of your time would ban such marvelous work just because of that. So far, The Rose and the Dawn has been fantastic. In particular, the three central characters, Derek, Katharina, and Atticus, stand out. It's just a shame neither of them made good military decisions. Edelgard was pleased to hear that Byleth enjoyed her favorite novel. However, she was somehow even more curious about his criticism. How are the decisions they made bad? I am not saying they were bad. But take their plan to take the stubborn old general for example. Fort Mercer's defenses were too firm, and thus, Katharina sent Atticus on a suicide mission. A good commander wouldn't have wasted time trying to lay siege to it when retreating back to Gronder Field and restocking supplies was the better option. Yet her gamble paid off. You have to take risks to ensure victory, and by taking the fortress, she managed to force Derek back onto the negotiating table. When Derek nearly captured Katharina during negotiations, no one could have predicted how low he would stoop to dishonor himself by betraying this fundamental custom. The gamble only paid off because a former friend of Atticus was unwilling to betray him. Otherwise, he would have been found out, and Katharina would have sacrificed the life of someone close to her for nothing. It was a foolhardy plan, and she supported it only because she believed in him. Edelgard clashed firmly with her teacher. I believe that there exist a few select people that will never betray you, and if they fail you, no one else would have succeeded where they have failed. Their gazes cut right through one another, and Byleth gave a small nod. My father is the one person in my life on whom I can always rely. Geralt is unstoppable as a fighter and a great leader. He compensates for my flaws more than adequately. Meanwhile, I protect him during his escapades, and this is how we end up with the reputation that we have. Yet considering how worked up you got, I guess I still have so much to learn about being a good teacher. Edelgard's firm posture quickly subsided. My apologies. I usually don't get so worked up about things. I am relieved to hear that you have a favorite novel, one you hold so dearly. I never had anything like that. You got your mother's handkerchief, and sometimes a physical object of someone's love is more valuable than a story. Edelgard took off her ribbons and showed them to Byleth. These belonged to my mother, and my father gifted them to me when I was a child. These ribbons suit you. Somehow this little compliment made Edelgard's heart beat faster. Thank you, Professor. I am glad to see we have something in common. There is also someone I trust more than anyone else in the world. Like you, I have never met my mother, and all I have of her are objects and stories from the past. I assume the person you trust is Hubert. Yes, I trust him and my father more than anyone. Edelgard's eyes examined Byleth, as she was curious as to whether or not he would be willing to inquire about her feelings toward him. After a moment of silence, she decided to spoil the surprise. I am also beginning to trust you. Thus, you should be on the lookout for Hubert's poisoning attempts. Don't eat or drink anything he offers you. And you can count on the fact that Hubert never strays far from me. Her eyes darted to a tree just outside. He has been watching us for around half an hour. Byleth responded. That's correct, Professor, Edelgard complimented him. Your mercenary experience shines through once more. I guess you should talk to him. Byleth offered. I could do that. Edelgard took a step closer to him. Yet we still have so much work to do. If his business was that important, he'd already be here. Are we going to read through the chapter together? Byleth offered. Edelgard confirmed with a nod. Yes, but under a single condition. We only talk after we are done with it. And just like that, Edelgard faced one of her inner fears. As she read the various romantic passages, her heart pounded and her face flushed red. Byleth, meanwhile, betrayed none of these emotions. Instead, he seemed rather surprised to see his student exhibit such an emotional reaction. Edelgard was taken aback by Byleth's apparent lack of reaction to the situation. Byleth appeared to be acting as though it was the most natural thing in the world while she struggled to read her favorite chapter alongside him, which featured a significant amount of adult content. Edelgard had been taught proper decorum her entire life, but it appeared that Byleth's mercenaries were a very different breed, as they had been far more interested in living life without the restraints of noble society. Given his reactions, Byleth was never fond of his fellow colleagues' sexual activities, but he seemed to understand them. Nevertheless, Edelgard was taken aback to discover that her favorite chapter still had the power to affect her so emotionally. Once they were finished, she quickly excused herself and went on her way. Apologies, Professor, but Hubert is waiting for me. Byleth wanted to respond, but she had already left, quickly grabbed her retainer's hands, and went on her way. A few minutes later, Edelgard's room. May I ask what this sudden show of emotions was about? It would seem our professor is more dangerous than I imagined when he can get such a reaction from you. Her retainer grabbed for the poison in his pockets. This will do nicely. Hubert, it was nothing. Edelgard quickly grabbed hold of his poison. He's our professor, it's just that we had some training and I couldn't hold out anymore. Yes, what could possibly? Then his eyes widened. I think I understand. It would seem our professor is also professional at gallivanting. He wouldn't be the first unworthy suitor. Please accept my gratitude for bringing this to my attention. He was about to leave when Edelgard placed herself between him and the exit. Hubert, stop jumping to your own conclusions. She let out a massive sigh once she realized that her retainer wouldn't drop this. Fine, I will tell you. She motioned for him to sit next to her on the bed. Once they sat down, Adrestia seemed to join in on the story. Touching her cat calmed Edelgard's senses. You are familiar with The Rose and the Dawn. A highly criticized novel that is shunned by the nobility even to this day. I believe that the only aspect that merits criticism is the lackluster combat and tactics. Edelgard smiled once she heard that Hubert had made the exact same remark as Byleth did. However, this left her loyal aide perplexed. Why do you bring it up? Professor Eisner studies history with me. Geralt and his company left out many things, and apparently, most members were forbidden from talking about the church upon joining. Thus he remained oblivious, and now I am working to gain another ally. I thought I would never have to explain this to you. Edelgard's voice cracked as she uttered the last sentence. Lady Edelgard, it has always been clear to me why you have taken such a keen interest. Yet no one is unfoldable, and there's no depth to which our enemies wouldn't sink in order to hurt and destroy you. I made this very clear on numerous occasions. Hence, I'd appreciate it if you'd allow me to take the necessary precautions. Hubert, I know that Professor Eisner still has to earn your trust, but regarding the burst of emotions. It was because I put my bravery to the test by reading a chapter with him that is dear to me but also causes me great embarrassment. Hubert nodded in understanding. This will have no effect on the precautions I take, but I can see that you took the opportunity to increase your courage. There are many obstacles, hardships, blood, sweat, and tears along the path I set out for you. We must steel ourselves to walk it alone if necessary. Hubert made a long pause. They both knew he spoke the truth. Due to the fleeting moments of happiness she had experienced, Edelgard's eyes went to the floor until Hubert continued. Despite this, there are days when I find myself enjoying our time together at the monastery. However, this enjoyment is mostly thanks to you. Allow me to make my stance clearer. I will not hinder any kind of relationships you develop as long as I don't see them as harmful. Hence, in regards to the professor, I will always remain vigilant. That said, you did manage to give purpose to 2 lost souls. Only you have earned the undying devotion of Emil and myself. Hubert went forward and kneeled before her. Following this, he took a letter from his uniform and gently placed it in her hands. With the help of my underground contact, I have narrowed down 3 possible locations. But in truth, you pinned it down to 1, Edelgard finished for him. After having this crucial conversation with the one person who will always be by her side, her eyes were unwavering, and she started to breathe much more easily. Hubert simply nodded. In Arundel territory, Juritzal lost track of the second intruder who broke into your tent. We both know all too well that the lord of said territory adores humiliating and toying with you. Hence, out of all the possible locations, I believe this fortress is where he and his subordinates meet. It is right between the border and the kingdom, conveniently placed at the edges of his own territory. Nevertheless, there is a risk associated with further investigation. If my memory serves me right, the letter talks about them gathering ingredients to conduct some kind of important ritual. Yes, interrupting whatever it is they are doing will have drastic consequences. We are going to burn a lot of bridges with this singular action. Furthermore, our mission for this month is in an entirely different direction. I doubt your dear professor will stand for this. That's enough, Hubert. Apologies, I have slipped my tongue. Your offer of a helping hand is admirable, but not everyone has the same qualities as Emil von Bartels. With him as our professor, we would have had no issues luring the bandits on them and then officially dispatching while gaining the opportunity to officially investigate what's happening. Edelgard knew the risks when she recommended Byleth as a professor. Hubert, every other house leader supported Byleth that day, not doing so. What's done is done, he interrupted her. Then he returned a tiny smile to her. I will see what we can do now. Right now, you must focus on the trial. Should you wish to speak with Akiran personally, know that I have bribed the guard. They will leave you alone with him. This still has time, and when the time comes, I'd like to have you with me. Of course, I wouldn't want to pass up the opportunity. It's not every day I can mix work and pleasure. Edelgard dismissed him with a hand gesture while she herself went on working. However, just as Hubert was about to leave, she addressed another question to him. The contact who helped you, did he have dark purple hair? You are asking if this was the same person who came to your rescue? No, my contact isn't too fond of the church. She is rather mysterious and harbors a deep resentment for the church. To satisfy your curiosity, her trademark is her fiery hair. Edelgard smiled as she briefly blocked his path to the exit once more. I can see why you sometimes enjoy your days at the monastery. It would seem you enjoy the company of talented, strong-willed women. Edelgard teased her retainer. But Hubert didn't show any feelings, which is how Byleth always acts when someone tries to flirt with him. He merely answered. I never mentioned she was strong-willed, but yes, this is a good way to describe her. At any rate, I have some matters to attend to. Sure you do, Edelgard teased him again. Once her retainer left, she turned to her cat. She still had a few days to prepare for Akiran's trial, and she had an entire month to investigate whatever mechanisms were going on in that fortress. For now, all she desired was to relax a little. Thus she took out her own copy of Rose and the Dawn and started reading. Simultaneously, she took a few snacks for Adrestia and fed her. Hubert wasn't the only one who occasionally enjoyed his time at the monastery. The second day of the harp-string moon, dawn. As expected, Edelgard and Lysithea showed up in class. From afar, Bernadetta had been following them. In his head, Byleth went through the material for his lectures. They would continue with their authority and tactics lesson, followed by history, and the final course would be the start of special training for those sensitive to blood. Is everything in order, Professor? Edelgard approached Byleth. She carefully went through the books. You can always rely on my aid should you have trouble explaining something. With a nod, Byleth acknowledged her, and she smiled back at him. I assume Bernadetta has now arrived. Byleth gave another nod. Bernadetta's lack of a more vocal protest to attend surprises me. She followed me today from a distance. Should I confront her if she ends up following me more often? Her question caused Byleth to give her his full attention. If you insist on confronting her, take it easy and wait for the right moment. Be calm and patient. Now Edelgard nodded. Regarding the special training. Do you wish to fill me in? I am your house leader. It would be wise to discuss this beforehand with me. Byleth pulled the dagger from his belt without speaking, and a tiny drop of his own blood began to drip onto the parchment paper. A tiny portion of the white color quickly turned red upon impact. It wasn't something scary to behold but rather a beautiful scene. Then Byleth faltered the parchment in half, and what he got out of it could have resembled an art. In his last step, he presented his results. Wow, Professor, you made this. This looks amazing. Edelgard couldn't trust her senses when she heard an excited Bernadetta enter the room. Her focus was entirely on the work created with Byleth's blood. How did you? Byleth stepped closer, gently placed a hand on her head, and then handed over his creation. I'll demonstrate it close to the conclusion of our lessons. And she gave Byleth a friendly smile in return. You are becoming quite good at babysitting, Suthies commented. Even your little princess is impressed. Edelgard had a feline gaze, and Byleth could tell she was analyzing him like a cat when he briefly glanced in her direction. But will this little mouse be ready for a true battlefield? I must not remind you that your job is to keep these youngsters safe. It's not like you to be so worried, Byleth responded to his companion. It's not like you to ask stupid questions, Suthies rebutted with a deep sigh, and then her tone softened. I don't know why, but somehow I don't want your protégés to die in a pointless battle. Not when we possess the power to avoid it. From now on, you can stop time whenever necessary. I tested it, but the current limit on how many times we can use this power without resting is 3. So far, we can only go back a few hours in time. Don't forget that I can also trigger this power at will. Focus and calm your breathing. Byleth did as she commanded, and time stopped. Good, she gave him a smile. Now, do what is necessary. I am sure your lectures will only bore me, so I will go back to sleep a little. Thank you, Suthies. Suthies disappeared, still carrying a smile. And the flow of time returned to normal. Professor, everyone is here for the lecture. Edelgard gently touched his shoulder. Don't tell me you worked through the night again. Byleth confirmed with a small nod. We have a lot of work to do. A few hours later. It was still an hour before the bell would ring. Thus, Byleth now turned to the first lesson. He had to help Bernadetta and Linhard overcome their fear of blood. Byleth took his dagger and plunged it into his arm. What he saw was pure shock on the faces of his young students. Edelgard and Petra were quickly jumping to action, urging Linhard to cast a white magic spell, but he stood there in pure shock. It was clear to anyone that he had never participated in a large-scale battle before. Bernadetta was hiding behind her table and yelling something to the effect of, "Please don't kill me." Hubert and Caspar were a little confused, and when Edelgard and Petra stepped in to help, Ferdinand rushed in to give him a bandage right away. Dorothea, meanwhile, looked at Byleth with disgust. Ugh, what is this supposed to accomplish, Professor? Without using his breath to ask his students, Byleth took this test to see how they reacted. The only ones who were experiencing fear were Bernadetta and Linhard. In spite of this, Byleth felt an odd sense of joy at Petra, Ferdinand, and Edelgard's concern for him. The situation Byleth found himself in was also great for further experimentation with his powers, and so time stopped moving again. Unlike Suthies, he was unable to move his body in this state, except for his eyes. Unlike the previous times he used Suthies' power, he was free to look around as much as he liked. Stopping time was perfect for him to assess his situation and get a better grasp. And Byleth took as much time as he needed to fully observe the situation. What are you doing? Suthies manifested herself right in front of him, and she was clearly enraged. You can't stop forever. Such a thing has drastic consequences for your body. When you want to stop time, think quickly about what you want to change. Thus, Suthies turned back time for him just before he plunged his knife into his hands. Professor, we are awaiting your instructions. Petra and Edelgard stood next to him. The spot where Byleth's dagger had fallen was now being lightly touched by Edelgard's hand. Byleth could tell from her response that she was unaware she had touched him. Similarly, it took Byleth a few seconds to realize that his breathing had been heavier for a while. In that time frame, Linhard cast a bit of white magic on him, which helped with the pressure. Thank you, Linhard. Both Byleth and the majority of the class looked at him with appreciation. Once he felt better, Byleth turned to face Edelgard. I should have gotten more sleep. Yes, you definitely should, she scolded him. Are we going to conclude today's lecture? A defiant no left Byleth's lips. Seeing Byleth's blunt refusal, she made a proposal. How about I take over a bit? Your trick doesn't seem too difficult. Byleth reluctantly nodded. During the announcement, he was standing right next to her. Edelgard is going to demonstrate something. His body moved to her ears as he whispered, be careful. I always am, Professor. Edelgard took her dagger, and she elegantly touched the surface of her index finger so that only a single drop of blood was spilled. Then she placed the drop against a sheet of parchment paper, faltered the paper, and presented it to the class. This is what all of us are going to do now. Byleth gently went over to Bernadetta and showcased his own work. The two artworks looked drastically different. Outside of Bernadetta, Caspar, and Ferdinand, none of the eagles were taken by surprise. But they still reluctantly followed his command. You know, Professor, I find art that uses your own blood disgusting. Linhard had never made such a harsh comment before, hence why he left the entire class speechless. Wow, Lin, I am surprised to see you of all people voice my feelings on the matter. Dorothea and Linhard both shot a harsh gaze towards Byleth. Yet, surprisingly, Hubert of all people defended Byleth. If you can't stand to see a single drop, what use are you in this class? The Iron King bandits only did so well last time because some of us refused to fight. Not only that, but some students were captured and held hostage by Akron's forces solely because they couldn't stand the sight of blood. Byleth could see that Edelgard and Petra would have put things more delicately than Hubert, but that they shared his sentiment. I am having faith in Professor Eisner, Petra declared. This is not so different from what we teach kids in Brigid. Children in Brigid need to be aware of the risks of going on a hunt or doing battling. Before long, Byleth was standing very close to Linhard. He'd reinserted his dagger into his belt. Once he reached Linhard, he made a tiny cut so that a single droplet of his blood was spilled. Linhard remained unfazed. However, soon he was in awe of Byleth's speed and precision. Impressive, Professor, although please refrain from using me as your test subject. Byleth then showed him his own blood. I know what it is like to bleed. It's just that I can't stand to see all the gore in action. Before Byleth could continue, the bells were ringing. Dismissed. Edelgard, Lysithea, Linhard, and Bernadetta, you stay. We are going to cook together. Must we? Linhard protested. We must. And with that, the four of them departed for the kitchen. The second day of the harp-string moon, afternoon. Come, Edelgard, this can't be so hard. Don't grab for the sword. Banish the thought from your mind. When she saw how poorly her vegetable had been cut, she let out a long sigh. Oh, no, she thought. Edelgard, it's not that difficult to cut them properly, Lysithea scolded her. Byleth went over and inspected her colossal failure. You are improving, he complimented her. Professor. None of these will do. My ability to follow both your and the recipe's shape instructions is lacking, as evidenced by these results. Byleth gathered the remnants of the carrot she had managed to cut and thought, this will do for now, as he placed it into the soap. In response to this understated praise, Edelgard's eyes brightened. During this time, Linhard was having a difficult time cutting down the various types of meats and organs. Ugh, is this necessary, Professor? I don't know how this helps with my research. Bernadetta, on the other hand, had no difficulty slicing food or preparing the meal in question. When Linhard tried to argue with her that this was disgusting, she simply shrugged it off. Bernie was in a good mood the whole time, as evidenced by his cheerful humming. Humpty, Dumpty, Bumpty. When Bernie wants you to go into the stew, you are getting there. Bernadetta, I thought you hated blood. Linhard questioned. That's just part of cooking, I guess. Bernadetta brimmed with happiness. Oh, I can't wait to taste it. Thank you so much, Professor, for bringing me here. This is fun, I hope our future lectures can be like this. Bernadetta, technically, our lecture is long over, and it's just that we are being punished. This nearly got through to her. Punished? Bernadetta had Linhard's full attention. But before he could finish, Edelgard put her hands over his mouth. This is a reward, a fresh meal no one else can have. Byleth's words calmed her down before she managed to panic. Oh, that makes sense. And with that she went in and finished the last touches before the boiling process began. While the two were preoccupied, Edelgard called Linhard's attention to herself and greeted him in her usual authoritative manner. Linhard, I can see what you are doing, and it won't work. Don't try to weasel yourself out of Professor Eisner's lectures when they aren't to your liking. I was unaware that I had a second mother until recently. Linhard. Before things could escalate, she felt Byleth's hand settle on her shoulder as he wisely shifted her attention elsewhere. With a, come take a look, he cut off any further tension between his students. Everything must be cooked to the right temperature. This stew should take around 3 to 4 hours. Good thing, I prepared these. Byleth handed them a dessert. Shouldn't the dessert come after the main dish? Also, why are you preparing something that will take multiple hours to complete? This seems like a waste. Linhard critiqued him, and Edelgard and Lysithea felt inclined to side with him on this if it weren't for the delicious dessert in front of them. Patience and preparation lead to victory. Byleth responded. Edelgard was happy to hear Byleth's words, as she wholeheartedly agreed with them. Professor, do you care for a match of chess? Byleth nodded. Linhard, Bernadetta, Lysithea, you don't have to stay. However, we will reconvene back here in 4 hours. Then I will treat you to a nice and special meal. But Linhard and Bernadetta decided to stay, which caught Edelgard and Byleth off guard. Bernie watched as the stew began to boil around the fire, and Linhard seemed interested in seeing their chess match play out. In company with Linhard Byleth, he set out on a small journey to their classroom to acquire the chessboard as well as a sewing set for Bernadetta. Edelgard, in the meantime, remained in place as she kept an eye on Bernadetta. Her mind began to race through the myriad of approaches she could take to prevail over her most formidable adversaries. If I start with that opening. Yes, this will work. Or will it? Despite her best efforts, there was a hint of doubt in her mind. She had engaged Byleth in battle on numerous occasions, but he always managed to outwit, outplay, and outthink her. In spite of the fact that it drove her crazy with frustration, she couldn't help but experience something else. Happiness. She enjoyed losing to someone who actually deserved the power he possessed. Are you ready? Byleth and Linhart were back, and he quickly began to build up the chessboard. White or black? Edelgard instinctively wanted to go for white, but after countless hours of sparring, she realized that Byleth was only gaining the upper hand by exploiting a mistake she made in her assaults. As a result, despite how much it usually hurts her, she relinquished control and let Byleth make the first move and determine the course of the game. A necessary sacrifice that may ultimately allow her to win. I'll go with black. Black it is, Byleth responded as he shifted the board and made his first turn. The match took far longer than any match Edelgard had ever played. That's an amateur mistake. She was startled when she turned around and heard a voice coming from behind her that belonged to someone she did not want to see. Claude. However, Edelgard had to realize that he was right. She had made a mistake. But Byleth did not choose to punish her in any way at all. Instead, he paused the game. Try this instead. As a courtesy, Byleth allowed her to fix her mistake. Professor, this is inappropriate. You shouldn't help your opponent like that. You are not my opponent. You are my student. Hearing this caused Edelgard's heart to beat rapidly. She tried to rein it in, and even when confronted by her most savage rival, she maintained her composure. Hence, she responded in a manner befitting her high status. I am grateful you think of me as such. Although she responded as a princess should, a hint of a smile was visible. Byleth and Edelgard continued their match. Although her efforts were valiant, she ultimately failed to win. Edelgard imagined a smirk on Byleth's face as he told her, "You are free to request a rematch as often as you'd like." "Now you are being unfair, Teach. You haven't granted me a rematch yet." Byleth cast his gaze over to Claude. "You are free to join her. Does your little princess even allow this sort of thing? She will probably just use me as an excuse should she lose again." "I would never." Edelgard wanted to protest, but that's exactly what she wanted to do. Claude would have done the same to her with no questions asked. "You two are going to win and lose as a unit. If the difficulty is too great, you must rely on others." And so their game began. Throughout the match, Byleth appeared to be enjoying the challenge. But the longer they played, the more exhausted Byleth became. Near the end of the third game, he did everything he could to keep his eyes open. "Claude, we need to interrupt the match." Edelgard rushed to Byleth and stopped his body from falling to the chessboard. "Wait, did Teach pull another all-nighter?" Claude seemed thoroughly disappointed, especially since they had been on the verge of winning the last match. "You know that Byleth learns all day and night." To Edelgard's astonishment, he actually knew this. Claude responded with a yes as he asked, "Are we going to carry him to his room?" "We probably should. You know, he carried you like a princess when you fell asleep. I always wondered how strong you truly are. Can you carry him like that?" Edelgard did not respond to his provocation. "On second thought, we can leave him here. I will keep watch. After all, one of us also has to watch the stew." Claude shrugged his shoulders. "So what do we do about the chess match?" "We are leaving it as it is. I am certain a demon of the tabletop like yourself has memorized the current board already." Edelgard received a warm smile from her rival. "This I have, which is why I was hoping you would continue in your teacher's place. I am curious how you would get out of this predicament. Have some decency, Claude. You're well aware that preventing checkmate in this scenario requires making a fatal move, namely, giving up the queen. Why should I play a game with you that I helped you win?" And with that, now that Byleth was sound asleep, Edelgard gave him her undivided attention. Byleth looked stunning while he slept. Usually he radiated strength and vitality, so seeing him vulnerable stirred in Edelgard the desire to watch over him while he slept. Carefully, Edelgard removed her cape and resumed using it as a pillow for him. It wasn't the first time she'd witnessed his frailty. He was one of the few people to defeat her, but he'd never gloated about it. Because of kindness like the one he showed her, she maintained her unshakable belief in humanity. Her hands went to his hair, combing it gently. This blue color was unlike anything she had seen before. Who was his mother? From everything Edelgard had gathered, she was likely a noble. The blood of the four apostates. That's what Byleth's crest must be. More than 3 hours passed, and Edelgard was still busy watching over Byleth. During this time, she recreated the past 3 chess matches. How did he know this? This was my best trap. You fool. Don't tell me. Edelgard was startled to hear a young woman's voice. She turned her head and looked around, but there was no one to be found who fit that description. Throughout the hours, various people checked in to eat. The dining hall was a lovely spot for almost everyone in the monastery. Even Bernadetta found this place tolerable as she fixed up a bunch of clothes with her sewing set. Did you hear something, Bernadetta? Since Edelgard had been absorbed in her own task for so long, it took Bernadetta by surprise. Me? No, I have heard nothing, not a sound. Should I have heard something? Edelgard wanted to respond, but Bernadetta interrupted her. Do you think the rumors are true? That this place is haunted? Bernie is too young to die. That mind of yours, Edelgard sighed. Forget I mentioned it. Did I imagine this voice? Edelgard was desperately trying to remember where she had heard this voice before when, all of a sudden, Byleth's blue eyes collided with hers. He opened his eyes one by one, gradually. Edelgard. Professor. Edelgard was overjoyed to see Byleth awake. Did you rest well? I did, Byleth responded, breaking eye contact. Is the stew ready? Edelgard gave Byleth a look of confusion while she shook her head. I don't know. Byleth made his way over to the pot and retrieved a bowl and a spoon from one of the sideboards there. He then filled a portion before making his way back. Then he handed her the result. What do you think? Edelgard wasn't a big fan of meat or stews, but when she tried them, they whetted her appetite. Her eyes began to shine as she took the first bites. This is exceptional. She paused for a moment before continuing. When I think of the past, it makes me grateful for things like having a nice, relaxing meal, especially with the present company. Edelgard gave Byleth and Bernadetta a warm smile. Say, Professor, have you ever thought of becoming a chef? If so, I'd like to hire you. Byleth's lips moved slightly. This isn't your first invitation, he stated. Who said you need to provide military aid? You can just as easily provide support from behind a kitchen desk. Byleth answered for her. Isn't that usually? Don't. There was the previous voice again. It was a tiny, whimsical whisper. You were saying. Edelgard watched Byleth closer. Say, Professor. Yes, Edelgard. Never mind. She quickly dismissed the topic. She was afraid that Byleth would think she was crazy if she brought it up, especially since she didn't have any proof to offer. Forget that I asked. There was a long pause between them. You are going to be there at Akiran's trial? Byleth stated. Edelgard nodded. I have to be. When Byleth mentioned the trial, she averted her eyes. But this didn't stop Byleth from maintaining contact with her. I heard what Akiran did. I'm certain you will bring him to justice. Say, Professor, what is justice to you? Byleth paused for a moment. To eliminate a threat. Someone like Akiran is a threat to you and the rest of my students. Eliminating him solves the problem. Edelgard sighed. And what if, in the wake of your justice, you end up causing more harm? Say you murder a noble who taxed his citizens too harshly. Regardless of his corruption, killing him destabilizes the region, which would bring chaos, thievery, and banditry to said territory. In turn, this causes countless innocents to suffer. Are you still on the side of justice? I'm not a savior. I'm merely your professor, Byleth answered. Should the noble take the life of one of my charges, then he deserves to die. You speak like a mercenary. Edelgard's blood was boiling as she almost leapt out of her chair in anger, but she couldn't place the source of her rage. Was it directed at herself, at Akiran, at her professor or herself? This is what true justice looks like. Suddenly she heard her own voice mixed together with her uncle's. For a moment, she was transported back into the nightmare. Edelgard. Before the world around her could turn into the bloody cathedral from nightmare, it stopped and she felt Byleth's hand resting on her shoulder. Are you all right? It's nothing, Professor. She was adamant that she would not meet his gaze. Nevertheless, she looked into his eyes for just a split second and perceived genuine concern for her well-being. Edelgard let out a sigh. Professor, as a future ruler, I have to serve my people above all else. I can't afford to be disrespectful to a minister's family, and I can't destroy an entire household because of the actions of one person. These will be my responsibilities as a sovereign. But sometimes I wish I could simply follow your approach and punish those who have wronged me. However, if I beheaded every house that offended my family, there would be none left to rule the empire, Byleth replied on her behalf. I can see why my justice offended you. Edelgard gave him a weak smile. It's just telling how different our lives have been. When another mercenary or assassin attacked your father, you killed him. There is a simplicity in that. But taking a life isn't a way to permanently solve things. Say the noble, what if you replaced him with someone better instead of killing him? A town chieftain who knew his job and could take over? Or how about another noble who is less cruel and more diplomatic? In both cases, the following transition period wouldn't be plagued with as much chaos and violence. Byleth followed her logic. Yet what if there is no way to replace your enemy? What would you do then? Another smile adorned her lips, as this was the question she wanted to hear. However, before she asked, she returned it to him. What would you do? Would you accept those you find reprehensible? You already know my answer. In that case, it would seem we agree. I, too, would sacrifice everything to see these people brought to justice. The fourth day of the harp-string moon, the day of Akiran's trial. When Edelgard woke up, there was not a single problem to be found. Thus, Petra and Duke Girth were there to greet Edelgard and Hubert when they arrived at the cathedral bright and early that morning. Everything is prepared, Your Highness. Duke Girth gave them a friendly smile. Hubert posed the question, shall we go inside? Yes, let us go inside. Edelgard's pained expression revealed that she wanted to get this over with. Your Highness, perhaps we should wait a little bit longer. Duke Girth's eyes were following a group of robed figures. There was a palpable air of fear and uncertainty around them. Edelgard recognized the faces. All of these individuals were Akiran's supporters, and they were now expecting his demise. They were worried about what would happen to them if he fell. These people were just maggots taking advantage of a hole Akiran had exploited in the nobility system. The eyes they made were ones of pure fear, as they dreaded going inside. From what Edelgard and the others could overhear, it sounded like they were muttering that they needed to get out of there, but the archbishop prevented them from leaving. Petra was smiling upon seeing their fear. These people are now cowering like rabbits. Yes. Hubert cracked a grin. After today, these maggots will obey a strict leash. I hope so, you all deserve some sort of peace. Duke Girth spoke softly. How are your parents, by the way? I hope Ionius felt some joy after learning that his daughter was attending the school close to his heart. We left the Emperor out of the affair with Akiran for obvious reasons, Hubert answered in Edelgard's stead. But the last time Her Highness and I spoke with him, he was in good health. Hearing her father's name brought back memories of their promise and the keys he had given her to enter Anbar without incident. Now that she was at the academy, she worked day and night to make their dreams a reality. My father is doing as well as he can be. We are each other's strength, Minister. If she had been addressing any other minister, Edelgard would have been far colder. Since they knowingly betrayed her loved ones and caused their pain and anguish. As a result, she was the only one left to carry the massive burdens of Adrestia. And today would be further testament that she is able to lead. For a few minutes, Edelgard and her entourage took in the lovely sight of Akron's frightened followers before they entered the grand hall of the cathedral. Lady Rhea had made sure that everything was in order for the trial. A wooden podesta was located in the middle. It was the same place where she had executed Acheron in her dream. Lady Edelgard. Hubert caught her gazing into the void for a moment. It's nothing. That's good to hear, Your Highness. We should be cautious. Though we took all necessary precautions, there is always room for unwelcome surprises. With that person, he didn't say Thomas's name, gone, the trial will be much easier to run. Although this is a foregone conclusion, we must still be present and ensure the finishing touches. I know, Hubert. There was a long pause before Bylotha's words once more appeared in her mind. Killing Acheron truly would be the easiest solution. Which is why I am surprised we managed to pull this miracle off. The Archbishop is notorious for her short temper. It only took us half of the Round Table Lords and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Edelgard let out a weak giggle, a gesture that surprised Hubert as he responded with bitterness. He spoke even quieter. This is just further proof that you are the one who should lead us into a brighter future. Those with power must use it wisely, a teaching of the Church of Syros. It's absurd to preach to others what you cannot practice yourself. It appears that they are bringing in the prisoner now, Petra added to the conversation, pointing to a group of 20 knights who escorted both Acheron and the Archbishop. Rhea wore a ceremonial white dress for the occasion, and her eyes met Edelgard and Petra before briefly shifting to Hubert and Duke Girth. Without saying anything, she was searching for Claude, Laurence, and Lysithea, who were supposed to be here in their parents' stead. Of course, in fashion for her rival, they made a grand entrance right before Rhea wished to address the crowd. I hope you don't mind if we join. Claude grinned as he introduced himself and his classmates. I am here in my grandfather's place, the great Duke Regan and Alliance Round Table hold. These two are Lysithea von Ordelia, I am here on my parents' behalf. And last but not least, I, the glorious Laurence Helman Gloucester, I will act in the stead of my father, Erwin Fritz Gloucester. The three of them wore a batch of their house's emblems on their academy uniforms. Seeing this made Acheron, who was brought here in chains, shiver in fear. Furthermore, Edelgard had refused to tell him the good news about how he would suffer the fate he bestowed upon so many. Acheron enjoyed taking away the freedom of countless innocent souls in order to enrich himself, and now he was getting something of his own medicine. Under the disguise of still being in power, he would be forced to watch how Edelgard and her rival would tear down his corrupt system from within and with his help. So let us begin with the proceedings. Rhea's tone was bored as she waved her hand dismissively. I wish to conclude before noon, and thus, the trial officially began. During the entirety of the trial, Edelgard had the nagging desire to be able to grin at the internal suffering of her adversaries as they remained clueless about the outcome of the trial. She had lost her capacity for happiness because of her worry about how the trial's verdict could reflect on her, which she feared would make her appear to excuse Acheron's actions in front of her peers. Dorothea deserved swift justice, and she would have to remain in the dark if her plans regarding her uncle were to succeed. Hubert, on the other hand, was able to find pleasure in the current circumstances. He inhaled the dread that Acheron and his followers radiated every time Rhea opened her mouth, and it caused him to experience the joy she could not. At this pace, the verdict is upon us. Now that they have seen our claws, Your Highness, those monsters know they are no longer able to hide. It's a shame things seem to be concluding soon. I enjoy watching this. Everything is going smoothly for once, Edelgard whispered back to him. There have also been numerous reports of harassment, Acheron. As your judge, I conducted a thorough investigation, and you will soon receive my verdict. So far, Rhea's tales of Saint Syros and her trials had been enough to strike fear into her listeners' hearts. This marked the first time she brought up one of Acheron's many offenses. The cardinals in attendance, however, were visibly shaken by this as some of them needed to sit down and many of them were gasping for fresh water and fresh air. Suddenly, the iron cathedral gate opened with a thunderous crash. Following this, a small escort of armed soldiers with black and red armor entered. These were imperial colors and those troops were showing off the emblem of the only house that managed to provoke a reaction from Edelgard. It was the symbol of House Arundel. What is the meaning of this? Rhea roared through the cathedral with the ferocity of a dragon. None of you have been invited. With a dismissive wave of her hand she ordered the soldiers to back off. Oh, but I came on urgent business. I fear you might overlook crucial evidence that is necessary to finish the case. A cold breeze lowered the temperature of the room as the voice spoke. When Edelgard heard the person who was wearing her uncle's dead body as a skin suit utter words, she reached for her dagger without even thinking about it. Petra quickly followed Edelgard's example as she read the tension in the room and reached for the knife she always carried with her. The entire crowd went completely silent as Lord Arundel and a fat, ugly bastard named Dexter, whom they had met in the abyss, emerged from the troops and moved closer to Rhea. In the background, many of Akiran's supposed friends watched the helpless Akiran sweat profusely. These phony allies were now awaiting their chance to betray him as they were eager to curry favor and flock to Lord Arundel's side. My name is Dexter. I am pleased to meet you. I am known as a protector of the people of the abyss, and this wicked man came to me and inquired if I would sell people into slavery. He even came prepared with a contract like this one. Here, this is his seal and personal handwriting. Dexter was as slimy and repugnant when Edelgard had first laid eyes on him. With this he effectively sold out a fellow criminal, doubtless because her uncle has great plans for him. You are not a renowned protector. From the entryway, Seetha's voice could be heard. Rhea had given him a task in the monastery town, where he probably spotted Lord Arundel's arrival. Furthermore, I am not sure what is going on today, but it is customary for guests of the Archbishop to announce their coming beforehand. Ah yes, my apologies, Seeth. I am here on an urgent matter. My dear brother-in-law and I are deeply concerned about my niece's safety. Lord Arundel put on the charade of the worried uncle, yet it gained him the sympathy he wanted as most were unable to see through his act. According to her, this man has caused her nothing but harm and nearly killed her through the usage of vile forbidden magic. Lord Arundel approached her. Everything will be fine, child. He won't escape justice anymore. He extended his hand towards Edelgard, but she was not up for his games. I can speak for myself, uncle. A chill could be felt from Edelgard's words. All Akiran did was show his cowardice when the time came. I thought we outlawed executions when nobles flee. After all, their lives are valuable. Wouldn't you agree? Lord Arundel gave her a poisonous smile. Ah yes, his cowardice, such as letting you fight in an underground arena to the entertainment of local criminals. And who told you that? The local criminal you have with you. The entire crowd watched as Lord Arundel and Princess Edelgard exchanged deadly glances at each other. No, these documents do. They all carry House Phlegethon's seal. Rhea went ahead and opened them. Then she threw them away. There you have it. Right, in that case, I will take my niece and leave. Lord Arundel snapped his fingers, and his personal guards surrounded Edelgard. Don't overstate your welcome, Volkhard. Duke Girth addressed him. The monastery staff takes good care of Her Highness's well-being. I am surprised to see you here, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Lord Arundel halted his troops for a moment. How come no one invited me? You misunderstand. I am here to visit our guest. She is like a daughter to me. Ah, yes, the little Brigid princess. I am honored to meet you under these strange circumstances. I pray to the goddess that you won't make the same foolish mistake as your parents. Petra merely stared at him before she responded. Pleased to meet you. Her tone betrayed a subtle hostility. Well, as her uncle and regent of the empire, should the archbishop not take my evidence seriously, I see myself with no choice but to take her with me back to the empire. The cathedral reverberated with Lord Arundel's voice. Everyone present was holding their breath, curious about what would happen next. What is he planning with this obvious bluff? He clearly needs me and Hubert here. Rhea and his gaze clashed. In the meantime, Edelgard stepped closer and whispered something in Lord Arundel's ears. Stop with the bluffing. I am surprised to see you already plotting my demise, Flame Emperor. I thought it would take you longer, he retorted. Edelgard stepped back, and her eyes were now revealing the disgust she felt. As the Academy's headmaster, I see no reason for Princess Edelgard to leave. She is feeling well, and she fulfilled her duties masterfully. Unless she willingly agrees, I will shield young Edelgard from those who would remove her. Ria's voice quavered a little because she wasn't used to facing such opposition, particularly from a noble, but Lord Arundel had this effect on people. Lord Arundel was grinning as he approached Edelgard and whispered. You could have come quietly, but it's well past time to play my ace. He snapped his fingers, and the door opened once more. A bunch of Ciro's knights escorted the entirety of her peers into the room. Among them were the 3 professors, of which Hanneman was the first to speak. What are soldiers of House Arundel doing here? This is a school for learning and a holy site. Weapons and soldiers are usually not permitted here. You speak truthfully, Hanneman. No matter your reasoning, Lord Arundel, this is still an offense. Ria's choice of words was strategic. I assure you that this is a necessary precaution I had to take so that justice will prevail this day. He pointed with his index finger at Akiran. This man is a criminal, and he has done so much to harm the innocent students of the Officers' Academy. Yes, that's right. Someone among her classmates spoke up. Akiran attacked us, isn't that right, Ignatz? Quiet, Raphael, the grown-ups are talking. Edelgard could hear Ignatz trying to remain undetected by Lord Arundel, but it failed. Lord Arundel made a pointing motion toward them. Young man, would you kindly step over here? You can also bring your friend. It's about time for the real trial to begin. Ignatz made a few slow steps towards her uncle while Raffle, on the other hand, rushed towards him. Edelgard stopped the 2 of them before they could reach them. The only thing she could do was whisper. I ask for your trust. You are aware of how trust works, it leads to betrayal. Edelgard tried to remain calm as she felt Lord Arundel's breath down her neck. May I inquire as to your names? His voice changed as quickly as the wind, as he now spoke in a warm and comforting tone. This is Ignatz, and I am Raffle. Raphael offered his hand to him. Do you 2 know each other? Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, I am her uncle. Lord Arundel sounded bored at having to explain this. The following, however, was a threat hidden in a tone that was surprisingly soft. Now please listen, you 2, I am extremely worried about her safety, and this man has done a lot of bad things to harm her. Please share your thoughts with us. Recall the attack that happened on the 20th. We were attacked? When did that happen? The entire audience was on the verge of laughing. Yet their laughter soon died out once they felt a chill run down their spines. This was last month, Raphael. Ignatz corrected him. Since he saw her uncle's murderous glare toward them, the young artist had been sweating profusely. Oh, that. Yes, that, Lord Arundel stated, clearly annoyed. Would you care to elaborate on all that had happened? Edelgard shot a pleading glance at him. You know there will be serious ramifications if he doesn't say anything. His tone was quiet as he used his magic to whisper to her. And you remember what those look like, don't you? Not if you still do. Edelgard hesitantly nodded. Allow me to speak in Raphael's stead. Suddenly, from the back of the crowd, someone was volunteering. And you must be? You may call me Byleth. I am her new professor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Like Raffle before him, Byleth was stood tall as he extended his hand to her uncle. I heard many good things about you. Thank you for repeatedly rescuing my niece from the trouble she got herself into. As her uncle, I am grateful to see that the Archbishop has made a finer choice. Now, please remain truthful about your predecessor's crimes. I stand behind my students' words. Akiran's failure was to run away and nothing more. Lord Arundel's gaze lingered in Byleth's blue eyes. And there I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. His face betrayed nothing but utter irritation. Edelgard observed how he cast the same spell he had used to speak with her on him to threaten him. Yet it did not work on a mercenary who did not value his life. Consequently, Byleth's demeanor didn't change, which made her uncle sigh. A portion of him admired Byleth, but another part deep within him showed that he was close to losing his patience. When that happened, he needed to relieve himself by causing the suffering of others in order to feel better about himself. Whenever this was the case in their so-called sparring session, this marked the moment where she would lose regardless of how skilled she had fought. Is there anyone else willing to speak to the truth? How about you, nephew? Edelgard's eyes widened when Dmitri emerged from his peers. He seemed unsure of how to react or what to make of the situation. Before he could say anything, Professor Hanneman interjected. "That's enough. You have no authority to call people to participate." "On this, I agree. Lord Arundel, we've observed your farce for long enough. I will soon carry out my verdict." Seeing Professor Hanneman's courage snapped Rhea out of her silence as she took his side. "It surprises me to see that the Archbishop values her relationship to the Empire so little." His voice conveyed genuine dismay. "I hope you will not repeat this grave error in the future. If you don't mind, I will stay until the verdict has been heard." "Fine. Here is my verdict. Due to the missing evidence in the A. Kiran case, he is clear of the charges of sexual assault and attacking students. Yet he is guilty of cowardice, which is why he can no longer work as a professor. He is exiled from the monastery back to his territory." The verdict brought a sigh of relief to Edelgard and Rhea. "How is this just?" Edelgard's heart sank once she heard Dorothea's voice emerge from the crowd. "After everything he has done, how can you let him escape?" "Dorothea." Edelgard did not know how to respond to her colleague. This was the outcome she had hoped to avoid. Ferdinand joined in, equally perplexed. "So Akiran can move freely? He did attack us. My judgment is final." And with that, Rhea gestured for her guards to unshackle Akiran. She whispered something into Akiran's ears as he was nearly about to celebrate. Lord Arundel caught the tiny exchange as well as the pained expression Edelgard tried to hide. He carefully approached her. "Well, my niece, don't you want to give me a tour around the monastery?" Edelgard wanted to refuse. "I can show you around," Byleth offered. "That is kind of you. My niece will follow us. This way, we get the best of both worlds." He gave them a smile. And Edelgard uncomfortably complied with his request. Together, they walked out of the cathedral and into the entrance hall. "This place is as beautiful as I remember it." Lord Arundel moved closer to a flower and sniffed at it. When he was done, he took it out of its socket and smashed it between his fingers. Suthies, who had been awfully quiet the whole time, was now finally speaking. "I don't trust this man." "You did the right thing by trusting your student. Yet, she does owe us a few explanations." Byleth nodded. His full attention was concentrated on the company he was in at the moment. "So the Archbishop now hires a sellsword as a teacher? Are the rumors true that you knew nothing about them before you entered these walls?" Byleth gave another nod. "It is true. With the help of your niece, this is no longer the case, but when I first came here, I was largely oblivious as to the role the Church of Syros has played." "I can see why you have taken interest." Lord Arundel complimented Edelgard. "Say, did you manage to form an opinion on the Holy Church?" "Rest assured, your answer will remain confidential." Byleth stared him dead in the eyes before responding. "I believe the Church has many flaws." "Oh, do tell." "Throughout history, the Church rarely used its power to help the people. They only broke a peace between the nations when the wars were over." With a wry grin on his face, Lord Arundel acknowledged that he was right. The Church of Syros needs a few reforms to keep up with the ever-changing times. "A storm is brewing, and I hope you will be on the right side." He threatened Byleth in a fashion analogous to that of Hubert. Edelgard's entire posture was stiff when she heard this. "I will leave you two now. It was a pleasure to meet you, Byleth. Please look after my niece. I'd hate to consider more drastic measures for her safety." To say goodbye, her uncle approached, but Edelgard waved him off firmly. After Lord Arundel exited the monastery, she sprinted back to the cathedral. "Professor, there is somewhere I must be." Once there, the crowd was gone, and Rhea, along with Claude, Laurence, Lysithea, Duke Girth, and Petra, were conversing with Akiran. "Are you okay?" Byleth, who had been following her, inquired. From the sound of her breaths, he knew she was in severe distress. "I am fine, Professor. There is something I need to ask of you. Hubert will have to take care of a few things in Inver, so he won't be available for a few days." "That's fine." Byleth gently touched her shoulders, which caused Edelgard to gradually relax. "Professor, Lady Edelgard." From behind, they could hear Hubert. Hubert, we were just talking about you. Edelgard gave a faint smile. I will have to take care of a few things in Inver, Professor. Edelgard already informed me. That's good. Now that this is settled, I will take care of the aftermath. Your Highness, you have done well today. Please rest a little. For once, Hubert did not look at Byleth with complete animosity. Instead, he gave him a little bit of trust. Professor, would you be so kind as to cook something pleasant for her? Of course. And so Byleth and Edelgard headed to the dining hall together. What was all of that about? Suthies wanted answers. This entire scene weirded her out. Have you felt the aura of that man? She calls him uncle, yet somehow our encounter with him made my skin crawl. And have you seen how he looked at us? Like we were his prey. Exactly. I pity your princess if that's the kind of family she had to grow up in. A family of predators. Ah, yes, how is that supposed to be a good thing? Gerald taught me how to fight and kill. He trained you because he cares about you. Meanwhile, her uncle strikes me as the kind of person who only taught her those things to make her miserable. Come on, you must have noticed that in the way he used his magic to speak. It was all so creepy. Suthies needed a few seconds to gather her next thoughts. Also, it's not just me, but he did state that he's Blue Cape's uncle, right? So Blue and Red Cape are related somehow. Though it would seem Edelgard is clueless about that. It feels as though we marched into a spiderweb of mysteries. We must be careful. Given how much Red Cape likes you, we could press her for answers. Edelgard was sitting there at the dining hall table. Her eyes flickered around as she was seemingly on the lookout for all kinds of threats. We shouldn't do that now. And with that, Byleth brought an end to the conversation he had been having with his floating associate. Please wait here for a moment while I fetch us something to eat. Byleth endeavored to speak in a soft voice, and it was successful. Edelgard was jarred out of her new habit of scanning the room. Thank you, Professor. Can I come along? To which Byleth nodded and they walked off to the kitchen. The two were silent for a while, and then, after Byleth had set the pan on top of the fire, Edelgard spoke slowly and deliberately. Why have you refused to tell the truth when my uncle had you interrogated in front of the crowd? I could see this was important when neither you nor Lady Rhea wished to have the Academy present. You must have lied for a reason, and I suppose that reason has to do with your idea of justice, Byleth answered plainly. When his words sounded, Edelgard's face transformed into one of awe. Yes, you are correct. We were following a specific goal with Akiran. Her voice trailed off for a second. Professor, I wish I could tell you what it is and why we have been acting the way that we are. I am used to not having the full picture. The tone of Byleth's voice conveyed zero emotion. But there was a hint of subtle disappointment there that his student managed to pick up on. It caused Edelgard to avert her eyes from him, as she knew that she had hurt him. What followed was an air of silence while Byleth prepared one of her favorite meals. 2 full fish sandwiches. So, he did what he always did and put the Ermid pike in the pan. After that, he turned his attention to the cabbage and other vegetables that would go nicely together on the sandwich. Byleth could feel how Edelgard watched him, while he quickly sliced down the massive cabbage as well as 2 large tomatoes and a few mushrooms. Don't worry about this. You will get the hang of this soon. But this caused Edelgard's mood to worsen as she headed back to the table. Only before that, she was stopped by Byleth as he gently guided her hand to a scratch of vegetables, and they began cutting them together. Actually, Byleth held her hands and showed her how to cut while he was cutting the items. Yet still, it was Edelgard who performed the slicing action. From her expression, Byleth could tell that she felt conflicted. Professor. She needed a moment to collect herself before she smiled at him. Thank you for this. She received silence as an answer, but this did not diminish her momentary happiness. Subsequently, Byleth felt some of that happiness, and he tried to smile by squeezing his lips together in a way that looked like a smile. However, the outcome was not even close to being one. Nevertheless, Edelgard appreciated the gesture with a giggle. They finished the meal together, and throughout the remainder of the evening, Byleth refrained from applying any additional pressure to her. While she ate the final product of their combined efforts, he remained completely silent, buried in the last few chapters of The Rose and the Dawn. Because of this, Edelgard made it a point to pay close attention to his reactions because she was curious about how Byleth would react to an ending that made her feel a great deal of sadness. So when Byleth finished the final passages and showed no emotions at all, it caused Edelgard to falter her arms together. "You've upset her," Suthies stated. Byleth shrugged his shoulders, which caused Edelgard to sigh. "Professor, thank you for the meal. We can talk more tomorrow after class if you'd like." In response, Byleth closed the book. He could see that Edelgard, now that she had departed alone, was again surveilling everything around her as if she were expecting to be attacked soon. And then came the attack, which she had anticipated. "So have you heard about the trial?" "Yes, it's pretty common knowledge that Acheron deserved the death penalty at this point, but they let him go." "Why would they do that?" "Apparently the Imperial Princess defended him, even when her own uncle showed up. The Regent of the Empire was here." The knight looked shocked. "Is that her?" The other knight pointed at Edelgard. Byleth and his student remained calm. Yet Suthies was once more whispering in his ear. "You should stop these knights from gossiping." The first thing Byleth wanted to retort was why. But Suthies yelled at him. "Because I ordered you to." However, Byleth simply proceeded to walk past them with Edelgard. "That is her." "Hey Princess, why?" Byleth put a hand over the knight's mouth. "I'd advise you to patrol somewhere else. In addition, it looks bad on you if you engage in gossip. You should break that habit. Seath and Rhea are not as forgiving as I am." After he finished, he removed his hand and the knights carefully moved away. They did not speak a single word. "You won't be required to repeat this action in the future. I can handle a bit of gossip. I wanted to do this." Edelgard broke into a happy smile as a result of this. In turn, Byleth felt some approval from the person within him as she also smiled at him. Even though he himself was experiencing this joy, he felt the need to question his covert accomplice about its source. However, Byleth held his tongue and refrained from asking the question. The fourth day of the harp-string moon, evening. "Professor." Edelgard handed him something. A handful of tea leaves. "This is the Hresvelg blend. It's the most expensive but also the greatest tea within Fodlan. It's hard to resist its charms." Unfortunately, Hubert failed to deduce what the favorite teas of our peers are. "Since you are already accustomed to holding tea parties, tomorrow is the prime opportunity to learn more about Miss Dominic." "You can call her Annette," Byleth interjected. "It's good to see you back in your element. Your fish sandwich was wonderful. Don't forget, Professor, tomorrow is her birthday. They say tea parties are a natural way for someone to improve their charisma. And Annette deserves a little bit of happiness." Byleth was surprised to see her mentioning Annette of all people. "Edelgard, if you want to, I'd rather have a tea party with you tomorrow. Normally I would accept, but my schedule tomorrow is full." "Is it because of Acheron?" Edelgard did not respond directly, yet she slightly moved her head. "We will probably see each other briefly, Professor. I am sorry we will have to postpone our discussion until then." Byleth carefully moved over to the door, but before he left, he patted the black cat inside. The fifth day of the harp-string moon, Annette's birthday, night time. The day came and went. For her best friend, Mercedes gave it her all and worked without sleep or rest to perfect her masterpiece. The cake was the same size as Hubert's, but the content was different. Instead of chocolate, Annette received a strawberry cake. In the meantime, Edelgard had spent the entire day gathering the largest and best escort anyone could receive. Should Acheron die, then the entire trial was for nothing. Fortunately, she knew her uncle well. Stepping into the spotlight or otherwise leaving a trace was something he tried to avoid at all costs. Thus, Acheron is shielded so long as a potential attack leaves a trace. As a result, Edelgard used up his entire day and night reviewing and recruiting the roster of potential bodyguards. Seath also lent a hand by sending Alois and Shamir with the escort. According to the current state of affairs, Acheron has a guard of about 100 men, made up of the most devoted soldiers and mercenaries you can find. This should put my mind at ease. Even someone with such influence would be unable to casually murder this many people and escape detection within the purview of the church. Edelgard. It knocked on her door. Did everything go well today for you? She opened the door to find her professor standing there. He held a warm cup of bergamot tea and a piece of cake for Manette's birthday. Professor? You did not have to do this. Her smile was contagious. What her nerves needed was some soothing tea, and a slice of cake would do just fine. She motioned for Byleth to come inside and take a seat at her bed while she quickly cleaned up her full desk. You receive many letters. And I write just as many. As the Imperial Princess, I have to be constantly in touch with my country. Are there any personal letters among them? Something from your father? Edelgard shook her head, clearly displaying the weight that was on her heart. No, he is forbidden from sending me any letters. That is cruel. Byleth uttered those words as he gazed intently into her eyes. Should you want to return to Inber for a weekend, you are free to do so. Thank you, Professor. However, it seems far more likely that I am going to be summoned into Arundel territory. You have met my uncle, he appreciates talent, which is why he often requests my help. If we have a mission that requires us to go into Empire territory, I would very much enjoy doing so. This seems unlikely. The dissolution of the Southern Church long ago led to a weakening of the Church's jurisdiction within the Empire. I doubt we will receive missions close to the capital. Who knows? Given that Duke Agir and Count Bergles have been unable to find competent mercenaries on the market like your father and you, perhaps they will make a request to the Church, and we can assist them. In any case, my goal is to turn the Black Eagles into the most powerful class. We will win the battle of the Eagle and Lion, Professor. And when we do, you are going to be proud. That I will be. But for now, we have to focus on Bernadetta, Linhard, and Lysithea. Their training is far from complete. We will have to make more progress tomorrow. Yes, there will always be another tomorrow. Edelgard finished her tea and cake to the last crumb before returning their plate to Byleth. Thank you for the treat, Professor. She followed Byleth to the door. You should get some sleep. The same goes for you. The era of the all-nighter is over. I can't promise that, Professor. But I will do my best to rest now. In return, she showed him her best yawn by doing so. The 5th day of the harp-string moon, Annette's birthday, middle of the night. Edelgard could not find any rest whatsoever. Since Akiran's departure, she has been worried about Hubert and the rest of the escort. Despite everything, she could not rule out the possibility that her uncle and his kin might do something foolish. Even though she had closed her eyes, she was still able to sense his icy, murderous gaze upon her. Nevertheless, the room, with its own 4 walls, provided her with a sense of security. In addition to this, she was wearing the stunning white dress that had belonged to her mother, and Adrescha's body was pressed up against her. The cat's fur radiating calm. Although it made Edelgard's body sleep, her mind remained alert. And as long as her mind remained awake, her body was unable to fully fall asleep. Thus she got up and searched for one of her morning mantles. Her plan was to sneak out of the dorms, a piece of cake now that Hubert was gone, and take a brisk stroll around the grounds. Everything was going smoothly until she felt a cold hand rest on her shoulders. Her eyes glanced behind her to feel the same breath down her neck that she felt at the trial. Going somewhere? Edelgard was frozen in place. Well, I have something to show you, Flame Emperor. Before she could say or reach for a dagger, a portal opened, and she was dragged inside of it. Lady Edelgard. Hubert was bleeding from multiple severe wounds. Next to him were Shamir and Alois. 2 of the most experienced knights were unconscious. Like Hubert, both of them were covered in gore and the blood of their fellow comrades. Well, now I'm surprised to see that they are still alive. Edelgard turned around to look for the voice. Yet just like in their training sessions, he had vanished into thin air, only to surprise her the moment she showed weakness. Check on Hubert and help her retainer or stay alert. That was the range of possibilities available to her, and neither was appealing. Come out. As you wish. Edelgard had her dagger in hand as she plunged it into one of the cracks of that monster's armor. And the only thing she managed to get from this was a small drop of dark fluid. A tiny droplet of blood. You have improved. He complimented her. But this is not good enough, wretched vermin. She felt his hand on her throat as he slammed her against the dirty ground over and over again. There was enough of an impact for her to throw up blood. Stop it. Acheron is hidden at this location. Hubert took out a small parchment and threw it at Lord Arundel's feet. Now leave her be. You were showing such strength earlier, and now you had to go ahead and ruin it. After the scene you have caused at the trial, I am going to take my time to thoroughly enjoy this. The dark shadow approached Hubert. What am I going to do with you? Taking a hand might be the right thing to do, but you've shown enough bravery that I might settle for a finger if your whore of a mistress begs. Will you beg for him? Edelgard's coughing persisted. Please. Leave him alone. Wrong answer. Lord Arundel created a magical blade and started to search for the best place to make a cut. This still did nothing. Please spare him. The magical knife disappeared for a moment. Instead, Lord Arundel went ahead and picked up her dagger from the ground. Such a fine blade. Let's see what you are made of. With one swift movement, blood came pouring out of Hubert's hand. He had lost the ring finger. I guess you won't need it. Hubert. You need medical attention. Ugh, how boring. I always forget how fragile you humans are. Here, take this. Lord Arundel threw an elixir at him. Should you cross me again, then you are going back to your cage. There are other uses for the crest of flames. Edelgard ignored his threats while she carefully guided Hubert's lips to the bottle. You have to drink. Hubert's eyes were darting around. Despite facing death, he remained calm. He grabbed the one thing that could save him with his last ounce of strength and drank it all at once. What followed were screams of agony as Hubert's countless wounds started to close. During the time that Edelgard was doing everything in her power to save Hubert, Lord Arundel had traveled to the coordinates of the location where Hubert had concealed Acheron and was now dragging him right in front of their eyes. Please, Thales. Leave me. We had a deal. The deal is off. Lord Arundel moved closer to him to speak. Who told you to speak my true name out aloud? After he had finished preparing the spell that almost took Edelgard's life, he allowed the foul fluids to enter Acheron's body. Immediately after this, Acheron began wailing in agony. Arg! A painful sound came from the man's mouth. Please end this. To put it bluntly, no, you will die a miserable, drawn-out death. Meanwhile, you two are going to watch. If you try to get in my way again, let this worm serve as a warning for you. Acheron was slowly and gradually dying. Each scream was more intense than the one before. Following a minute of this, he was on the verge of passing out, just like Edelgard had, but Lord Arundel enchanted him to stay awake. I nearly forgot. I am not done with you. Please, I did what you asked of me. He was frantically begging. No, you believed yourself to be untouchable. The rich and noble Acheron, what a joke you are. At any rate, I will enjoy seeing your flesh burn from your bones. Flame Emperor, you did right to scheme against him. It wasn't my intention for this fool to disrupt your activities at the monastery. But what you did afterwards breaks my heart. He shed phony tears of sympathy. Plotting against your dear uncle. What should I do? What should I do? His arms went to his chin. Ah, yes. I've got just the presents for you. With the snap of his fingers a wooden box materialized. Would you kindly take a peek inside? Lord Arundel opened it, and what Edelgard saw was a finger with a ring attached to it. The ring had the symbol of a twin-headed eagle, and the finger belonged to an older man. Edelgard was familiar with it, because it belonged to her father. Despite her lack of words, Edelgard's face spoke volumes. There was a mix of shock and rage. I suppose he is no longer in need of his finger. Edelgard touched her father's finger only to feel nothing. Oh my, you've seen right through that. That's a shame. Who said you are allowed to touch stuff? A kick to the stomach caused Edelgard to once more cough up blood. The world around them slowly changed. She was by herself in a dark forest area with Lord Arundel. Hubert and the knights were not present. Do you think I am so short-sighted that I would attack an entire convoy on my own? I can end Acheron's life with a twitch of my fingers. But I believe that even in his compromised state, he still has a role to play. As do you. However, if you make just one more blunder or have just one more accident, then this will be your reality the next time. Edelgard was still covered in blood. In her own blood. Arg, Lord Arundel teleported her back to the monastery. Just as Edelgard's light began to dim, she wondered. Is this just another of your sick dreams? No, what I showed you is your reality. When Edelgard awoke the following morning, she was drenched in sweat. Whatever happened last night was still a mystery to her. As a result, she examined herself carefully. The areas where she had been kicked appeared to be normal. Although she was experiencing some distress, her behavior was otherwise unremarkable. Now that she felt Adrestia pressed against her, her pulse returned to a normal interval as well. And her dress was as clean when she had first seen it. As a result, Edelgard went over to her desk. All the letters were in the same form and shape as she had left them. The carpet was spotless, and her flowers were still arranged in a pretty vase nearby. She had searched everything. And was about to conclude that this had just been another nightmare. My mind must have played a trick on me. Suddenly, Edelgard began to shriek when she spotted a tiny but still visible stain of blood on her nightgown. How did that get here? Since Hubert was on his mission, there was no one to check on her. All she felt was anxiety. After all, how much of yesterday had been true was a mystery to her. Chapter 20, The Aftermath. The 6th day of the harp-string moon, Edelgard's room. Breathe deeply, in and out. Although Edelgard was able to calm her anxiety, her eyes were still darting about the room in search of the trespassers. This was merely one of their sick games, another use of physical force to demonstrate her frailty. Adrestia, sensing her owner's distress, purred soothingly as she stroked Edelgard's legs with her head. Edelgard was touched by the gesture, but she couldn't shake the events of the previous night. It was traumatic for her to think back on Lord Arundel torturing Akiran and Hubert. The best hired swordsmen, soldiers, and knights perished in a single massacre. It had been a slaughter on par with that of Duscur, minus the betrayals. There had been so much blood that these few drops on her clothing were nothing but a foreshadowing of what was to come. The thought of what happened caused deep anguish in her heart and mind, as the horrors she had witnessed seemed to follow her everywhere she went. While she scanned the room, she considered her options. Her most reasonable choices were to send a courier or a raven in the hopes that it would reach Hubert. But recent events forced her to make a compromise that was by far the riskiest and most reckless one she could have made. Hubert would clearly scold her, but she needed to see for herself if the escort was still alive and if yesterday's events had been a dream. Her uncle had got to her and now she was unsure whether or not what happened was just a dream or a brutal reality. Thus she packed her dagger and the supplies she'd need for a longer journey, and set off in pursuit of the escort. Yet before she left, she affectionately caressed and cuddled her cat. Furthermore, she left some treats behind and searched for someone on this floor who might be reasonable enough to take care of her cat for 2 or 3 days. Subject to the length of time that she would take. This would be her first time in Alliance lands, and she lacked the proper length and experience to know how long she would need to arrive in Akron's territory. Hilda and Marianne from the Golden Deer greeted her with a tiny hello as they saw Adrestia in Edelgard's arms. What a gorgeous cat you have. Does she have a name? Marianne stuttered in the one in question. Adrestia, Edelgard responded quickly as her mind went through the best options for potential caretakers. Yet after a few seconds, her mind settled on Petra. Have you seen Petra? Isn't naming your cat after your nation a bit pretentious? Edelgard retorted to Hilda's remark, I did not name her. Anyway, I don't have time for this, I need to find Petra. With that, Edelgard was about to leave. Until Hilda intervened. Hey wait, you still have to explain that spooky stuff that happened recently. For a brief moment, Edelgard's unrivaled calm was shaken. What spooky stuff? She inquired cautiously. Did you hear something yesterday? Edelgard was curious to hear what happened. Outside of screams coming from your room, I heard nothing. That's not what I am referring to. Hilda displayed her annoyance by raising both hands. Although you could try to sleep more soundly. Your screams make it hard for all of us to sleep. She realized that she was losing the conversation as Edelgard walked slowly away. Hey, wait. For the life of me, I can't figure out what the strange event was that happened in the cathedral the other day. This was Akiran's trial, right? When I asked Claude about this, he remained all cool about it. The only thing he said was, "I will explain one day, Hilda." And then he ignored all my questions. That's so uncool. Hilda. Edelgard reprimanded her in a harsh tone. Keep things short, I have my own duties to attend to. I am not your house leader, so Claude's answer will be my answer for now. Hilda's eyes widened by the harsh reaction. Hold on. You can't think that you don't owe us an explanation for what happened. Edelgard sighed. Of course we owe you an explanation, but not for now. Hilda was about to protest more when Edelgard silenced her by showing her the bloody piece of cloth. From among her stack, she quickly put her white nightgown forward. Since Hilda's room was close by, she hoped to gain access to some information. I believe I had an intruder last night. The look in Hilda's eyes changed dramatically. Oh, I see. This wasn't some kind of dream. You enjoy screaming during these. Edelgard averted her gaze for a split second before mumbling. Are your dreams that good? Hilda inquired. Her hands emphasized the form of their bodies. What? Edelgard was perplexed. Her eyes were wide open as she remembered how Professor Manuela used to sleep. And then her head turned crimson for a moment. What does this have to do with what I am talking about? I am just messing with you. Hilda winked at her. No, I have seen nothing. Also, the sound of your screams does not usually bother me. I sleep like a rock, that much I can tell you. Hilda, thank you. Regarding your questions, I will answer as much as I can. That man you saw yesterday was my uncle. He is the current regent of the empire. I know a little bit of how things work in Adrestia. My dad took pleasure in giving me the best education he could. So, just like my older brother Holst, he sent me here. Ugh, I hope he will stop with his big plans. Just like your father, my uncle also has high expectations of me. Even so, our relationship isn't the best, as you may have seen. If it's all right with you, that's everything I will disclose for now. Claude and I will talk in more detail at one point, but for now please try to forget this ever. All of a sudden, she picked up on a noise. Hi, Edelgard. What was the point of that trial? Edelgard, we must talk about it. I demand an explanation. What were you thinking? Testifying for that monster. Edie. Dorothea's fingers twitched, a common sign that a spellcaster like her was about to cast a few spells. Only this time, her spells would be aimed directly at the friend who betrayed her trust. When Edelgard walked out of the dorms, 3 of her fellow students were patiently waiting for her. Linhard, Dorothea, and Ferdinand had formed an alliance in order to grill her with the same questions that everyone else was interested in having answered. I'll take my leave now. Before walking away, Hilda flashed a grin. I wouldn't have expected you to be curious, Linhard. Edelgard commented as her eyes scanned for any signs of Petra. Sensing the tense situation, Adrestia demanded to be put down from Edelgard's grip, and her owner obliged. Her feline companion was right there with her. Ugh, I am a tiny bit curious about it, but it is these two who made my day a living nightmare. That's why I'm here. He looked ready to leave, but Dorothea and Ferdinand stopped him. Petra told us we should talk to you if we had questions. Well, I have a question for you, Edie. Have you gone mad? What your uncle said is spot on. Akiran deserves it. No, he needs to die. Think about the harm he will bring to Dorothea. How intelligent do you think I am? Edelgard searched for direct eye contact with her friend. They both knew how much harm Akiran could have done, and they both had developed a sort of kinship during his abuse. Akiran won't harm us ever again, she declared with a confident voice. Edie, he is already harming us again. Bernadetta has received a letter from her father, and apparently it's nothing good. Likewise, numerous so-called noblemen attempt to expel me from the monastery. She paused. Because of what they heard from Akiran. My secrets are plain for everyone to see. She lost her composure and her voice shook. Edelgard assured her classmate, no one is going to remove you from the monastery, as she put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Akiran gossip makes it difficult for me to find the perfect partner. Let alone a partner who actually wants to talk with me. And now he escapes punishment for it. Bernadetta and I are doomed because of Akiran. You, Edie, had the chance to put an end to him, instead you wiggle your way around. Dorothea, do you think lowly of me? Dorothea broke off the eye contact. And her face filled with disgust once Edelgard asked, "Where is Professor Eisner?" "He is currently talking with Bernadetta about the letter." Ferdinand answered for her. "But before you go, explain yourself. What was the trial about? Don't tell me this is what it looks like, because to me it looks like you abused your power to clear Akiran of his crimes. And your uncle. Why did you oppose him? You realize how right he is. The knights who escorted us, Eloise, and the professors have all been key witnesses. Fodlan has heard about Akiran's wrongdoings, but when it came time for the trial, you didn't bring any proof, making a mockery of these holy proceedings. Is this what justice in your Adrestia will look like? Because if it is, I will oppose you until my dying breath." Ferdinand. Edelgard tried hard to regain her composure. His fiery eyes pierced into her soul. He was different from his father. Someone who actually possessed qualities that nobles always prided themselves on. "I will explain one day. For now, I need to find the professor and Petra." Edelgard had mentally prepared herself to use physical force against them if that ended up being the only option. "So you won't talk now? After what Akiran did to our class, and you simply let him get away with this? Unlike you, I won't plot something this catastrophic from behind everyone's back. But I will tell you this, I don't want you as our house leader anymore. That's going a bit too far, don't you think? It's customary for royals to be the house leaders, Ferdinand." Linhard sighed heavily. He had sensed the tension, and Edelgard could see that he was doing his best to ease it. "Unless something were to happen to Edelgard, then you would only invite discourse. I may not care for politics, but my father and Caspers might see this as an open provocation." Linhard's argumentation got through to him. You are right. But this doesn't mean I have to support you. Should things continue this way, I will consider different options." Edelgard remained silent as her eyes paid him no attention. But her heart had been listening to every word. Ferdinand's outrage proved that her gamble will pay off. The word of the trial's outcome will spread, and Akiran's business partners will make more mistakes and act far more carelessly now, which will allow the current authorities to take care of them. Moreover, once she takes power, she will eradicate the shattered underground infrastructure, and the entire criminal underworld will be gone. But, for the time being, it appears she will face a lot of hatred, the unadulterated animosity of her classmates. Fortunately, not all of her peers will treat her with resentment. Petra and everyone who helped in their little conspiracy won't cause any harm. The only thing that will be harsh is going to be the gossip and the reactions of the rest of her peers. Hubert was excellent at dispelling rumors, and fortunately for the rest of her classmates, she had a good teacher by her side who could rule the class since, by the looks of it, the majority didn't want to listen to her anymore. Seeing the mixture of anger and disappointment on Dorothea's forehead hurt. Likewise Ferdinand viewed her from a rival he desperately wanted to best to someone who he despised. "Just go, Edie. Your catch is in Bernie's room, he's currently speaking with her about whatever bad news poor Bern received." "Dorothea," Edelgard's voice cracked slightly as she extended her arm toward her friend. "No, Edie. Not unless you explain everything to me." Dorothea vehemently pushed her back. "One day, I will." Edelgard was unable to say these words because she could not provide any sort of assurance. At least not now. If Akiran had been killed last night, then all of this was truly for nothing. Therefore, Edelgard was agitated. She took her backpack, where all her travel equipment was, and quickly headed to Bernadetta's room, leaving her angry peers behind. Byleth's room, 1 hour before. "Wherever we go, people talk about the Red Cape. It's getting me all interested. Why don't we just speed things along and interrogate her? You are a former mercenary. Has your father not taught you a few techniques to get someone to talk?" Suthies was floating around the room, listening to all kinds of gossip about Edelgard, and the trial was all people had been talking about now. There are just so many things I want to know. Suthies went over to Byleth, who was still reading the books he and Edelgard had selected together. She does have a good taste in novels, though, Suthies commented as she saw Byleth lost in the collection. But now is not the time to read. We must get some answers. After all, she dragged you into this mess too. You directly opposed the most powerful man in the Empire. A man who could eliminate half of our carrier options on the continent. Byleth finally responded. Mercenaries are always needed, and as far as I remember, Instructor Jaritsa had his recommendation, yet I became the next professor instead. How did an oaf like you manage to survive this long? The very sight of this man makes my skin crawl. I can't explain it. But you must have felt something too. When he walked in, it was like being dunked into a freezing cold pool. Suthies and Byleth's eyes collided. The letter moved his hand towards his ghostly companion. I did not know you could feel things. In response, Byleth received a slap that went through him. I can feel things. She stopped for a moment. You are right. I don't usually feel emotions like that. What was that? It can't be what you mortals describe as fear. Well, according to the novels I have read, it could also be disgust. However, I'm not sure. Since you don't feel anything. But seriously, do you think about the consequences of your actions? You could have remained quiet like you usually are and not start a fight with one of the most influential people on the continent. Suthies scolded him, but the more she spoke, the more she started to give him a small happy glance. Well, that man does strike me as a creep. And this must have annoyed him, so I guess perhaps you did the right thing. Thank you, Suthies. Byleth put his books to the side. Are you ready to go? We still have answers to find. He quickly put on his boots and attached his mantle to his shoulders. That I am. Knock. Knock. Byleth opened the door. Professor Eisner. Seath stood at the door. He made a step inside the room and closely examined it. His eyes scanned the books that lay on top of Byleth's bed. He mumbled something and then started. There is a new urgent development regarding one of your students. Oh, this can only be the white-haired one. Suthies couldn't help but make this remark. Subsequently, it triggered Byleth to ask. Is Edelgard fine? Curious that you would invoke her name first. Seath scanned Byleth before he continued. No, this matter does not concern Miss Hresvelg. But should you have something to do with the recent incident at the cathedral, then be sure I will make a note of that. He examined Byleth once more, only to find an empty expression staring back at him. Well, as I previously mentioned, this is urgent. Yesterday, 2 sets of letters arrived. One from Gregoire von Varley and the other from his wife. They are both concerning young Miss Varley. Seems like your little mouse has angered the cat. Suthies was in the air over Byleth. She urged Byleth to inquire further about the matter, but he remained silent. Ugh, you are no fun. Would this be about your little princess, you'd ask immediately. Seath let out a long sigh, gave his head a quick rub, and continued. Her father has expressed his deep disappointment with the church, and he demands his daughter's return. Naturally, this did not go over well with Rhea. Currently, she is formulating a response to him. His wife, meanwhile, urges us to keep young Miss Varley here. She is even willing to donate some of her husband's wealth. At any rate, young Miss Varley is currently in shock about the news. I would advise you to go see her. As Byleth walked outside, Ferdinand waved and greeted him with a standard, "Hello, Professor." After that, his voice briefly began to shake, and his eyes wandered around, lost in thought. Professor, I can't help but think about what happened. Why would Edelgard allow a villain like Akiran to escape? And it pains me to ask this, but were you involved in this? I tried asking Petra, but she avoided all my questions. Furthermore, she is a guest from Brigid. I don't want to interrogate her, not when I have other leads. Byleth looked Ferdinand deep in the eyes and then answered. Edelgard told me a little bit about the trial. That she would be absent and that she would deal with Akiran. That's all. Ferdinand examined Byleth. There is honesty in your voice. But still, for the life of me, her motives are beyond me. You should ask her yourself, Byleth suggested. Ferdinand's brow furrowed. That's what we tried, but Hubert has been like a scarecrow. We barely managed to see her, and when we did, she was constantly occupied. Anguish could be heard in Ferdinand's voice. Byleth made an effort to put his mind at ease. You needn't worry. I'm sure she will talk to us in time. It was clear that Ferdinand wanted to believe what Byleth said, but he was still in a lot of pain. That's not reassuring, Professor. Ferdinand's mood hadn't brightened at all. Ferdinand. Byleth looked his student in the eye. Professor. Suddenly his attention shifted once he realized that Byleth wasn't heading for the classroom but instead for Bernadetta's room. You are going to get Bernadetta. In an offhand way, Byleth shook his head. I need to talk to her. It must be about the rumors I have heard. Supposedly her father. It's about that. How did you hear about those rumors? Apparently yesterday some students overheard her crying. I am usually not one for gossip. But since it's about a fellow classmate, I listened in. I had hoped any misunderstanding would be cleared up today in class. I can guarantee this, Ferdinand. And with that, Byleth increased his tempo and rushed to Bernadetta's room. Taking a morning sprint, are we? Ferdinand rushed after Byleth. And the response the young noble received was a nod. Byleth was determined to get to Bernadetta's room and leave him here, but he didn't realize how fast Ferdinand was, since his student kept up with him. Ferdinand had long since admired Byleth's agility and strength, and he seemed glad about every opportunity to witness it in action. I've got a lot of things to do. The two of them arrived at Bernadetta's door. Ferdinand, should I not be in class, tell the others to wait for me. You can count on me. He shouted with passion as he went on his way. As ordered, Ferdinand hurried to class, leaving his professor to deal with Bernadetta on his own. What a peculiar student, but I guess that only makes sense. Your students are the ones who are the most shocked by this. That said, this was certainly an unusual display, and I couldn't help but smile at the enthusiasm he showed. Suthies giggled. In the meantime, Byleth had knocked on the door. Knock. Knock. Nothing. He stepped back, his hand still poised in midair from the last knock. I have cake, lied Byleth. Cake. You. She paused. You may leave it here. I think I will eat it instead. Byleth responded. Bernadetta saw through him. Go ahead, it won't make a difference either way. Byleth thanked her and proceeded to eat the food. Wait, that's unfair, leave some for me. Bernadetta opened her door. The tiny student made large eyes once she failed to spot the cake. Where is it? Unfair. Byleth replied, with a cheeky grin, that the cake had been eaten. The grin was likely imagined, as he simply stared at her while he presented her with a few breadcrumbs. Professor. Yes, Bernadetta. Where is the cake? I never had a cake with me, Byleth responded honestly. I knew it. Bernadetta nearly jumped out of happiness. But then again, why did I open the door again? For this, Byleth clarified as he offered her a cookie. I was eating this. Dig in, we have a few things to talk about. That will do, Professor. And so Byleth managed to start a conversation with her. An hour later, Bernadetta's room. So you were essentially kidnapped. Byleth required hearing that statement once more. Yes, my mother ordered an attendant to stuff me in a bag while I was sleeping. By the time I figured out what was going on, I was already here. She faltered her hands into a small prayer. I really did think my life was over there for a while. Well, I am glad they didn't kill me. Despite everything, I'd rather be here than at home. Is it that bad? Byleth asked innocently. Bernadetta gave a short, determined nod in response. Yes, Professor. It's that bad. Her whole being was trembling at that point. My father's obsessed with money. He's only ever seen me as bait for a rich husband. To train me to be a good submissive wife, he'd do things like tie me to a chair, and leave me there all day, challenging me to stay quiet. Byleth, who never displays any sort of emotion, clenched one of his hands. It took the mercenary a second to realize this before he opened it. His expression was still empty, yet his small, green-haired companion was astonished to hear Bernadetta's story and to see his reaction. "The poor thing," she commented. "You can't let her return home." "She won't return home." Byleth gave her his word. "I know we will make sure of that," Bernadetta continued. Her expression was still gloomy. "I tried hard to do as he asked. Honestly, I did. But before I knew it, I just couldn't bring myself to leave my room anymore." There was an urge in Byleth to ask why, but Suthis shook her head. "It's better you don't ask, yet. This is for another time. We need to concentrate on how we can get out of this mess." "I know. But I can't talk about that with her, I need to see." "Professor, are you here? She has been listening in on us, has she?" Suthis inquired. Byleth affirmed. "For a minute or two," he answered back. "Now you have your two problem students in one place." Suthis smiled at him. Byleth nodded before briefly shaking his head, but as a response to his student asking to come in and as cue to his invisible friend. "I have too many problem students," he admitted in a defeated tone. "That you do. What was that woman thinking, hiring you as a professor?" She mimicked the tone of so many peers who questioned Ria's decision. The one tone she came closest to coping was that of Seath. For a split second, she sounded almost exactly like him. Byleth had already pictured the tall, green-haired man giving him another lecture. "Good, you are all here." Suddenly, the devil appeared. "The Archbishop wishes to see you all. This matter is quite serious, and it warrants further discussion." Seath gestured for the trio to leave with him and depart to Ria's chambers together. Byleth searched for eye contact with his house leader and Bernadetta. Edelgard was doing the same as she awaited his command. Seath's orders were irrelevant to her, not as long as Byleth affirmed them. There were so many things Byleth wanted to ask her. Yesterday, the day after the trial, she was busy. He spoke to the noblemen around him, made arrangements, and paid them money. The fact that he never got the chance to communicate with her left him with a strange empty feeling. A feeling he would someday get to know as regret. Due to Seath's unyielding coldness, Byleth kept quiet, softly took Bernadetta's hand, and followed behind him. In close pursuit was Edelgard. Nonetheless, as they strolled, she first whispered in Bernadetta's ear and then in Byleth's. Byleth heard a faint sound. "Be strong," she said quietly, and she directed her request to him. "Professor, can we talk after this?" Despite his surprise at the request, he nodded in agreement, and they continued their walk. While they were walking, Byleth experienced a wave of mystique that swept over him. His mind couldn't help but ponder what Edelgard could want from him. Her tone and voice betrayed that it was about more than their regular learning sessions. Indeed, what could she want from us that is so urgent? Have you seen her eyes? She was pleading for you to agree. I doubt she would need my permission to do anything, Byleth responded with his usual flat expression. It caused another giggle from Suthis. She clearly doesn't need your permission to do anything. But still, I can't shake the feeling that she tries to warn us whenever something bad will happen. Byleth hasn't considered that. He pondered this as he ascended the flight of stairs. Meanwhile, his students both made a tiny grimace. Before the staircase, they had encountered another group of students, and it caused them both to react that way. Edelgard only let her expression slip for a moment, but in that fraction, she seemed distressed. It's probably about that. Suthis who had finally settled on what she could confidently respond. However, Byleth shot down her theory. A few words are not enough to get to her, eventually both of their thought trains flowed back to the same resolution. It can be only one topic. Now both Suthis and Byleth said, her uncle, with complete conviction. What is that about my uncle? Edelgard whispered into his ears. You sometimes mumble to yourself, Professor. She quipped innocently. You are quiet but from time to time I managed to pick up on a few fragments. Are we going to talk about it later? Byleth asked directly. Maybe. Edelgard had eagle eyes, but he preferred to talk about something else. As there is something urgent that we need to talk about. Would you please cut the chatter? We ought to hurry. Seath started pounding on the walls in an attempt to get their attention. And with poor Bernadetta, it worked as she began to scream. Arg. Please leave me. Seath needed a second to realize the harm he had done. My apologies. My instructions were merely concerning your professor and Miss Hresvelg. It wasn't my intention to frighten you, young one. Am I hearing, Bernadetta? They were taken aback when they recognized the voice that came from the top of the stairs. You don't need to be afraid. No harm will come to you. It won't. Bernadetta mumbled. But there were talks about sending me back. We will try our best to find a solution. Edelgard and Rhea spoke with one voice. Byleth released Bernadetta's hand, and she quickly rushed inside the Archbishop's chambers. She went out onto the spacious balcony and hunted for the flowers, tending to them while Edelgard and Byleth got ready for a lengthy conversation. Do you mind some tea? Rhea offered them a large cup, and among her tea set was a little bit of cake. Byleth presented a slice of the cake to Bernadetta on a plate. To which the young student couldn't say no. Cake. She quickly rushed to the table and began eating it. One of the flowers is about to wither, Lady Rhea. It is? Which one? This news came as a shock to Rhea, who nearly dropped her plate. It's spring, they shouldn't wither. It's the white ones. The white orchids. Rhea already knew what she was speaking about. I knew that something was off with them since the events of last weekend. No matter. At the moment, there is something more urgent we need to discuss. Rhea made a long sigh. To keep things brief, while I'd rather not anger the Minister of Religious Affairs, I can't help but refuse his request. However, there is still the matter of how you entered, young one. There is a cost associated with your stay, and your mother, Miss Varley, will have to raise money to pay for it. The monastery can't take in everyone and I took a risk leaving you here. Now that risk did not pay off and your father demands your return. I can't let you stay without having anything to show for it. The rumors about your transfer are going around and I have failed to find the origin nor to suppress it. So this is our only option. If I heard correctly, then Lady Varley already offered to pay. Byleth stated. An education here is not cheap, Professor. Edelgard answered for him. It will undoubtedly lead to a few conflicts in the marriage as this is not something she pays alone. It's a shame Duke Girth has already departed. On that note, the Duke actually stayed a bit longer. He should be at the monastery town. Yet Seath failed to find him. Whatever the case may be, he has not yet returned to his homeland. Even when we gather the required funding, there is still the issue of Count Varley himself. Edelgard responded. Hubert and I can deal with him. Rhea remained silent. Should you not, I will think of a few options. There was another pause. I couldn't help but overhear the stories about young Bernadetta. Are they true? Byleth asked. Rhea gave a faint nod. While the young student was happily devouring the cake, Edelgard, Byleth, and Rhea exchanged glances. There were no words needed. Rhea's composure broke in a similar way as to Byleth's. One of her hands curled into a fist while her face turned into a painful expression. The same Edelgard had while she was on the staircase before she quickly returned to normal. Please drink up. Rhea's insistence that they finish their cups of the extremely pricey Hresvelg blend prompted Edelgard to cast an oblique glance in her direction. Afterwards, she loosened up a little, letting out a sigh as she enjoyed the tea. Moments of silence passed before Rhea addressed Bernadetta. I hope we can make this a better home for you, little one. The church accepts all who struggle to find home. My own personal attendant, Cyril, is a great example. A child born to Amirans, and one day, should he be strong enough, I will permit him to join the ranks of the Knights of Syros. The speed at which Edelgard drank her tea increased. And after 1 or 2 minutes, she excused herself. Thank you, Archbishop, for the wonderful conversation. Of course, my Rhea wanted to address her as a child but stopped herself. Of course, Edelgard. I hope the next time we can talk about different parents. Rhea stared at Edelgard intently before focusing her attention on her teacher next to her. Byleth quickly came to the conclusion that she was not only teasing his student, but that she was also addressing him directly with her remarks. You knew her parents? Byleth inquired. Yes, I knew them, in the same way I know your father. Rhea gave them a bright smile, which caused Byleth to just stand there until he felt his student touch him. "What are you going to do about Miss Varley? And what about your classes?" Rhea questioned right as they were about to leave. "We were about to discuss this privately. Thank you for addressing those matters. We will return for Bernadetta." Edelgard made one more small bow and stepped outside. She followed Byleth down the stairs and risked everything by entering the captain's office at top speed and slamming the door. Geralt was not there, but his office remained open. The key to it was on the other side. Edelgard hastily sealed the door. Once everything was done, she let out a deep sigh. She closed her eyes briefly, only to reopen them with even more energy. "Professor, could you do classes without me? I need to take the day off." It might even take longer. The more she spoke, the more she lost her momentum. "What is wrong?" Byleth expressed his curiosity and concern for her. "I need to see how Hubert is doing. He is currently escorting Akiran to the Alliance lands." Her voice was trembling, and she stopped. "Professor, I need to see him. Does she think he is in danger?" Suthies wanted to find out more, so she floated right next to Edelgard and looked at her closely. "Have you noticed how she's trembling?" Byleth, on the other hand, was aware of the bags under his student's eyes. "It was only a nightmare," he responded gently. Edelgard's eyes widened to hear that. She wanted to ask how he deduced that, but she stopped herself at the last second. "The first night we spent together. You seemed afraid to." "Afraid to sleep?" Edelgard confessed. "Yes, I've had those nightmares ever since I was a child. They are nothing to worry about. But this is something to worry about." From her pockets, she took a beautiful white dress. Byleth couldn't help himself but examine it, and then his mind wandered to seeing Edelgard in this dress. Simply put, it was something that grabbed his attention. Yet despite the beauty, he quickly focused on the one imperfection. A red blood stain, right at a spot where a skilled assassin would drive their blade in. "Are you?" "I don't think this is my blood and it's too much blood for a small scratch, and it's too little blood for an assassination attempt. Also the dress is intact. It's like someone took a bottle and dropped a little bit over it." Byleth concluded the evaluation on her behalf. "That's my theory, too. Professor. On the day we were attacked by Akiran, we fought against an intruder in my tent. I had no evidence, and I still don't, but I believe that this individual was not acting alone, and now his associates are attempting to pull something. Are you sure this blood wasn't from an accident you had?" Byleth needed to ask this question, just to rule out the possibility. In response, Edelgard gave a straightforward answer. "When Hubert left, I went to bed right away. It took me several hours to fall asleep, but during that time I did not do anything that would have caused me to bleed and had no contact with blood. I wish that a small bleeding were the case, Professor. Have you ever been injured there before? Do you have a scar there?" Byleth investigated the matter thoroughly. "I do, but no, this old wound did not suddenly open again." "Makes sense. Without potions, a healer, or knowledge of a healing spell, you would have bled out." Byleth had exhausted all of his options and was now considering his next move. It wasn't a physical attack, when he became aware that he was staring at Edelgard's stomach, he immediately stopped what he was doing. His hands were on her clothes, and he nearly peeked at the spot where the blood might have come from. Edelgard gently stepped aside. She was also lost in her thoughts. "No, this can't be magic. Each type of magic does not draw out human blood. Fire burns the body, ice leaves a frost scar, and thunder eventually combusts the body. You get the idea. The only type of magic that could draw out blood is..." She came to a stop. "Forget I mentioned it, Professor. But you have helped me a lot. Still, I'd like to visit the Alliance lands and pay Hubert a visit." She took a deep breath. "I must do that. What type of magic could draw out blood?" What Suthies was doing was encouraging him to inquire further. What kind of magic can cause bleeding? Byleth wondered. "Forget I mentioned it, Professor." Edelgard made an effort to dismiss him, but her tone of voice became slightly strained in the process. "Edelgard." Byleth spoke softly, allowing his worry to come through. She heaved a sigh. "I guess, as our professor, You might potentially put your life on the line too. It's forgotten magic. Several spells and a great deal of our collective knowledge have been lost to the sands of time. So the intruder who attacked me could have also been an experienced mage. Yet again, there is no sign of such violence. Unless my attacker also went through the trouble of healing me right afterwards. But this would be awkwardly convoluted. What if that was his aim? To Byleth's suggestion, Edelgard only managed a shaky chuckle. The way I see it, it worked. It did not. Edelgard refuted by curling her hand into a fist. I won't send you into a potential trap. Byleth stated. Professor, Hubert might be in real danger if the one who broke in also hunts him. However, at the moment, this is nothing but a stupid theory. Edelgard imposed herself on Byleth. She was pleading with him to give her space and let her go. But he refused and stood in her way. What frightens you? He posted the question carefully. In response, Edelgard stated. Nothing. Now would you kindly release me? I could come with you, Byleth offered. We could take our class on a small expedition into Alliance lands. It would only take 2 or 3 days, and while we are there, we could use this experience. Professor, this is still an outlandish theory, and we don't know for certain if said theory is correct. I would be halting our class progress for this. Under those circumstances, I won't let you go to see Hubert. I need you in class. Byleth responded sharply. Edelgard shot an annoyed glance his way. However, this is why we are taking the class to him. I don't think Bernadetta has much experience hunting or camping. We could all use this small trip, and Akiran's territory is at the border, so it would only take us 3 days to go there and come back. We've got a whole month. I will have to take on you training missions eventually, so. You are changing the order to help me. Suddenly, her irises grew wide. Byleth responded with a yes. We need you at 100%. You'd have to talk to Seath, organize a few of the knights to come with us and serve as sparring partners, inform the class. Edelgard was startled to feel a hand gently touch her forehead. I will take care of the arrangements. We will see each other when we depart. Thanks, Professor. Edelgard returned his gesture of kindness with a bright smile. I will help wherever I can. You can speak to Duke Girth. Bernadetta needs to stay here, and every bit of aid is necessary. You can count on me to speak with him. I won't let my peers suffer. Her voice was firm and resolved. They were taken aback when they suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Ugh, Eloise, did you close the door? No, Captain. Stay back. Geralt approached the door, which caused Byleth to. Wait, Captain. Eloise tried to stop Geralt, but he was unstoppable. He rushed at the door, and the only instinct Byleth had was to take Edelgard and take cover. It took the two a moment before they realized that Geralt had kicked in his own door. Where are you, intruder? Geralt yelled at them. Before he knew it, his son and the heir to the largest country on the continent were pressing against the wall, taking refuge from him in a mutually protective embrace. Oh, it was just you two. Captain, did you catch the intruder? Eloise was slowly catching up. His eyes were still fixated on the broken door on the ground, so it took him a moment. Fortunately, by that point Byleth and the shocked Edelgard had separated from their embrace. You have a strange family, Professor. Edelgard was trying to catch her breath. Do you always knock down the door? We could have explained everything. Geralt had a mixture of emotions on his face. He was grinning, despite his visible confusion. He questioned his son with his glances in an attempt to elicit a response from him, but his son provided no information whatsoever. Apologies for my old habit. Geralt expressed regret by bowing his head down. After being gestured to rise by Edelgard, he posed the question that was on his and Eloise's tongue. What are you doing here? Edelgard wanted to answer, but Byleth was a little bit quicker. We wanted to request a few of your knights for a training session in Alliance lands. Yesterday, I lost a good chunk of my men to the escort force. We are currently depleted. Captain, have you not told me just yet that you want to go? Eloise interjected as he took Byleth's side. Well, it's true that my duties get boring from time to time. Geralt gave a slight smile. What are you suggesting, old friend? That we accompany the students ourselves for the sparring session. It would be just you, me, and whatever eager soul I could gather. I don't think Rhea will be thrilled to hear the news. Consequently, Gerald was annoyed at the suspect of bringing her the news. We would only be gone for 3 days, Byleth clarified. I doubt she needs you right now. My students, on the other hand, could use the experience. Fine, I will talk to Rhea. Gerald looked like a proud father as he seemed eager to fight his son in his class. You could accompany us. We left Bernadetta by her side. A smile was on Edelgard's face. She was excited to spar against Byleth's father, and she would be able to see Hubert soon. The nightmare, which had felt so real, felt like a distant memory. Perhaps Hubert was truly fine. It's settled then. I will get someone to fix the door during our departure. 1 hour passed. After talking with Rhea, Edelgard and Byleth separated. He was going to get the class and get them ready for departure, while she was now searching through the entire monastery town in search of Duke Girth. She eventually visited every major store and attraction. Until she came across a rather shady establishment in one of the distant corners of the town. Edelgard's eyes widened in shock that the church would allow such a pub to thrive. Outside, there was a tower of a man guarding the entrance. Are you one of the new girls? The man asked. He had a rough voice, and the countless tattoos on his arms, as well as how big his arms were, probably intimidated quite a few visitors. Only Edelgard wasn't one of them. The what? Edelgard could not believe what she heard. You heard me. I am sure you know what kind of place this is. The man gave her a few disgusting looks as his gaze was fixated on her chest. Suddenly another man appeared, he seemed to whisper in his ears. Fine, you may pass, young lady. The Colossus signaled her to enter with a hand motion. Enjoy your stay, pretty bird. Edelgard entered the dirty pub. There were many sounds, but they were all drowned out by moaning. Large curtains divided each of the numerous smaller rooms, and at the center of the bar, there were numerous tables where people played high-stakes board games. Eventually she looked up to see a second floor, which had a gold ceiling. And a familiar face stared at her with desire in his eyes. Welcome, Your Highness. I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon. Edelgard's hand went to her dagger as she heard the familiar voice of Dexter, a local crime lord doing business in the monastery town's less-known corners. How? This is not the Abyss. Edelgard was perplexed. The knights and many nobles have needs. And I tend to them in exchange for coins. So what might it be for you? A handsome young lad, or perhaps a charming young lady? Dexter was grinning. Or perhaps you are searching for this lost soul? He opened the curtain to reveal Duke Girth. He was bleeding and heavily injured. That's what you get for disobeying our master. You useless canine. Dexter kicked the bleeding Duke Girth once more. None of his patrons, some of whom were nobles like Edelgard, had witnessed the scene, they had chosen to ignore it. And a few of them were even cheering him on. Yes, kick this useless count once more. What do you think you are doing? Edelgard protested. This man is one of the most influential lords in the empire. Release him at once. How cute of you to make demands. Your uncle told me to rough him up a little, and so I did. Well, I guess he can stay here for today. I don't think the lesson got through to his thick skull. Dexter kicked once more, and blood started to pour out of Duke Girth's wounds. As he spewed blood, the Duke asked. Your Highness, is Petra all right? That she is. Edelgard reassured him. I will get you out of here. Try that, little princess, and I will discipline you on behalf of your uncle. This might not have been part of the contract, but it is something I am willing to do for free. You have no idea how angry you made him. Dexter opened his shirt and revealed a nasty burn scar. That's the price of my failure, and I am curious how he will reward you. I'd imagine it has something to do with the pool of blood he was talking about. Visions of the nightmare appeared before Edelgard's eyes. She saw the large escort bleeding to death, while Hubert screamed in agony. At the last moment, Edelgard managed to shake off the visions. Well, I guess I revealed too much. Come quietly, little bird, or else I will hurt you. Dexter snapped his fingers, and his guards all took out their weapons. "This is enough, Dexter." 5 masked men burst into view as the door to the bar swung open. "What do you and your dogs want? Can't you see that you are crashing my party?" "I see that, and it's in your best interest to release the Duke." Edelgard had heard the voice once before. Suddenly, she felt a sword in her hand. "Here, little princess." Edelgard recognized the voice. "Yuri was your name, right?" "I'm not much more than another pretty face," the violet-haired man smiled at her. "What are you doing here, Aelfric? This isn't Abyss, so you have no authority over here." The fat Dexter barked at him. "I am in charge of protecting the official guests of the Archbishop. One of these guests just happens to be him." "Well, in that case, it will make you happy to know that the good Duke Girth was attacked by bandits on his travels and I came to his rescue." "That's a good story. One I am contemplating to use should you release him now." From one of the wretches, Dexter took out an apple and bit into it. "You got ourselves a deal, dot." He snapped his fingers, and his men released the Duke. "You know how this works. One word to the green-haired whore, and I will reduce the Abyss to a pile of rubble. One more word from your poisonous tongue and I will order my protégés to cut out your tongue and hang it at the Abyss doorstep." Aelfric's calm demeanor changed for a moment, and in its stead was a cold, calculating leader who threatened the crime boss with a smile. "Your giant balls are the only reason why I haven't removed you yet, Aelfric. You are the one priest in this place I actually like. Although I doubt you are a priest." "I am more than a priest." Aelfric walked up to the Duke and took him under his arms. "I will take my leave now." "Yes, yes." Dexter waved dismissively. After they exited the establishment, Aelfric ordered his protégé to carry the Duke. "Battlehuss, would you kindly?" "Whatever you want, boss." The muscular man, almost twice Edelgard's size, effortlessly carried the Duke. "It would behoove us to not let the Duke die. We have a deep shared past. It would be a shame if it were to end so soon." As she did her best to keep him alive with her magic, the blonde-haired girl spoke of a malfunctioning machine. "Light up, Coco. He won't die if you do your healing properly. Could we get her out of the sun, please?" Edelgard was amazed to see a girl with fiery hair. She quickly made the connection. "Do you know a raven-haired man that usually carries a cold expression?" "I know a lot of creepy fellows like that." Edelgard went closer and specified. "Someone who specializes in magic. That information will cost you a pretty one. Don't speak to a future ruler like that." The young woman with blonde hair was joining their conversation. She still carried a dejected and dark expression. "Wait, oh, I see now. You are the pretty lady he works for. By the way he talked about you, I thought you were the love of his life. It's easy to get the wrong impression of our partnership," Edelgard clarified. Her face had turned slightly red. "I bet you are quite valuable. We could make a fortune selling you." "Happy?" Yuri delivered a blow to the woman's head. "Ouch. I was just joking, Yuri Bird. You shouldn't joke about this." "Ugh, why do I always have to babysit this group?" "Because you are the most talented of the group." Aelfric complimented him. "You all are like my children. It's just that, among them, you are the most mature one." "I can be pretty mature. At least that's what the ladies say." The big guy next to Aelfric interjected. "Oh, I know, Balthus. How many families hunt you or do you owe money to?" "Hey, don't bring up that old closet." Edelgard saw that the conversation was going nowhere productive. "I am grateful for your assistance in getting Duke Girth out of this predicament, but what are we going to do about his wounds?" "I will take him under my personal care. In the meantime, young miss, you will have to keep my bargain with Dexter. He is ruthless, and I don't want him to act recklessly, so no word of this gets out to the Archbishop. For all you know, the Duke was attacked by bandits." Edelgard intended to raise an objection, but Yuri cut her off. "Challenging a crime boss takes guts. It's good that you have that, princess, but the people of the Abyss shouldn't suffer more than they already do. Sometimes a lie protects the people more than the truth. I am grateful we managed to be there in time." Aelfric gave Edelgard a smile. "The people who work for Dexter are also residents of the Abyss. I am sure you would have fought very bravely, and I am certain many families would have lost their fathers or daughters. Daughters who had no choice but to sell themselves into slavery. A clenched fist appeared in Edelgard's outstretched hands. You are right, the abyss is not a utopia. Yet still, when these people return, they have a roof over their heads and a community to take them in. That is still better than nothing. You are encouraging a circle of stagnation. That's what's wrong with this place. It wasn't too long until Edelgard and the five entered the giant halls of the abyss. Stagnation, you say? Yuri teased her as they entered. Edelgard needed a few seconds to take in the abyss. It was a grand community with hundreds upon hundreds of tents. People from all over the world were gathered. Food for everyone. One free portion for each person. After a short distance, a huge cantina was visible and the people there were handing out food. Greetings, Alfric. Did everything go as planned? It did, Abyss Keeper. There should be no surprises in the coming days. I am relieved to hear that, boss. What do you think? Am I doing a great job? That you are. You are better than the gatekeeper in every way. The man was clearly humbled to hear his boss compliment him like that. You are the best, boss. Thanks. Keep up the great work. Aelfric turned to Edelgard. Managing the abyss takes a lot of time and effort. But we are making a difference. The Ashen Wolves are doing what they can to protect Abyss from all threats. Now you are probably wondering about Dexter. He used his wealth to expand. At first he was a minor problem, but due to his connections, mostly to Akiran, he became rich enough to buy the support of a portion of the Abyss people. How can a man like him be popular? Edelgard pondered this. It's really simple. He offers those people jobs. That establishment you were in is a literal gold mine. The red-haired girl answered. That sums it up well, Happy. Aelfric pointed with his hands at the many tents. These people are poor, and anyone who offers them money is quickly celebrated as a hero. We are doing our best to help, but my resources have their limits, as do the archbishops. I have to ask, Princess, but are the rumors circulating about you true? Yuri aimed a dagger at her back. Did you help Akiran escape justice? Because if you have, then it doesn't matter to me that you're Bernie's friend. We will do no such thing, Yuri. Put your weapon away. Those rumors are not entirely wrong, but completely right, they are not. Aelfric had broken the silence and quickly confiscated Yuri's dagger. You know, I still have a short sword. Yuri stated in a calm demeanor. I see you all know Akiran is a problem child too. Yuri, why would I help get the man who forced me to fight in the Colosseum to escape justice? That's why I asked. He explained. All we've heard so far are rumors. So please leave her alone with those pointless questions. Aelfric smiled at Edelgard. After we escort the Duke to my place, I will get you back to the monastery. I'm assuming you have an appointment with your professor. You don't want to be too late to your training expedition. He winked at her. This caused Edelgard to pose the straightforward question. How many years do you have at the monastery? Enough. And after that, he remained silent. A few minutes passed. This should be to your liking, Duke. Aelfric rested the Duke on a large bed. Constance, would you? Of course, just leave it to me. The girl began to giggle hysterically. To think a mortal enemy would be at my mercy. Oh, I will take great pleasure in this. The blonde woman had suddenly completely changed. Edelgard, however, was in disbelief at what she heard. How is Duke Girth a mortal enemy of yours? That's quite simple, Your Highness. He watched as Yuri placed his fingers in a position to cover her mouth. Enough with the backstories. Just save the man. How rude, Yuri. Fine, but only because it's you who is asking. Your Highness, as payment, I demand an audience once this whole affair is behind us. She winked at Edelgard, to which Edelgard remained speechless. Edelgard did not appear to have any recollection of her, despite the fact that she possessed a noble air. Perhaps she is a fallen noble? Or is she a bastard child raised in the abyss? In a hurry, Alfric reached for a bottle of healing tonic. This should help with some minor wounds. Who among you took the mixture? Ah. Balthus. Don't look at me, boss. The most recent group of killers, sorry, I mean money collectors, had a 7-to-1 advantage. Yuri and Alfric sighed. And you couldn't get another bottle? How? I am broke, remember. You are unbelievable. Yuri, here are a few coins. You know what to do. Should I take our guest with me? Yuri proposed that he and Edelgard go together. Edelgard was intrigued by the offer. However, she remained silent. Just don't cause a scene. And with that, Aelfric gave his permission for them to go. Here, princess. Your white hair attracts attention. He outfitted her with a large cape that covered her head. I am intrigued to come with you. This won't take long. One more thing, let me do all the talking. Edelgard stoically nodded. In the same manner in which her teacher regularly responds. The two of them went outside into the large, buzzing underground city. The people were quite lively as they seemed to celebrate. Oh, that was a good job. A number of men were seen holding beer in their hands. They quickly ingested the substance, cheering and drinking more as they did so, and then they consumed it all. Are those men mercenaries? Yuri paused for a moment to take a closer look at them. Yes, they are. The so-called guardians of Fodlan. They seem like a group of criminals to me. Edelgard gave them a few reprehensive glances. If they were, then I would have to call in the wolf pack to dispatch them. Yuri's arm reached for his short sword. He drew it and sheathed it back up in a flash. This entire sequence of events took place in a very brief amount of time. It was only because Edelgard possessed superhuman reflexes that she was able to catch this, and as a result, she was impressed. However, this wasn't her first impulse. What truly caught her was something else. This is a silver sword, she stated. Yes, I took it from a rich bastard. So how come you know Bernadetta? She hasn't told you. A silence came from Edelgard. Nothing more than a headshake came from her. She is still a recluse. And I hoped that she would enjoy her time at the academy. How is this new professor you have? Does he treat her well? He is very kind. Edelgard responded. With suspicion, Yuri cast an eye her way. He is? Do people not call him the legendary Ashen Demon? He is that demon only on the battlefield. Off the battlefield he is. Edelgard searched for the words to describe her teacher. So many words raced through her head. He is kind, gentle, and wise. And if there are no lectures, he is frequently rushing from one end of the monastery to the other. The final sentence caused Edelgard to chuckle a little. You can't be serious. I am. Another giggle escaped her lips as she followed Yuri down another passageway. We are almost at the doctor. Should your professor one day harm Bernadetta, then slip this into one of his meals. One bite should remind him to never cross me again. Edelgard refused his gift. You sounded just like my retainer for a second. Ah yes, the famous Bert. I still can't believe Happy thought she was assisting in the resolution of a lover's quarrel. That's such a good one, and my best friends haven't noticed how funny this is. Yes, this was a little awkward. Hubert praised her for being very sharp-minded, resolute and so on. Oh, Happy is charming and funny and kind and all that, but she's not the brightest bulb in the room. That would be me. Hence why I am the babysitter. And people call me prideful and arrogant. Edelgard drifted off. It seems to me that you are a colorful bunch. That we are. After he was finished speaking, Yuri guided her inside a large room. This should be the place. Flowers of all kinds were gathered here. How? Because there was no light, Edelgard walked around in search of how such a place could be thriving. Not every flower needs sunlight. The proprietor of the shop showed up unexpectedly. She was a young girl, maybe 12 years old, with a flower in her hair. Are you the shopkeeper? Edelgard inquired. No, the girl shook her head. That would be my father. Apologies for the late arrival. A tall brown-haired man approached. He was a full head taller than Yuri. So what can I do for you? The man looked around the room and immediately recognized Yuri. What can I do for the Ashen Wolves? The Ashen Wolves? Edelgard openly formulated the question. Yuri casually explained, "That's the name of the group I am babysitting." The store owner gave Edelgard a thorough once-over. "You are new around here? How come a beauty like you is around with Yuri?" The comments made by the shopkeeper prompted Yuri to give the man a threatening glare in his direction. "I am just joking, Yuri Bird." Yuri's demeanor quickly shifted to a happy one. "You can count yourself happy, we enjoy making deals with you. I need those herbs." Yuri showed him a list. "Alternatively, do you happen to have a few brewed potions on hand? How urgent is your request?" The man continued to observe Yuri and Edelgard closely. Yuri was about to speak, but Edelgard was quicker. "It's very urgent," she answered. "In that case, I will get to work right away." The man quickly disappeared. Meanwhile, Yuri seemed dissatisfied. "Ugh, this is going to be costly." "Excuse me." Edelgard was perplexed. "You told him it's urgent. This is going to reflect on the price." Yuri went to her and whispered. "But I guess a spoiled princess has no idea how things work with the pricing," says the man with the silver sword. Edelgard countered. The shopkeeper's daughter seemed excited to hear tiny bits of their exchange. "So Yuri, where did you meet her?" Yuri patted her on the head. "That's a long story." "We got time," the girl answered. "No, we really don't have that." Edelgard also patted the girl. However, the fact that she got turned down made the girl quite unhappy. She was about to run off until Edelgard gave her the list. "Can you help us with this?" "I can." The girl happily showed Edelgard around the whole shop. They took a tour through nearly the entire shop. All kinds of flowers were on offer, among them also some flowers that should be impossible to grow here. Among these were roses and carnations. "How are these able to grow here?" "Artificial sunlight," Yuri answered as he showed a magical device. "Those things cost us a fortune, but due to a variety of factors, we were able to obtain a few. Yes, we have Lord Eelfric to thank for all these wonders." The shopkeeper appeared at the counter with a few mixtures in hand. "We are doing everything we can to help the Abyss." Yuri made a small bow. "My friend was mistaken about how urgently we need the mixtures." Edelgard remained silent. She did not want to betray her new associate. No, she was not. "Here it's the default price of 600. I am not taking more, but I am also not taking less." Yuri returned a small smile. "For a moment, I thought you would demand something outrageous. What can I say? You are among my richest customers. I would be a fool not to take advantage of that." "You are cruel, old man." Yuri placed the coin purchases on his desk. "That's exactly 600. The herbalist counted with his eyes before he released Yuri. "Everything seems to be in order. See you until next time." "See you until next time." Yuri and Edelgard both left the store. Once they were outside, Edelgard addressed Yuri. "I did not know that there was such a place here." Yes, the Abyss for you must be hell itself, so to see something nice hopefully conveyed a better idea." Yuri dismissed her as they were walking their back. "This place still reminds me of the slums of Inver." Edelgard would not relent. "One nice place does not eradicate all the bad ones. Likewise, you can't eradicate all the bad places in the world. That would be foolish. Some people actually like this place." Yuri guided her to a large statue from where they took a large view of the cave. The person on the statue looked like a hero. A muscular female with a shield and sword in her hands. At first Edelgard thought this was another statue of Saint Siros, but then she took a closer look. This is just another Merc statue. A local legend. Edelgard examined the statue more closely. "I am sure this originally was a statue of Saint Siros. The long hair, the eyes." She took another few glances. "Alright, the shield, dress, and helmet are different, but still a third-class artist simply made those changes." Yuri began to burst out laughing. "Yes, that's how the people of the Abyss are. A crafty bunch." When Nightshade saw the result, she took her frustrations out on the artist. "Poor fellow. Although that was before my time. The Abyss has existed for many years, and throughout these years people have looked up to champions. My wolves are no different." Edelgard began to dwell on the merit of his words. I can see where you are coming from. It is also my goal to inspire my people, but I can do it without the worship. And with that, she moved away from the statue. Her eyes were scanning for a way back to Aelfric's hideout. Eventually her gaze rested on a small chapel within the abyss. You have keen eyes. Yuri complimented her. This should be the fastest way back. Aelfric's hideout, 5 minutes later. Arg. Duke Girth was still moaning in pain. I think the worst is over now. The magic of Happy's favorite, Coco, vanished and the blonde girl rested in one of the seats next to the wounded Duke. Thanks to my brilliant efforts his condition should improve. A few days from now, he'll be able to return home. Brilliant work, Constance. Aelfric was resting his hands on her shoulders. Thank you for commending me on my fine work. As a noble Zion I do all that I can. We are back. Yuri and Edelgard entered the hideout. Constance, Edelgard was deep in thought. I have heard that name before. But where was it? Wonderful to see you back, Yuri. Did you show our guests around a little? Aelfric concentrated his attention on them, after putting Constance's body on the seat so she could take a nap. Just the bare minimum. Only so that she would get a better idea of the place as a whole. So your highness, what do you think? It doesn't change my opinion as a whole. Edelgard admitted it, but it did improve my views slightly. I can't blame you. During your first visit, you were thrown into an underground sports match against your will. At any rate, I shouldn't keep you longer than necessary. The Duke will recover. Yuri, you can leave the potions here. Who knows when Balthus will need them next. In the meantime, I will escort you to surface. You will have to pack soon. You wouldn't want to miss the trip to Akiran's lands. The last comment nearly put her over the edge. Aelfric was smiling, but in that moment he was far more dangerous to Edelgard than even Rhea. Unlike the inept archbishop, the less than innocent monk was more adept at managing his resources, which included having more than a few informants at the monastery. Lead the way. Edelgard couldn't wait to leave this place. Until next time, princess. Yuri waved goodbye as she left the chapel, while Aelfric led the way. Edelgard waited for a moment in which the two of them could be alone while they were on their travels. I hope you don't mind my question. Who is your informant? That would be too obvious, wouldn't it? Aelfric smiled at her as they entered one of the passages. As a cardinal, I have many friends. Thus I have more than one informant. Should you ever require my services, you can turn to me. You now know where I live. Before you turn to scum like Dexter, I'd rather have it you turn to me. His tone could have been either welcoming or ominous. Till they reached the surface, the two of them continued with idle chatter. However, it was obvious that there was tension between the two of them. Thank you, Aelfric. I can find my own way back now. Edelgard smiled once she felt familiar passages. Yes, our crest of Ceros is a useful tool. Aelfric smiled at her. Edelgard's already sour disposition took a turn for the worse upon hearing this. I know that you know that I know. Aelfric commented. There is no reason for secrets between us. She didn't say anything as Aelfric laughed at her expense. Until next time, princess. After that he vanished into thin air. I am starting to hate the abyss. Edelgard's room, an hour later. Knock, knock. I am coming. Edelgard quickly opened her door. Everyone is ready to depart. Byleth took a look at her. The fatigue on Edelgard's face was obvious. Wow, your student looks like a corpse. Suthies manifested. The weariness in Edelgard's eyes was obvious to her. Take things easy from now on. Byleth took hold of her things and began to carry them for her. Edelgard tried to protest, but she stopped herself and simply smiled back. Thank you, Professor. Do you mind? The two of them spoke with one voice. Edelgard gestured for Byleth to ask his question first. Given your tired state, you will ride in my saddle for now. Those are your professor's orders. I graciously accept them. She performed a small, humble bow before taking some of her belongings and carrying them herself. Together, they brought her things to the stables, where the rest of the class was waiting. Dorothea let out an annoyed sigh as they arrived. Why do we have to leave so soon? Even after she had hastily packed her belongings, she could not control her anger toward Edelgard. "Professor, can't we just wait for Hubie to get back to us? Our primary goal is to train in a foreign environment," Byleth stated. "And the Alliance gives us plenty of ground to train as a unit. You will need the training should you all wish to prevail." Geralt and Eloise entered the scene with their things. All they were carrying were 2 small bags. Their entrance even captured Linhard's attention. "Wait, we are up against 2 experienced knights." 3. A monotone voice appeared from behind him. "I will be joining you." "I'm glad you were able to make it, Instructor Geralt saw." Eloise turned to the class. "He's just returned from reconnaissance, and he offered to come along with us." "Oh yeah." Excitedly, Caspar began to shout his lungs out. "We will be training with 3 of the best. I can't believe it. This way, I will surpass my father in no time." I share Caspar's enthusiasm, and with my brilliant leadership, we will never lose again. Ferdinand was just as excited as Caspar as he swung himself in the saddle with one elegant motion. "Show off," Dorothea remarked, as a part of her did admire how effortlessly Ferdinand managed to get on his horse. Byleth and Eloise, meanwhile, gently helped Edelgard and Bernadetta in the saddle. "Don't worry, you can count on me." Eloise gently patted Bernadetta before he moved into the saddle. When prompted by Byleth, Edelgard made a soft remark. "He is treating Bernadetta like a daughter." And she received a nod from him as they both sat comfortably in the saddle. "You should rest now. We won't set up camp for a few hours." Edelgard, however, was someone who was famous for her troubles falling asleep, so her eyes were constantly on her classmates. The only ones who weren't giving her any crude looks were Caspar and Petra. Linhard, Dorothea, Ferdinand, and even Bernadetta all appeared to be looking at her as though she had transformed into a completely different person. She was now someone they should hate. "This won't go on forever," Byleth whispered to her. When Edelgard heard these words, she felt like a part of her burden had been taken from her. "I will make things right for them." Her eyes were shining with determination. "We will make things right for them." And with that, Edelgard closed her eyes. Initially, she could still make out all the noises. The sounds of her classmates talking to each other, the horses as they were galloping through the bumpy stone roads. But after a while those sounds ceased as well. "Arg!" Edelgard shot up in shock. "Have you slept well?" It was pitch black night. Snoring came from her classmates, or mostly just Geralt and Eloise could be heard. Byleth and Gerdiza were the only ones awake as they all rested by a large campfire. "How long have I slept?" Edelgard was curious to hear the answer. "4 hours," Gerdiza answered. Byleth gently touched her on the head and advised her to get additional rest, saying, "You should get some more sleep." "I feel rested enough. Besides, from what I have heard, you must have been awake even longer than I have." "You should rest now, Professor." Edelgard lent Byleth her blanket. "Staying awake this long is nothing." "Professor. At this rate, it's a miracle you haven't fallen asleep in class yet." "It's all right, I can stay awake for a little." "No, it's not. I will take over guard duty for you." Edelgard's eyes were furious and determined. Resolute enough for her teacher to finally rest his case. "Fine, do as you wish." Byleth sounded truly defeated and tired. "There is food in the can, I left you a good hearty meal." "Thank you, Professor." Edelgard smiled at him. "And now rest please." She gently pushed him against the warm, comfortable ground. Gerdiza was watching Byleth closely, while she went to get something to eat. After she came back with a bowl of stew, she felt Gerdiza's presence from behind her. "We must talk." "That we must," she whispered back to him. "But not here." They were taking a few steps into the nearby forest. "This is perfect. Now let's keep things brief. What have you discovered?" They brought a girl to the fortress. Red hair, noble, student uniform. "I must take my leave now. The Death Knight hungers for blood." After saying that, Gerdiza hastened over to the horses, where he mounted up, and galloped off into the distance. At first, Edelgard tried to stop him until she witnessed the murderous glare in his eyes. He had not quenched his hunger in quite some time. And now was the time, where he couldn't suppress it any longer. She hoped that he would return soon. Just be careful. That was the only thing that escaped her lips before she saw him riding off into the darkness. Check the description for the links to the author.